Were people copulating without inhibitions? This doesn't look like a temple, it looks like a brothel. Lost in her thoughts, Daenerys didn't realize they had reached a room until Ghost gave her a small nudge on the leg, bringing her back to reality. Blinking, she noticed the priestess sitting in front of a table. So, what brings Daenerys Stormborn to this island? Asked the priestess with a smile, as she saw Daenerys' face pale upon hearing her name. I. Daenerys tried to respond, surprised that the woman recognized her. She was wearing a black wig to go unnoticed, and everyone in the crew called her Dany when they were on land. Only Jon called her Daenerys, and that was usually only when they were at sea, where they were not in danger of being overheard. How could this priestess know her real name? It seems the cat got your tongue, or perhaps, was it a wolf who did it, the woman said with amusement, widening her smile. The insinuation in her words made Daenerys' pale face turn intensely red in less than a second, provoking a laugh from the priestess. That laugh made Daenerys start to get angry, feeling mocked. However, before she could say anything, a strong wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles for a second before they relit. It was unusual, and for Daenerys, even stranger, as she thought she had heard a whisper in the native tongue of the Summer Isles. Right after, the priestess stood up and looked her straight in the eyes. "It seems the time for jokes is over," said the priestess, fully capturing Daenerys' attention. "I will tell you the reason I brought you here." She paused, seeing her. "Tell me something, Daenerys, what do you know about the gods of this world?" "The gods?" Daenerys repeated, confused. She didn't understand why she was being asked that question. "Yes, the gods. What do you know about them?" "Only what everyone knows, that they are the beings worshipped in the religions of the world, although no one really knows if they exist or not." "I see. It seems you are like most people, someone who has not yet transcended to understand if the gods exist," the woman commented, standing up and beginning to walk around the room as if she were about to give a lesson. "You speak as if you have seen the gods," Daenerys replied, without taking her eyes off her. "I haven't seen them, but I know they exist," the priestess responded, looking at the ceiling. "Why are you so sure they exist if you haven't seen them?" "It's simple. I haven't seen them, but I have felt their presence and witnessed some of their works in this world," the woman said, lowering her gaze to the direwolf. "The wolf that accompanies you is not just a beast, it is a being sent by the gods to help and protect its owner in future battles." The priestess's words made Daenerys look at Ghost differently. She had always been curious about why Jon and his Stark siblings had wolves as companions. If she believed what the priestess said, it seemed that the old gods wanted the Starks to be protected, although she didn't know for what. "Now you understand. The gods may not manifest openly in the world, but their help and presence remain here," the priestess continued. "I understand that, but what does it have to do with all this?" "For several months there have been problems on this island, ever since a merchant brought something from a pirate ship from the Basilisk Isles." "Problems? What kind of problems?" Daenerys asked, stroking Ghost's head to calm herself, as she felt something dark was lurking on the island. "The city seems lively, but that's only because we are in the weeks of festivities dedicated to our gods, the gods of summer. However, outside the city, I fear a civil war is brewing that will plunge the island into chaos. All our attempts to communicate with the merchant have failed, and the emissaries we sent returned in pieces, or, if they come back whole, they bring unusual wounds, cuts that are cauterized from the inside. I don't quite understand. Although it seems you have problems with a possible rebel, why talk to me? Why do you think the gods are involved in this? I am a priestess, and one of the emissaries was my older brother. They returned him in pieces. When I saw his body, I cried and went to the temple to pray, asking the gods to kill the merchant. However, my prayers were not heard, or at least that's what I thought. But a few days ago, the gods sent me a sign, a dream in which I saw a small ship arriving at the port, and from it, several individuals disembarked. I couldn't see their faces, but I did see that 4 of them carried a banner embroidered on their clothes. Although some were unfamiliar to me, 2 of them were. One of them bore the emblem of a white wolf chasing a shining star on a sable field, and the other bore a very well-known sigil in the world, a 3-headed red dragon on a black field. That's when I knew who you were, as the news of Viserys Targaryen's death has spread around the world, as well as the news of his sister's disappearance. The priestess responded, approaching Daenerys and taking her hands. She continued with a voice full of urgency. When the vision ended, I heard the whispers of the summer gods telling me that the person who could help us was on that ship. At the end of her words, the woman slightly squeezed Daenerys' hands. Looking into her eyes, the young Targaryen noticed a spark of hope in her gaze, almost as if she were pleading for an affirmative answer. Why does she think the help is on the ship? I can't do anything. I have no armies, and I'm still clumsy with a sword. The only one who could help her would be Jon. Yes, Jon will know what to do. Putting a smile on her face, Daenerys looked at the priestess and spoke. I can't help you, but I think I know who can. Daenerys' response made the priestess smile. She released the princess's hands and, with an expectant look, asked her to take her to that person. Daenerys nodded silently. The salty sea wind blew, cooling the port of Tall Trees Town, where Jon was negotiating with a local merchant, the leader of one of the largest guilds in the city. Yes, it seems that all the manufactured goods are genuine, and the perishable products are in very good condition, said the guild leader, a man in his 40s named Xhobo. His attire was colorful, adorned with a cape of feathers that shimmered in bright tones. Xhobo stopped examining the boxes and chests stacked in the large warehouse and turned to Jon. Due to the quality and scarcity of these products, their price in the local market will be high. But, as I suppose you know, it is necessary for me to have a good purchase price, as I want to maximize my profits to the fullest, young man. So, since you are from Westeros, I offer you the equivalent of about 30,000 gold dragons for everything. What do you think? Jon listened to the offer, and for a moment, he was tempted to withdraw the merchandise. The prize would only leave him with about 10,000 gold dragons, and it was the 5th sale they had made on the island. They had already divided the merchandise into 6 parts, one for each of them. His friends had already earned more than 10,000 gold dragons with their respective parts, including Daenerys, who had obtained her first 12,000 dragons. Jon felt he couldn't fall behind, so he decided to haggle. The truth is that it is very little for this merchandise. I am not selling you counterfeits, but excellent quality products from the free cities. Therefore, I think 40,000 dragons would be fair. Jon's words made Xhobo frown, realizing that he would have to negotiate harder to get a lower price. Thoughtfully, he brought a hand to his chin and, after a few moments, made a counteroffer. No, that is excessive. They may be good products, but they will not sell quickly in this place. Therefore, considering my losses, I offer you 33,000 gold dragons. Jon frowned upon hearing that figure. He was tempted to use his magic to gain more profit, but he remembered that it would not be honorable. Although he did not place as much emphasis on honor as his father, Eddard had taught him the importance of keeping it, not only as a soldier but also as a merchant and craftsman. While reflecting, he saw some boxes with very rare fruits, something he had never seen before. Using his keen sense of smell, he detected a sweet aroma, almost like honey, indicating that the fruits were fresh. Additionally, he also noticed that there were boxes with spices that were clearly uncommon in Westeros. This reminded him of a trade lesson Eddard had given him some time ago. Flashback. A torch illuminated the room where Jon was studying. The young bastard of Winterfell was sitting, reading a book about maritime and land trade, with his eyes fixed on the words as he tried to absorb everything he could, as the profession of a merchant could be an option in his future. Goods fetch a higher price if sold in a place farther from their production area. What does this mean? Jon asked aloud, not expecting an answer, as he thought he was alone. That the farther you sell the product from where you bought it, the more likely you are to achieve a greater profit than if you sell it in a nearby place, where the supply of that good is more common, replied Eddard, who was behind him. Ah! Jon screamed, jumping from his seat and dropping the book. He was startled to hear Eddard's voice. After taking several breaths, he turned to his master and shouted. Don't do that again, you almost killed me. Eddard let out an amused laugh at his apprentice's reaction. After a few seconds, he stopped laughing, picked up the book that had fallen to the floor, and, seeing what Jon was reading, decided to give him an important piece of advice for the future, in case he ever decided to go into trade. John, while getting the best price is a well-known way to generate profits in an exchange, there are also purchase and sale agreements. Purchase and sale agreements. Yes, purchase and sale agreements. To explain it simply, if you don't get the price you want, you can reach an agreement with your buyer or the person selling to you, in which you could get merchandise at a lower price or some additional benefit, such as discounts on transportation, among others. It may sound almost useless, but believe me, sometimes one of those agreements can be the best business deal of your life. So, whenever you can, try to use that tactic in your exchanges. I see, John said thoughtfully, then frowned when Edzard playfully ruffled his hair. End flashback. Remembering that type of agreement, John decided to make a new offer, hoping it would allow him to make a good profit. You offered me 30,000 gold dragons, right? John asked, earning a nod from the merchant, who smiled, thinking the young man would accept that deal. Then, I make a counter-offer. How about I accept the 30,000, but on the condition that you sell me the merchandise in the right corner of your warehouse at a 20% discount. John's offer took the merchant by surprise, who didn't know what to say. In reality, John's merchandise could easily sell for about 50,000 gold dragons, and X-Hobo had been planning to take advantage of the young man's inexperience to get a large number of products at a low price. However, it seemed that John was not as inexperienced as he had assumed. After thinking for a few moments, the merchant calculated the possible losses he could suffer by selling the spices at a lower price. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that he wouldn't lose, as the sale of John's merchandise could easily cover those losses, leaving him with a good profit margin. So, seeing this, X-Hobo decided to accept the offer. Sounds good to me. X-Hobo replied, extending his hand to John, who shook it. The deal was symbolically sealed with a handshake, after which they both headed to the merchant's yard to formalize the agreement with a document. John was walking through the city streets, his steps slow as he had no hurry to return to the ship. This was because he had already managed to sell what was left of the merchandise they had loaded onto the ship in the Free Cities, and he had also secured a good deal to sell spices native to these islands. The new merchandise consisted of cinnamon, cloves, ginger, among others. In the end, the amount of money John was investing in these spices was all the money raised from the sale of his merchandise, along with some of his own savings. If the sale goes well, in the end, we will get an obscene amount of gold for the entire cargo of spices. The best thing would be to sell it in Westeros, as there is a good market for it there. Now, about the fresh fruits that have been bought, the best thing would be to sell them somewhere where they are scarce. So, I'll ask Sam if he knows of any place like that to sell them fresh, otherwise, the best thing will be to dehydrate them to sell as provisions for the soldiers of the mercenary companies. John thought as he turned a corner. When he turned onto the street, he was surprised to see Daenerys appearing from the other end of the street he had entered. Seeing her, John felt concerned, as she was not alone. Besides Ghost, there was someone else. Who is that woman? John thought as he saw the woman walking with Daenerys. The woman was obviously a local, but with a peculiar way of dressing. Unfortunately, he couldn't think more about it, as Daenerys noticed his presence, so, turning her face, she saw the woman and, taking her by the hand, began to walk quickly towards him. John! I finally found you! Daenerys shouted when she reached John's side. Dany, what's wrong? Why are you so upset and why is this woman with you? John asked, squinting at the woman. There's something I need to tell you, but we can't talk here. So, let's go somewhere more discreet. John looked at Daenerys and although he didn't feel comfortable with the woman who was with her, he decided not to do or say anything. So, signaling for them to follow him, he began to walk towards an alley he had seen when walking to this street. The small group of 3 humans and a wolf walked through the streets, drawing some attention from the population, but no one bothered them. After walking for a few minutes, they finally reached the alley John had seen before. Entering the alley, they sat on some boxes that were there. So, what's going on? John asked, looking at Daenerys and then at the woman, while extending his hand and petting his direwolf, who had sat next to him. John, it seems there are strange things happening on this island. Daenerys responded frankly. Strange things? What do you mean? John asked skeptically, as he hadn't felt or heard anything strange in the streets. I'm afraid this city is being haunted by a great evil, good sir. The woman responded, who knew John was a knight thanks to Daenerys mentioning his titles. John raised an eyebrow in confusion, as he didn't expect anyone to know he was a knight. However, he was also curious to know what great evil was haunting these lands. You speak of a great evil, but you don't mention what it is. Excuse me, but what is your name? My name is Jaisala Doror, and I am a priestess of the summer gods. Jaisala introduced herself courteously. I see, it's a pleasure to meet you. John greeted kindly, then returned to the matter at hand. Lady Jaisala, you mention a great evil, but you don't explain what kind of evil it is. That is the problem, Sir John. Jaisala said frankly while clasping her hands and squeezing them gently. We don't know what kind of evil it is specifically, but we do know that our gods consider it strange and very dangerous for our land. Jaisala's response made John feel confused, not because of the gods, but because a great evil was mentioned that was dangerous for this land. This began to make John think about what kind of evil it could be. For the gods, who usually don't interfere much in mortal affairs, to be a bit more active than usual, it only indicates that whatever is happening here is something very, very bad. The way John spoke caused surprise in Daenerys and Jaisala, who didn't understand why he spoke as if the gods were tangible and real beings. JJ John, why do you speak as if the gods were real? Daenerys asked curiously. Huh? John responded, coming out of his thoughts. Looking at both women, he saw they were surprised that he knew about the existence of the gods. Feeling he should answer them correctly, he began to speak. Of course, the gods are real. Some may be cruel idiots who want their enemies drowned or burned, but the truth is they are all grey and neither good nor bad. They may not have much presence in current eras, but some of their gifts stay in the world. Unfortunately, the scarcity of magic currently in the world is the main reason why these gifts are so scarce in number of users and so weak compared to how they were in the past. I learned of their existence in my training, as my master managed to feel them and I believe he even saw them. Why your master saw the gods? Jaisala asked in surprise, but fortunately, she didn't shout, as she realized that doing so would attract the attention of people walking on the street adjacent to the alley where they were. Yes, or at least I think so. The truth is he always seemed to know more than he let on, but since he died a long time ago, I couldn't know everything he knew. I see. Jaisala said with a touch of disappointment, as she hoped to know more. Well, let's stop talking about the gods and tell me what's going on. Daenerys looked at Jaisala, and after a few seconds, the island native began to tell John what was happening. With each word John heard from the woman's mouth, he began to understand better what was going on. It seemed that a kind of civil war was about to break out, as that merchant was gathering soldiers somewhere in the nearby mountains, or at least that was what the reports from the few spies who managed to see what the merchant was doing indicated. While that wasn't particularly impressive, the mention that this merchant had become like this thanks to an object he obtained from a pirate ship from the Basilisk Isles caused curiosity and confusion in John. What did that object look like? John asked with concern, as he sensed that the object was a powerful artifact. I didn't see it much, but from what I remember, it was a kind of sphere made of some sort of red crystal, which was polished and allowed you to see that beneath the first layer there were some strange inscriptions. The priestess's response caused Daenerys and Jon's faces to turn pale, as they both knew what object she was talking about. Jon, that object won't be, Daenerys said cryptically, using High Valyrian to communicate her suspicion to Jon. Yes, I think it's one of the seal stones. Jon said, also in High Valyrian. After those words, the bastard son of Eddard Stark stood up from the box he was sitting on and, looking at the sky, took a deep breath. After that, he looked at the priestess and spoke again, this time in the common tongue. I will help you solve this problem, but you will have to give me all the information I need for this. Jon's response made the woman smile, a smile full of hope. So, standing up, Jaisala asked him a firm and clear question. What do you need? Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And Chapter 18 is out, XD. Now, the group has arrived at the Summer Isles, where they are lucky enough to come across one of the stones they are looking for. Also, if you don't understand the gods, the truth is that I had been thinking about how to approach it, since in the books the gods often grant gifts to some of their followers, except for the 7XD, but only sparsely. So, I've decided to have them be a bit more active, but we won't see their full activity until several chapters later. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 19. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 19. Summer Isles 297 AC. The night sky was covered by thick clouds, blocking any trace of light and making the night the perfect time for an ambush or an assassination attempt. In one of the mountains near the city of Tall Trees Town, there was an underground fortress where a man named Koroks-Ha lived. Koroks-Ha was a man of the Summer Isles through and through. His skin was as dark as ebony, his eyes almond-shaped, and his hair as black as jet, curly at the ends. Or at least, that had been his appearance once. Now, every time he looked in the mirrors, he saw a different man. His skin, pale as milk, and his left eye, once normal, was now deep red, while his sclera had acquired a tone as black as the sky that surrounded him that night. But those were not the only changes. He had also undergone a psychological transformation. He had gone from being an honorable merchant to becoming someone who, if his old self saw him, would probably not recognize. It all began the day he was returning from the legendary Ass High. That day, his ship was attacked by a pirate ship from the Basilisk Isles. The assault was repelled, and the pirates were annihilated by the armed forces with the Golden Heart bowsmen carried. When they boarded the enemy ship and took the loot, that was where he saw the gem. That bright and polished jewel that put any ruby he had ever seen to shame. When he touched it, he felt it, the voices whispered, not in his mind, but in his heart. That melodious voice could only be that of a god. The whispers revealed the truth to him. He was not destined to be a mere merchant, but to rule over all the islands of the Summer Sea. Armed with those whispers, he returned home and presented the stone to the priests, hoping that everyone would hear the voice of the god granting him a divine right to rule. However, those fools paid no heed, labeling the gem as evil, something that threatened their people, and without a second thought, ordered him to destroy it. But he did not obey. That very night, the voice commanded him to make the greatest sacrifice to obtain his throne. So, in the darkness of a night without moon or stars, he slit the throats of all his relatives, one by one. He made no distinction between the elderly, adults, children, men, or women, all were killed while they slept. After that act, he fled the city, taking with him the hearts of his victims. Upon reaching this place, he ventured deep into a cave, where he drew a seal following the instructions of the voices. When he finished, he crushed the hearts and poured the blood over the seal, in the center of which he had placed the gem. The gem briefly glowed before shrinking to a smaller size, like a fist. Then, it moved at incredible speed until it embedded itself in his chest, where his heart should have been. It was at that moment that he ceased to be who he was, transforming into what he is now, an avatar of a god. With the power granted by the gem, he raised several slaves and built this fortress. The fortress was almost impregnable. Its only entrance was small and guarded by two beings he had created himself with the divine power he had. All my loyal warriors have been created by the power of a god. So, there is no disloyalty from them. Koroks-Ha thought as he sat on his stone-carved throne, which was connected to the cave itself. It's only a matter of time before my troops are ready. When that happens, first this city, then the whole island, and finally all the islands of the Summer Isles will be mine. John's steps were calm and soft, as were those of his friends, who walked a few steps behind him. The reason they could move silently was thanks to the enchantment on their armor. These were reinforced leather, designed to be as stealthy as possible during this mission. Therefore, the armor they wore was black leather, with the characteristic style of a Skyrim faction. They were replicas of the Thieves' Guild armor. Additionally, for this mission, they carried different weapons than they usually used. Long swords and shields had been left behind, replaced by short swords, daggers, and bows with arrows. Let's move quickly, I don't want the rain to catch us outside that damn cave, whispered Gren, adjusting the hood of his armor. Yes, I don't want to fight soaked. Also, if the bowstrings get wet, it will be problematic for us, added Ed, looking at the sky, which was covered by dark clouds, a sign of the impending rain. John saw his friends and remembered how they got into this situation. Flashback. The crew of the Starwolf was gathered in a room of a tavern, guarded by Ghost, who watched outside the door to deter anyone who dared to spy on them. So, you're going to an underground fortress to kill someone who seems to have one of those crazy stones we're looking for? PYP asked, looking at John. Yes, I'm going to kill an idiot and recover that stone. If it really is one of those stones, it would be something very, very good. With that, we wouldn't have to go to the Isle of Toads in the Basilisk Isles. That's a relief. I don't want to go to an island full of pirates, commented Sam. Yes, although the stepstones used to have pirates, now that they are almost empty, we have a clear path. Something that wouldn't be possible with the pirates who used to invade those islands. So, if we manage to avoid going there, we only have a few places left before the final madness, right? Gren's words were met with nods from the others, who looked at John. So, what's the plan? Sam asked, looking him in the eyes. Plan? John responded. Yes, a plan. I suppose we need one to infiltrate that fortress. There is no infiltration. I'll go alone, you stay here. Oh, no. We're coming too, said Gren, looking him in the eyes, while his friends nodded, as they also wanted to join the fight. Yes, John. We're not going to let you go alone, added PYP, smiling. Exactly, if you die, we're screwed because no one knows how to navigate that ship. Ed's words made everyone look at him. That wasn't necessary, Ed, said Gren and PYP in unison. But it's the truth. If John dies, we're stuck on this island. Well, that's true, but you didn't have to say it like that. You changed the mood. It was starting to feel like an epic scene of loyal friends who don't want their group leader to die. Now, we seem like opportunists. John watched the exchange between Gren, PYP, and Ed with a smile on his face. He stood up, looked at his friends, and, reaching into his bag, pulled out the device Edzard had used years ago to show him the map of Westeros. Well, since you're willing to come, shall we begin? End flashback. The plan was simple: infiltrate as stealthily as possible, eliminate all enemies we encountered until we reached the leader, and then kill him to recover that seal stone. John thought as they approached the fortress. The group of 5, since Daenerys had stayed with Ghost at the inn, continued walking along the mountain paths. They had been walking for several hours, reaching the entrance of the fortress almost at the hour of the wolf. The hour of the wolf. Seems like a good time to attack a fortress, said Gren, as he and the others drew their bows and knocked arrows. Yes, the hour makes us harder to spot, said John, squinting to see the sentries. The night vision spell allowed him to see that there were 2 guards outside the cave. The cave entrance was between 2 mountain outcrops, with a simple double wooden door. It looks like there are only 2 guards there, said John, as he began to aim at them. They're wearing steel armor with gauntlets and greaves, but it seems they're not wearing chainmail under the plate. John's words made the other 4 roll their eyes. John, only you would wear chainmail under plate armor, commented Ed. Yes, the rest of us mortals don't wear so much stuff. The weight wouldn't let us move well. John's eyes blinked, and then he remembered that it was true, he was the only one in his group with super strength, while his friends had the strength of normal humans. Remembering this, John smiled awkwardly and then signaled. The group continued advancing silently. When they were a few meters from leaving the cover provided by the darkness of the night and some nearby trees, John signaled again. Everyone stopped and began to line up in a single file. We don't know if they are human or a magical construct, John pointed out, as he knocked an arrow in his bow. That's why every shot is crucial. If we leave one alive, they'll raise the alarm, and we'll be more surrounded than a piece of bread in Flea Bottom. John's phrase caused concern among his friends, who, having seen the slums of King's Landing, knew what would happen in such a place. Just imagining something similar sent a shiver down their spines. Don't pressure us, John, said PYP with some difficulty. Yes, John. If you make us nervous, it's obvious we'll miss the shots, added Gren, as he drew an arrow from his quiver. I always imagined dying in many ways, but being eaten was second on my list, commented Ed, already aiming with his bow. John looked at them, smiling to see that none of them hesitated to aim. Even Samuel, though nervous, kept his arrow in shooting position with surprising skill. John sighed, looked ahead again, and also aimed. His hands moved, seeking the right moment and position to shoot, as holding the bowstring for so long was exhausting. I don't understand why some commanders usually say, archers, load, aim, and then fire. The seconds lost in those little moments are exhausting for the archers. The best thing, when it's not a large-scale stealth attack, is simply to order, fire at will. That way, the archers themselves will take the initiative, and since not everyone reloads at the same speed, it will allow the arrows to fall continuously. John thought for a few seconds before whispering an order. Fire at will. The moment the order left John's lips, the four friends simultaneously released their bowstrings. The arrows flew through the night sky, quickly covering the distance between them and the two guards. The four arrows hit their targets but in different places. Gren's arrow hit one guard's neck, PYP's hit his mouth, while Ed struck the shoulder of the other enemy. Sam's arrow hit the last guard's armor, causing him to stagger but not fall dead at once. Just as he was about to raise the alarm, a fifth arrow, John's, pierced his throat, silencing him. Additionally, the force of the arrow pinned the enemy to one of the wooden beams at the entrance of the underground fortress. What happened, Sam? Why did you miss your shot? Whispered PYP with concern. I. Whatever the son of House Tarly was going to say was interrupted when John gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. Relax, Sam. John said as he saw his friend's hand. There's no such thing as an infallible archer. Even a veteran archer can miss sometimes. John's words made Sam feel better, so he smiled as he got up to walk to the entrance with the others. Upon arrival, John knelt and, removing the helmets from the two corpses, saw something that caused him disgust. Under the helmets, the bodies were not of recently deceased people but of corpses in an advanced state of decomposition, although with some parts still in relatively good condition. John, what the hell is this? Asked Gren, who, upon approaching, could smell the stench emanating from the corpses. It seems they are undead, but there's something strange about them. Although they are in a fairly advanced state of decomposition, their main tendons and muscles are still in good condition, allowing them to move and have some agility. Additionally, their eyes are in excellent condition, enabling them to see almost like a living human. If this is true, then it's possible that the rest of their senses still function normally. John's response made it clear what was happening, and everyone understood instantly. They spoke in unison, saying a word that summarized the situation: necromancy. Yes, in a way. John added as he saw the weaponry the corpses carried. They seem well armed. Yes, it shows, said Sam, who crouched to take the sword from one of the dead. Although he had never been very interested in the art of war, he knew that the lords of Westeros valued maestas with military knowledge, so he had attended some lectures on the subject. That was how he learned to differentiate the quality of weapons. These are excellent quality steel weapons, almost as if forged in a castle. This is strange. How did he get these weapons? Asked Gren, looking at his friends. According to the priestess, no one in the city trades with that merchant since he fled after killing his entire family. Yes, but he was a merchant, so maybe he got a contact outside this island to get these weapons. Sam quickly responded. Sam is right, that explains the weapons. He might have made a deal with someone to get them. So, once we finish here, we'll have to investigate a bit more to see if there's anyone else involved, as that person could also be under the influence of the stone. John said, determined to conduct a quick investigation when everything was over. After that, the group began to strip the corpses of their weapons and armor to store them in their magical bags. Later, they would divide the loot. While John and the rest ventured into the enemy fortress, deep within it, Koroks Ha, the former merchant, was sitting on his throne. Suddenly, he felt that something had happened to his servants. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but he had lost connection with two of them, the ones stationed at the entrance. Realizing that something strange was happening in his fortress, he stood up from his chair and, looking at his other servants, moved a hand. Instantly, they began to approach him. When they were all in front of his throne, he stood up, looked at them, and gave an order. It seems there are intruders. Find them and eliminate them. Koroks-Ha's voice had a mix of authority and fury, as he finally understood what was happening. The intruders had been careless and left the corpses intact, allowing him to send a bit of his power to them to see their last moments. This revealed to him how the two guards had died at the hands of arrows. The scene puzzled him, as his servants were supposed to be stronger than a normal human, but it seemed that wasn't entirely true, as they had been easily killed by a surprise attack. The undead in the room quickly growled in response to their master's orders and began to leave, leaving Koroks-Ha alone to think about what to do in case his servants failed. I spent a year gathering all the strength I possess. I will not allow anyone to destroy the power that will lead me to my destiny. Koroks-Ha growled as he sat back on his throne, hoping his servants would eliminate the intruders. The fools who dared to enter my domain are mere humans. They pose no threat to the avatar of a god. Jon's sword pierced the throat of an undead, ironically causing it to die again. The body fell abruptly, making some echo, although the sound went unnoticed by its undead companions, as several battles were raging around them. In fact, around Jon, his friends were fighting other undead. Gren was skillfully dodging, or at least that's what he would call skillful, the attacks of the undead he was facing. It wore chainmail armor with some plate pieces and wielded a slightly curved sword and a round shield. The undead swung its sword from side to side, trying to kill the young man, but, to its bad luck, it couldn't, as Gren defended himself perfectly, using his own sword to deflect and block the blows. Gren's forehead was marked by a frown, as he maintained his concentration to the maximum. He didn't want a mistake to cost him his life. He did his best to stay firm for a few seconds until the undead launched a vertical slash, which Gren dodged by stepping sideways. In doing so, he saw that the undead's shield was in a bad position, giving him the perfect opportunity. Taking advantage of that gap, the young warrior quickly moved his sword and cut at an unprotected point in his enemy's armor. If the undead weren't a creature raised by necromancy, it would probably have died choking on its own blood, but that didn't happen. The undead fell to the ground without making another sound other than that of its body hitting the floor. Just as Gren's enemy's corpse touched the ground, the sounds of 3 other bodies falling echoed in the room. Gren and Jon looked to the side and saw how the undead fighting their other friends fell dead. All the undead had died similarly, beheaded, as they wore chainmail armor with some plate pieces, making it difficult to eliminate them with short swords. Uff. That was exhausting, commented PYP as he approached his friends, with a smile on his face. Yes, those things fight well, for being dead, said Ed, making a strange joke. Ed's bad joke made everyone look at him oddly, which ended up making him sigh. It was a bad joke, Ed, commented Gren, rolling his eyes. Yes, Ed, jokes aren't your thing, leave that to me. Yes, leave it to the experienced mime. Gren responded with a smile. Hey, shouted PYP, pretending to be offended and making a face while looking at Gren. The way the young man with big ears looked at Gren made everyone chuckle. All right, we've laughed enough. Now we need to get serious, said Jon, as he stopped laughing. Yes. We need to hurry, affirmed Sam as he began to follow Jon, who had already started walking through the fortress tunnels. The group of 5 friends walked with firm but careful steps, as they had to tread cautiously. This was because they had recently suffered a surprise attack by a trap. The trap had been triggered by a false tile, which fired forged iron darts. Fortunately, none of them were hit, as Jon reacted quickly, throwing the darts to the ground to prevent them from hitting. When the trap stopped functioning, they quickly got up and reached the room where they had fought the undead. We need to be careful. We don't want to. PYP's words were interrupted when Jon yanked him by the hood. Jon's action made PYP try to reprimand him, but his words died instantly when he saw a kind of battering ram hitting the wall where he had been standing. That was close, said Jon, as he released PYP. Yeah, responded the young man with big ears, still trying to process that he had almost died from a trap. They almost made you a fortress door, PYP, said Gren mockingly as he passed by his friend and gave him a pat on the shoulder to snap him out of it. After that, the rest of the group passed by PYP, who managed to recover a few seconds later and began to walk to catch up with his friends. The group continued their march, quickly eliminating every undead they met. They did this for a good while until they finally reached a room with a double door. "So, is this it?" asked Sam, looking at the door. John took a few steps, approached the door, and placed his hand on it, concentrating on sensing the magic in the environment, or at least trying to detect if there was any magic. When he closed his eyes, he felt a pulse of chaotic and nauseating magic emanating from the other side. The repulsion caused by that sensation was so intense that he had to fight to avoid vomiting. "John," his friend said softly, seeing him start to retch, though without actually vomiting. "It's behind this door," said John, taking several breaths to avoid being affected again by the unpleasant sensation caused by that aura. After a few moments, he felt well enough to continue. Then, he extended his left hand and conjured a red sphere. The spell he was using was called Detect Life, a spell that allowed him to perceive a person's life force. If there were living beings on the other side of the door, he would know. Although he didn't expect to find signs of life, he was surprised to see a red spot in the room, indicating the presence of a living being. Faced with this, John was tempted to open the door and launch an attack, but he remembered the undead they had recently defeated, so he decided to use another spell to check for any other enemies. Raising the same hand again, John used Detect Dead, which allowed him to see that there were several undead people in the room. "John," asked Ed, seeing his friend stop using magic. "There are more undead inside." John's words made his friends glance at each other for a few seconds until Sam asked, "John, how many are there?" "About 10, though there could be more." "I'm not sure, the room is bigger than we expected." "Really?" asked Gren, curious. "Yes, it's almost as big as the Great Hall of a small fortress." "I see, which means it's about 50 square meters," commented Sam, bringing his hand to his chin. After thinking for a moment, he realized something. "If the room is that big, we can use our regular weapons," interrupted and completed PYP, with a smile on his face. "Yes. That's the good thing, since our weapons are now enchanted, which makes us stronger," said Ed with a smile. John looked at his friends and nodded. It was true, with the enchanted weapons, the battles would be a bit easier. After that, the 5 young men unbuckled their weapons and, storing them in their bags, took out their regular ones, all enchanted with various spells. Along with their weapons, Gren, PYP, and Edison also took a shield each, as that was their fighting style. "All right, are you ready?" asked John while holding Gandravar in his right hand, leaving the other free to use his spells if necessary. The 4 friends of the Bastard of Winterfell nodded, showing they were ready for what was to come. Seeing his friend's affirmation, John took a few steps back and, after a quick breath, advanced towards the door. When he was about to reach it, he lifted his right foot and gave it a strong stomp. The door, which seemed to be made of oak, creaked as it tried to resist the impact. The hinges squealed for a few seconds before finally giving way under the pressure. The door broke into 5 pieces, which shot into the room, fortuitously killing 2 undead, who were impaled by the wood, pierced through the abdomen. "Move quickly and keep an eye on yourselves," John shouted to his friends as he began to run towards his enemy, who was sitting on a throne seeing what had happened without much surprise. Staying, Sam and Ed nodded and, without a second thought, launched themselves at the remaining undead, leaving the path clear for John to face the one sitting on the throne. Seeing his friends start the fight, John wasted no time and ran towards the throne. He quickly approached the man sitting there, a being he knew was named Koroks-Ha. But when he was about 10 meters away, he was forced to jump back, as the islander quickly moved his right hand, and from it appeared a burst of magicka that began to freeze the ground at great speed. "Ice magic," John thought as he landed and adopted a stance that allowed him to easily switch from defense to attack. "Ice magic that freezes everything so quickly. Yes, it must be powered by some ability or, rather, by that stone that enhances his powers." These thoughts were the result of a quick analysis of the situation, which he could understand somewhat thanks to seeing the gem he was looking for in his enemy's chest. I never thought someone could dodge that attack so easily," said Koroks-Ha as he stood up from his throne. He began to walk towards John, moving his fingers somewhat nonchalantly while a bit of magicka appeared between them. "Tell me something, are you also chosen by the gods?" The question from the strange being in front of his eyes made John look at him with some curiosity, but after a few seconds of observation, he only gave a mocking smile. "Chosen by the gods? Pfft. Ha, ha, ha. Please, don't say nonsense. It's been centuries since the gods chose champions to do their will in the world." John's words resonated in Koroks-Ha's mind, causing him to fill with rage. "Bastard! How dare you say such blasphemies," shouted Koroks-Ha as the gem in his chest began to glow more intensely, forcing John to cover his eyes with one hand to reduce the light affecting them. TCH. This increases the power his body receives from the gem. John thought, seeing how the veins around the gem in Koroks-Ha's chest became more prominent, clearly visible. Additionally, several black lines began to appear, covering Koroks-Ha's body, forming a strange tattoo. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you for your blasphemies!" Koroks-Ha shouted as his hands filled with magicka, transforming into small icy winds. "Die!" After that scream, Koroks-Ha moved both hands and pointed them at John. A second later, a wave of blue energy surged from his hands, rapidly advancing towards John. The bastard of Eddard Stark saw the wave of icy energy heading towards him. The way it moved clearly showed it was an area attack, launched in a way that focused on him and cut off his exits, expanding its range with each meter it advanced. "Looks like I'll have to jump to dodge. Damn." John's first thoughts were interrupted when he saw what was happening with his enemy's attack. Before his eyes, dozens of ice spikes began to appear from the ground where the wave of magic had passed. Seeing this, John knew he had to act, for if he didn't, this attack would trap his friends. He knew they were in danger because he had seen them out of the corner of his eye, so, determined to protect them, he took his weapon with both hands and put magicka into it. A second later, the blade of his sword was enveloped in magical fire. Seeing his weapon ready, John took a deep breath and, without wasting time, ran towards the enemy's attack. Stopping abruptly when he was a few meters away from it, he saw how the attack approached. He swung his sword in a horizontal sweep, shattering several of the ice spikes. Fortunately, that movement stopped his enemy's attack. Without wasting time, he charged at high speed towards Koroks-Ha. Koroks-Ha, amidst his rage, saw how his attack had been stopped, something that shouldn't have happened. The shock made him not realize that John was dangerously approaching. When he finally reacted, he saw how John's weapon, still enveloped in fire, was approaching his body. The fear he felt at this caused the gem to briefly glow, covering his body with blue lightning. John's eyes widened as he saw Koroks-Ha transform into a kind of lightning, moving rapidly to one side until he reached the other end of the room. A second later, John felt a sharp pain in his back, as Koroks-Ha had moved from the wall to him almost instantly, hitting him in the back and launching him several meters backward. "Damn, that hurts," John thought as he stopped, grimacing in pain. The place where he had been hit caused a sharp pain. That bastard used living lightning, a second-era magic spell that turns you into lightning to dodge and attack. Although it's useful, for your damn luck, Edzard knows spells from the second, third, and fourth eras. And he taught me several of them. After that thought, John maneuvered in the air and landed on his feet, though not gracefully. He stumbled a couple of times before stabilizing. Once balanced, he charged a large amount of magicka into his hand. When he felt ready, he aimed at Koroks-Ha. Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded, and a lightning bolt shot from the Dovahkian apprentice's hand, traveling straight towards his enemy. Koroks-Ha's eyes widened in horror as he saw the attack approaching, but confident in his power, he decided to use the same spell as before. Thus, he managed to dodge John's lightning bolt, which hit the wall, creating a small crater the size of a head. Koroks-Ha was now on the other side of the room and sighed in relief, believing he had narrowly escaped. However, to his surprise and horror, John appeared in front of him and, with a quick movement, tried to kill him. When John's sword was about to strike, the gem in Koroks-Ha's chest glowed again, and suddenly, a ghostly sword appeared in his hand. A tingling sensation ran down Koroks-Ha's back, and in a second, he managed to move the sword to block John's attack. Clank! The dry sound of two weapons clashing echoed throughout the room, causing John's friends, who were still fighting the undead, to turn at the noise. What they saw left them astonished. John was struggling against Koroks Ha, who seemed capable of matching John's superhuman strength. The image worried the group, as they knew well the power of their friend. They knew he wasn't weak. No, John was strong enough to dent plate armor with ease using only his fists. Despite the concern, they trusted him, so they refocused on their own fight. They knew that if they didn't, they would die from some attack. Meanwhile, John and Koroks Ha continued fighting. John, though surprised, remained calm thanks to the training he had received from Edzard, which had prepared him to stay focused in combat, without distractions. "You're stronger than you look," said John, putting more strength into his attack. Koroks Ha responded with a grunt and used his spell again. This time, he used his lightning form to hit John in the chest, launching him several meters backward until he fell to the ground, disoriented. That really hurt." John groaned between gasps. The blow had knocked the wind out of him. As he got up, a smile appeared on his face. He felt the wolf blood beginning to course through his veins with force. It had been a while since he had been hit like that. He hadn't received an impact like that since his training days with Edzard. He felt the thrill of battle again, that sensation that if he wasn't careful, he could die. Taking his weapon with both hands, he prepared to fight with even more skills than before. Breathing deeply, John quickly launched himself at his enemy, determined to finish him off once and for all. As he ran, John had to roll on the ground to dodge a lightning ball that Koroks Ha threw at him. The ball hit the wall, creating a small explosion that charred part of the surface. After dodging the attack, John kept running but had to stop abruptly when Koroks Ha made several dark crystal fragments fall on him. Seeing the fragments approaching, John swung his great sword and began cutting each fragment he could, though he couldn't destroy them all. Some fragments were too fast and caused several cuts. His armor, made of hardened leather, wasn't strong enough to stop those attacks. Koroks Ha smiled with satisfaction upon seeing John's wounds, convinced that his enemy was about to fall. However, that smile soon faded as John threw an obsidian fragment at him. Koroks Ha, believing the attack was slow and easy to dodge, moved to his right. But he didn't realize that the movement had been planned by John. At the same moment Koroks Ha moved, John cast another spell, Unstoppable Grasp. A chain of fire appeared and trapped Koroks Ha. "Arg!" screamed Koroks Ha, feeling unbearable pain as the lava chains touched his skin. Seeing his enemy trapped, John pulled the chain forcefully, dragging Koroks Ha towards him. The native of the Summer Isles tried to use his lightning form to escape, but something prevented him from turning into lightning again. John, seeing the opportunity to end the fight once and for all, decided not to waste any more time. Stepping forward, he raised his great sword Gandravar and positioned it as if it were the tip of a spear. The weapon began to transform, magicka flowing through it. Gandravar became thinner until it looked like a real spear. A second later, the weapon glowed with a golden light, giving it its final shape. When the spear finished its metamorphosis, John saw that his enemy was at the perfect distance for what he was about to do. Moving the spear at great speed, he began to make quick thrusts with it, which had been forged using the Edric Spear spell, a spell from the School of Restoration. "Ah!" Koroks Ha screamed with each thrust John delivered. The spear moved at great speed, piercing Koroks Ha's flesh, creating deep and vicious wounds that began to ooze large amounts of blood. However, the blood was not red but black, exhaling a putrid aroma similar to that of rotting fish. Although the stench was unbearable, it didn't stop John, who continued attacking ferociously. When his assault ceased, Koroks Ha's body fell to the ground with a thud. John observed Koroks Ha's corpse and noticed it beginning to heal. The wounds started to emit small amounts of smoke. Seeing this, he frowned, knowing he had to end it to prevent the enemy from rising and continuing the fight, a battle he had already won. He approached, placing a foot on his enemy's abdomen, crouched down, and with his left hand, took the stone embedded in Koroks Ha's chest, beginning to try to extract it. Koroks Ha let out a powerful scream when John began to pull the stone. The pain that invaded him was atrocious, an indescribable torment. Desperate, the native of the Summer Isles moved his wounded limbs and tried in vain to stop John, grabbing his arm with both hands. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop him. John, determined to finish this, kept pulling the stone forcefully. Seeing that the resistance was greater than expected, he redoubled his efforts. With a strong pull, the base of Korok's sternum broke under the pressure of his foot and the force applied with his arm. Ag! Come out already! John shouted furiously, applying even more force. Plop! The gem embedded in Korok's chest came out with a loud plop, leaving a large void in the torso of its former host. At the same moment, Korok's ceased his movement, lying motionless on the ground, his eyes slowly dimming. As his body faded, Korok's features returned to their original form, revealing that his alteration had been the result of the gem embedded in his chest. With the gem in his hand, John saw it closely, but couldn't do so for long, as he was interrupted. "It seems it's over," said Gren, arriving with the rest of his friends. "Yes. What happened to the undead?" John asked as he stood up. "They disappeared the moment that idiot died," responded PYP. "I see," said John, looking at his friends. "He seemed as strong as we thought, considering the good hit he gave you," commented Gren, observing Korok's body. "You're wrong, Gren," John replied, drawing his friend's attention. "What do you mean, John?" asked Ed, curious. "Was he stronger than you?" Ed's question made everyone else look at John expectantly. "That's right," John responded quickly and firmly. But we saw you kill him," pointed out Sam, with some fear in his voice. "Yes, but that was because he didn't have the training I possess," John commented, fixing his gaze on the corpse in front of him. "If he had had the gem for a couple of years, he could have become a much more powerful being, one I wouldn't have been able to defeat without the help of specially enchanted armor for battle. So, he was really strong." "That's unexpected," murmured Ed, letting out a sigh. "Do you think the other stones can parasitize other humans?" "I don't know, but it's possible," John responded thoughtfully. "That means we have to be very careful with these things, right?" asked Sam. "Yes. We can't let our guard down," John responded, looking at his friends. A second later, he added, "It seems the mission has gotten much worse." "Yes, it seems so," they said in unison, with worried faces. Seeing his friends' expressions, John decided to change the subject and began talking about what they might find inside the fortress. His words seemed to lift their spirits, as they smiled and, jokingly, began to search for valuable objects in the room. After a few minutes, the group found a great treasure. "This guy sure had good stuff," said PYP with a smile, as he stored his share of the loot in his enchanted bag. "You said it. With everything we've collected, we could build ourselves a small palace in the Free Cities and live in luxury for a couple of years," pointed out Gren, smiling as he looked at John, who was putting a large amount of gold and jewels into a separate bag. "Is that the princess's share?" "Yes," John responded, storing the bag in his enchanted bag. John's action made his friend smile and, at the same time, feel great respect for him. Since Daenerys had joined the group, John always made sure she received a share of the profits. Although they admired this gesture, it didn't stop them from having fun at his expense. However, just as PYP was about to make a joke insinuating that John did this because he was in love with Daenerys, the fortress began to shake. What the hell?" shouted PYP, terrified as everything started to shake. "It looks like this place is going to collapse," shouted Sam, looking at his friends. "Something told me this fortress wasn't normal," said John as he took the gem, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and tied it to his back like an improvised backpack. "What do you mean?" asked Gren, panic in his voice. "This place was held together by the gem's magic. Now that it's inactive, the place will collapse," John responded, looking at the ceiling. When he saw some dirt falling, he turned to his friends and shouted, "Run!" As the night began to give way to dawn, 3 individuals were in a room at an inn. 2 of them were human, while the third was a wolf. The 2 humans were Daenerys and Jaisala, who were visibly upset and worried about what was happening. Jaisala feared that John and his group might not defeat Korok's, which would put her people in grave danger, as an angry and vengeful merchant would soon attack them. On the other hand, Daenerys's concern was different. She feared for her friends who had gone alone to an enemy fortress. While they were in this state, Ghost cryptically saw the humans in front of him, not understanding what was happening. Seeing that his companion was fine, he decided to lie down and rest without worries, as he fully trusted Jon's abilities. "Princess," said Jaceler, catching Daenerys's attention. "Do you think they will succeed?" The priestess's question made Daenerys stop abruptly, as she had been pacing the room while thinking about her friends. As she tried to respond, a playful smile appeared on her face as she placed a hand on her hip. "Succeed? Ha, they can do it. Especially if they have Jon." The way Daenerys spoke about her friends renewed Jaceler's confidence in the group. She stood up and was about to say something but stopped abruptly when she saw the direwolf get up and look towards the door. This caused concern in both women, prompting Daenerys to take her family's sword and unsheath it. Pointing the sword at the door, Daenerys prepared for whatever might come. However, when the door opened, she sighed in relief upon seeing Jon and the rest of the group, who entered covered in dirt and dust, much more than one would expect from a long journey. "Guys, what happened? Why are you so dirty?" Daenerys asked as she saw them enter and take seats. "We managed to take down Corrox Ha," Jon replied as he approached the table, took a jug and several glasses, and filled them with the contents of the jug. The smooth red wine of the Summer Isles. After filling the glasses, he distributed them among everyone. When he reached Jaceler, she took the glass with one hand and, with the other, grabbed Jon's left wrist. That action surprised everyone, especially Jon, who looked at the woman with curiosity. "Is it true? Did you really kill him?" Jaceler asked, her tone brimming with hope. Jon knew that sometimes a picture was worth 1,000 words, so he reached into the improvised backpack he had made and placed it at the priestess's feet. He unrolled the cloth and showed her the gem that had been embedded in Corrox Ha's chest. The priestess trembled slightly upon seeing the gem, then put on a look full of hatred and disgust. She stood up from her chair and kicked the gem, but instantly crouched down, clutching her foot with a grimace of pain. She had hurt herself a bit by kicking the stone. "Are you okay?" Gren asked, approaching to help her back to her chair. "Yes, it was just a small bump," Jaceler replied, accepting Gren's help. "That didn't seem like a small bump," joked PYP as he watched Sam approach to examine her foot. "How did he die?" Jaceler asked, looking at Jon again. Jon sighed and began to recount everything that had happened, though avoiding mentioning certain details. "In the end, when I removed the gem from his chest, the fortress collapsed, so we had to get out of there in a hurry," Jon said, concluding his story. "That prevented us from collecting all the weapons that the troops of that guy were equipped with. Fortunately, we managed to get one, which has the blacksmith's mark." "I see, that's good. It will take us some time, but I'm sure with that weapon we can find out who was selling him the weapons," Jaceler said, standing up again and approaching Jon. When she was a few meters away from him, she made a small bow and, smiling, spoke, "Thank you very much for helping us. We will never forget your kindness. You don't have to worry about rewards. The only thing I would like is to keep this gem and take it where it belongs," Jon said, catching the woman's attention. "Do you know where that abomination comes from?" Jaceler asked, looking at Jon with interest. "Just a little. The truth is, I don't know how they were made. All I know is that they must be in a very, very dark place, one of the most dangerous places in the world," Jon replied, lying blatantly while keeping his gaze fixed on the priestess. "A long time ago, I swore to take these stones to their final resting place. That's why I started traveling, to find them and then take them there." Jon's words made the priestess look at him for a few seconds, trying to discern if he was speaking sincerely. Finally, she nodded, seeing nothing wrong with Jon's request. The last apprentice of the Dovahki Inn stored the gem in the improvised backpack. Then, he called one of the inn's employees and asked for food and more wine, as they had to celebrate that the island was safe. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And this chapter is done XD. With this chapter, We have reached the end of our journey through the Summer Isles. In the next chapter, it is possible that we will return to Westeros for a while. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 20. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 20. Summer C 297 AC. The gentle waves of the sea tenderly rocked the Starwolf, which sailed southeast, or at least that should have been its goal. However, they were heading northwest. This unexpected change of course was due to a final request from the priestess they had met on the island of Tall Trees Town. I still don't understand how I agreed to this. Jon thought irritably as he watched the sea in front of him. Seeing the reflection of the ship's hull in the waters, a poorly concealed look of nostalgia appeared on his face, as he felt strange knowing he was voluntarily heading towards his mother's homeland. Although that's somewhat far from the truth. While it's true that I'm heading to Dorne, I'm not going to Starfall, but to Sunspear. The reason they were heading to that place was simple: an acquaintance of Jaceler had recognized the blacksmith's mark on one of the weapons they had recovered from the underground fortress they had raided not long ago. According to the woman's words, that mark belonged to a blacksmith who lived in Sunspear and was known for making and selling simple but good quality weapons in large quantities. Upon hearing this, Jaceler asked them for one last favor: to discover the identity of that man and let him know that he had lost his client in Tall Trees Town. As much as Jon wanted to refuse, the payment for this small mission had already been delivered. That woman was very clever, including the payment for this job along with the earlier help. It was a discreet way to hire our help. Jon thought, smiling slightly annoyed. I suppose if I set aside how absurd this mission is, it's interesting to see the capital of Dorne. Maybe, if I'm lucky, I could find someone who knew my mother, or even a member of House Dane. With this thought, the apprentice of the last Dothraki stood up from where he was leaning and, with moderate steps, headed towards the navigation room. He wanted to see how many miles they had left to reach Westeros. While Jon and the rest of the crew were busy with their tasks on the ship, in a secret room in the middle of the cargo hold, whose entrance could only be seen by the crew of the Starwolf, was Daenerys. The young Targaryen wore her usual clothes, though without the hardened leather corset, which made her white shirt look considerably loose. A descendant of one of the 40 families of the Freehold, Daenerys performed her daily task aboard the ship, keeping it clean and tidy. Well, actually, she only had to keep it tidy, as the Starwolf was enchanted to clean itself almost automatically. Thanks to this, she had plenty of free time to train with her sword and learn about Westeros with Samwell. However, although her body performed the assigned tasks, her mind was focused on another matter. Like the rest of the crew, she had received a gift from the priestess. Each crew member had received a bit of money and several items made of heartwood. However, they didn't just receive these gifts, they all also received a kind of prophecy about love. The prophecies were revealed in secret, and thinking about hers, Daenerys's mind began to travel to that particular moment. Flashback. Daenerys's eyes were fixed on Jaceler, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in front of a statue of a woman with several breasts. The room they were in was extremely luxurious, with the floor covered in polished marble and adorned with gold and precious stone inlays on all the pillars, forming figures of vines and other exotic plants. Incense filled the air, making Daenerys's nose tingle with the scent of forest fruits. While Daenerys awaited her prophecy, Jaceler was in communion with the goddess of love and fertility of her people, hoping to receive some whisper that would reveal the young princess's romantic destiny. As her mind sank into a trance, a gentle wind entered the chamber, causing the priestess to open her eyes, for she had heard the whispers of the goddess, who had revealed Daenerys's romantic future. Standing up, Jaceler walked towards her, and when she was in front of the princess, she gently took her hands. It seems I know what your romantic destiny will be. But before I tell you, I want to know something. Are you willing to know it, or do you prefer it to remain a secret? The way the priestess spoke caused concern in Daenerys, who didn't know how to respond immediately. However, gathering courage, she decided to ask, for she wanted to know what the future held for her. Although her romantic future wasn't something that mattered much to her at the moment, she wanted to know it to discern other aspects of her life, as, after all, love is often linked to other matters. Yes, I want to know. Daenerys responded seriously, without hesitation. I see. Jaehaerys sighed. Your destiny used to be clearer. You would love 3 people, ride 3 mounts, one for the bed, another for death, and one for love. You would light 3 fires, one for life, another for death, and another for love. However, the wings of a dragon have altered the currents of time. Your future is uncertain, but there is something fixed. You are in a room with purple walls, illuminated by tall candles that cast shadows on the walls. You are sitting on a simple ebony bench. Now, I perceive 3 futures. In the first, you are alone in the room, with the severe face of a queen, but your eyes reflect sadness and loneliness. In the second, I see you with a girl with silver hair and purple eyes. In this vision, your face shows happiness, although sometimes a shadow of sadness appears. Finally, the third shows that you are not alone. The girl is still by your side, but now there is a man with you. Daenerys, who had been listening attentively, understood a bit of what Jaehaerys meant with each of the prophecies. It seemed her future could take 3 paths, one where she would end up alone, another where she would have a daughter but without the girl's father, and a third where she would have a complete family. The idea of coming to love someone enough to form a family awakened Daenerys' curiosity about the man who would accompany her. So, looking at Jaehaerys, she asked about him. I'm afraid his face is not visible to me. Jaehaerys responded with some regret in her voice. I see. However, although I cannot see his face, I can tell you that he will be someone you trust completely. End flashback. Although I know I might marry someone for convenience or survival, if I were given a choice, I think I would choose Jon. Daenerys whispered, letting out a sigh. The idea of marrying Jon was something she hoped would come true, as, aside from his birth, a union with him would bring many long-term benefits, such as a possible alliance with the North that would weaken the usurper if she wanted to reclaim the Iron Throne. Moreover, Jon was already a force to be reckoned with. Although she had never seen him fight, she knew he was very strong. To what extent, she hoped to see one day. However, feeling that she was becoming too obsessed with her romantic future, Daenerys shook her head and refocused on her task. Continuing her work, she cleaned the room until her broom hit something. Looking at the object she had struck, the young woman was surprised to see that she had hit a shelf. This was not just any shelf but rather a display case that allowed its contents to be seen. The interior of the display case revealed 2 of the 5 seal stones Jon needed to go to Valyria. So, these are the famous seal stones. Daenerys said, leaving what she was doing and approaching the display case. When she stood before the stones, her eyes marveled at their beauty, as they looked like gems that had not been polished by human hands. The beauty of the stones was such that Daenerys unconsciously extended a hand to touch them. When her hand brushed one of the gems, she felt her mind fade away. When she opened her eyes again, she was surprised to find that she was no longer on the ship. Before her stretched a vast plain full of green grasses, extending as far as the eye could see. Seeing this landscape, Daenerys felt something strange, as if this place were her home. However, before taking a step, she heard a whispering voice. Descendant of the Conqueror, your once fixed destiny is now uncertain. When you reach the lands of the Green Sea, you will have to make a choice that will change the world. 3 harpies fly over the sky, whose shadow fills the world with chains, leaving children with cries that only a mother consoles. You will want to give your heart and love to a wolf, but his heart is very fragmented. At the end of the journey, only 3 options will remain for him: solitude and endless adventure, a fortress and a wife, or a crown and a large family. To achieve a good ending, you will not only have to pray to the gods but also tame the wolf. When the last of the words was spoken, Daenerys was enveloped by a great light that returned her to reality. Realizing she was in the room where the seal stones were, Daenerys blinked in confusion, not understanding what those words meant. However, she didn't have much time to reflect on them, as she soon heard footsteps approaching. Quickly, she withdrew her hand and took the broom, beginning to sweep the place gently. The door to the room opened, and Daenerys saw that the footsteps belonged to Jon, who looked at her, surprised, upon seeing her. Daenerys. I didn't expect to see you here, John said, with a touch of surprise in his voice. Hi, John. Daenerys greeted, trying to calm herself. She knew she had broken one of Jon's rules, not to touch the stones continuously, especially the second one, as they didn't know what might happen. What brings you here? The way she spoke made John raise an eyebrow, curious. He approached her, and when he was just a few centimeters away, he placed a hand on her shoulder. Daenerys's body reacted immediately, feeling an electric current run through her completely. That sensation left her bewildered, but to her bad luck, at that moment, her mind recalled one of the words she had heard a little earlier. Remembering that her heart would try to give itself to a wolf, she understood that she would try to form a relationship with John. Thinking about it, her heart began to beat faster, and her cheeks flushed. John, puzzled, observed how Daenerys's face blushed, which caused him concern. He approached even more and, placing his hand on her forehead, asked her a question. Daenerys, are you okay? John's words brought her back to reality. She looked at John and shook her head, speaking quickly. Don't worry. It's nothing, I just felt a little dizzy, that's all. John raised an eyebrow, clearly confused and concerned, and asked if she was sure. Yes, don't worry. It's nothing. Daenerys replied with a smile, trying to reassure him. If you say so. After those words, they both fell into a comfortable silence, which was broken by Daenerys. How long until we reach Sunspear? She asked, feeling a slight excitement about being in a new region of Westeros, one that had still been loyal to her family during Robert's rebellion. A couple of hours. What do you plan to do when we get there? John asked, seeing her with an analytical look. Although he had integrated her into his crew, he still distrusted her a bit, especially being in a place that had been loyal to the Targaryens until the end. I don't know, maybe walk around the city and buy some things. Daenerys replied simply, as that was what she really wanted to do. I see. How about I send Ghost with you for extra protection? Sure. Daenerys replied, smiling. Although she had initially been scared of the wolf, she now loved being with him. All right. I suppose it's best to leave you to your work so you can finish soon and freshen up and change before we arrive in Dawn. Okay. John nodded and then left, leaving Daenerys alone with her thoughts. Sunspear 297 AC. The relentless sun of dawn was high in the sky, illuminating both the palace and the town below. Walking through one of the alleys of the infamous Shadow City, John advanced alone this time. The rest of his friends were in other parts of the city, searching for the blacksmith, as they didn't know where he was. Meanwhile, Daenerys was exploring the place accompanied by Ghost. John's steps were firm but quick. He wore the clothes he usually donned in very hot areas, a sleeveless black hooded tunic and dark brown linen pants, which made them cooler than many of his other outfits. However, that didn't help much. John felt he would soon dry up like a raisin. Note to self, as much as I'm half Dornish, I'm not made for this much heat. John thought as he turned a corner and arrived at a blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith's shop in front of him was different from many others John had seen. It wasn't a grand building in terms of wealth or design, but it was in size. The door seemed to be simple oak, and the chimneys, located at the far end of the building, constantly emitted smoke, indicating that the forges were active. Let's try this forge, John said as he approached the door and knocked. After a few seconds, the door opened, and a head appeared. It was that of a young man in his 20s, with olive skin and black hair. Yes. What do you want? The young man asked, with a marked Dornish accent. Hello, I'm looking for the blacksmith who made this sword, John replied, unsheathing the sword tied to his belt and handing it to the young man. The young man examined the sword, saw the blacksmith's mark, and nodded as he spoke. Yes, my master is the blacksmith who forged this sword. I see. Do you think I could speak with him? John asked, using a friendly tone. For what reason? I would like to know if he is available to forge some weapons for me. The young man looked at him for a few seconds, pondered, and then nodded, allowing John to enter once the door was fully open. John followed the young apprentice through the blacksmith's shop. The interior consisted of white plaster-covered walls, with dozens of shelves displaying weapons of all kinds. There were mannequins with plates, scales, and chainmail armor, along with braces, gorgets, greaves, and helmets, all with a simple but more than decent quality appearance. After walking several meters, John arrived at the place where everything happened. What he saw surprised him. He had heard that this blacksmith could produce several pieces of armor in a few days, but he didn't understand how he managed it until he saw the workshop. The blacksmith had implemented a simple but effective production line, where his assistants could be seen working on various parts of similar armor. I see, he works with molds to shape the steel when it's hot. An incredible idea, as it greatly reduces the effort and time needed for each piece. John thought as he approached the master blacksmith. The master blacksmith was a man in his 30s, almost reaching 40. His head was almost bald, with a small strip of black hair showing silver streaks. His face, framed by a thick black beard also speckled with silver streaks, hid a small double chin, as the blacksmith had a slight belly, an unmistakable sign that he had gained some weight. The blacksmith's clothes were like those of many Dornishmen, colorful. His tunic was a bright green, and his pants were black. A black leather apron completed his outfit. "Master, this young man brings a sword with your signature. He says he is here to hire your services." The young man's voice made the blacksmith look at him. Seeing John, he left what he was doing and approached him. His steps were slow, somewhat heavy, but firm. When he stood before John, he greeted him somewhat curtly. "Good day, young man. My name is Ambrose, I am the head blacksmith here." John looked at him, smiling mentally. He realized that Ambrose was a practical and simple man who would probably accept any job if the client had the money to pay for it. "I see, a discreet and somewhat dependable man. Something uncommon in these times." John thought with some amusement. Then he decided to introduce himself. "Hello, good blacksmith. My name is John, and, if possible, I would like to have a private chat with you." "A somewhat excessive request for a simple buyer," said Ambrose, with some displeasure in his voice. "If you have only come to bother me with that, I ask you to leave. My work is heavy, and I don't have time to waste with a simple buyer like you." After those words, John watched as Ambrose turned around and went back to his work. Seeing him start to walk towards where he had been previously, John decided to stop him in his tracks, letting him know that he knew about the deal he had with Koroks-Ha. "Well, the truth is, I didn't come to buy anything. I just came to tell you to stop sending weapons to Koroks-Ha, as your buyer is, let's say, permanently indisposed." John's words made Ambrose stop dead in his tracks and slowly turn his head. The Dornishman's bronzed face turned so pale that he could easily have passed for a northerner. What do you mean?" Ambrose asked, with some fear. "What you heard. Your buyer is dead, so your deal to receive Heartwood as part of the payment for your weapons is no longer valid," John replied, approaching slowly. At the same time, he cast a spell called Aura of Terror, a creation of Edzard that fused the spells Fear and Whirlwind Cloak. This spell enveloped the caster in a thin layer of red magicka, formed by ashes that spread around, causing those within its area of effect to feel fear upon seeing the caster. "The priestess from the island sent me to inform you that your plan to obtain Heartwood as a reward for financing that power grab attempt is no longer viable. And if you continue buying smuggled wood, the best thing you can do is sleep with one eye open from now on. I am not afraid of you. I'll talk to Prince Didoran, and have you arrested." Hearing those words, John saw with slight surprise how the blacksmith, clearly terrified just by seeing him, tried to show some bravery and defiance. That attitude made John smile inwardly. Feeling he could do more to intensify the fear, he began to walk through the smithy until he reached a steel plate helm. Looking at the blacksmith, John took the piece with one hand, lifted it between his hands, and began to apply pressure. The metal creaked as the eyes of everyone present watched in horror as the steel slowly deformed. When he finished, he dropped the piece of armor, which produced a dull thud as it hit the ground. The helm, now looking like a deformed steel ball, was accompanied by another sound, this one coming from the intestines. It was the unmistakable sound of the blacksmith losing control due to fear. However, the stench that filled John's nostrils confirmed that he wasn't the only one, as it seemed everyone in the smithy had done the same. After this incident, John walked towards the blacksmith and, when he was in front of him, leaned close to his ear and whispered. I hope you don't make me do that to your head. The blacksmith took a few steps back, tripped, and fell on his back to the ground. Why yes. Tell that woman I won't make another deal like that with anyone from the island, the blacksmith responded, stuttering, still gripped by the panic generated both by the spell and John's display of strength. Good. John replied, beginning to walk towards the exit of the smithy. Upon leaving the building, John quickly walked to a nearby alley. When he ensured he was alone, he leaned against the wall, removed his hood, and let out a loud laugh. Ha, ha, ha. By the gods! That man's face was priceless. John laughed, amused. What he had done might have been wrong and dishonorable, but he hadn't gone with the intention of killing him, just to give him a good scare. And the man's reaction to receiving the message was simply amusing. When he finally calmed down, John looked at the sky and reflected. Although that guy's business was shady, knowing someone who can forge such a quantity of armor and weapons is something I must keep in mind, as you never know when those contacts might be necessary. After that thought, John put his hood back on and walked away from the place. While John and his friends searched for the various smithies, Daenerys walked through the bazaar of the Shadow City. Her eyes shone with excitement as she saw the shops full of merchandise and watched the merchants striving to attract customers' attention. Over here, miss. We have fabrics from Myr and Volantis. We only sell the best Dornish wine here, not that red water from the Reach. Come, come. We have the best blood oranges on this side of the green blood. Wow. Everything is so colorful. Daenerys commented, amazed as she looked at the stalls and people, whose clothes were equally vibrant. You think it's colorful too, don't you, Ghost? Saying this, the young Targaryen looked at the wolf going with her. Ghost was sitting placidly next to Daenerys in the bustling square. Although the appearance of the infamous direwolf would have drawn the attention of several passers-by, it didn't cause a stir, as John had reduced his size to go unnoticed. Even so, everyone could tell he wasn't a dog but a wolf, which generated curiosity, especially among children and some nearby adults, who wondered why she had a wolf as a pet. Hey, hey, hey. It seems they think I'm your owner, Ghost. Daenerys laughed, amused, as she looked at the wolf, who responded with an amused snort. Ghost's response made Daenerys feel somewhat indignant. Approaching the wolf, she crouched down and, pouting, began to scold him in a low voice. Bad Ghost. Don't behave like that. Despite her reprimand, the direwolf only responded with a lazy yawn, then got up and began to walk away from her. For a moment, Daenerys worried upon seeing him walk away, but noticing his slow pace, she understood he had simply grown bored of being there. Feeling she might be in danger without her animal protector, she began to follow him. The duo, beast and woman, walked through the dusty alleys of the Shadow City, observing the houses. Unlike the cities Daenerys had seen in Essos, this city seemed ugly and strange to her. The houses weren't built in an orderly manner but stacked on top of each other. However, despite its disorder, the city had a unique charm. As they walked through the city's streets, Daenerys and Ghost arrived at an area with several shops. Unlike the market stalls, these shops seemed aimed at nobles, as the houses hosting them showed a certain air of opulence. Intrigued by what might be there, Daenerys began to walk towards one of the shops. Upon arrival, she saw it was an establishment specializing in wines. Is there something you wish to buy, beautiful lady? The merchant's voice came smooth as silk and sweet as honey. The sudden appearance of the merchant surprised Daenerys, who instinctively brought a hand to her belt, where she had a dagger. It was a simple weapon, with a double-edged blade about 15 centimeters long. The blade had a ridge in the center for added strength. The guard was a simple piece of polished steel, adorned with small dragon heads carved at each end. The hilt was made of pine wood, covered with soft black leather. The pommel, shaped like a dragon's head, was made of obsidian filled with lead to balance the weapon. Seeing that it was just a vendor, Daenerys relaxed her stance and put away the dagger, as she wouldn't need it. She took several deep breaths to calm herself. Once calm, she looked at the merchant and, curious about what he was offering, asked what he sold. Only the best Dornish reds, young lady. True wines with much more flavor than that red water the Reach folks are so proud of, the merchant replied, almost spitting as he mentioned the red water from the Reach. Although Daenerys had rarely tasted wine, one of the few she had tried was the famous Arbor Gold, so she didn't know what to say about it. However, feeling she should check if what the merchant said was true, she decided to buy a bottle of the best wine he had. She took some gold dragons from her magic pouch, which Jon had recently given her, and placed them on the counter. "I want you to give me the best bottle of wine you have for this amount of money," Daenerys said firmly and confidently, trying to keep her pride in front of the merchant. The merchant's eyes gleamed upon hearing her. With the expected speed, despite being a burly man, he began to move around his shop, giving orders to his assistants. After a few minutes, the merchant returned with a dusty bottle of wine. "This is the best bottle I have for the money you offer, young lady," the merchant said, smiling proudly. "This wine was bottled during the reign of King Jaehaerys II, so it has over 30 years of aging." Hearing her grandfather's name, Daenerys felt divided. On one hand, she was pleased to see something made during her family's reign, but on the other, she felt anger, as Sam had told her that her parents had been forced to marry by her grandfather, all because he had heard from a Woods Witch that the promised prince would be born from the line of R'hllor and Aes, which caused her mother to suffer throughout her life. Despite this, she wanted to have that bottle, so she handed the money to the merchant. After taking the bottle, she walked away from the place. She and Ghost walked through the other shops, seeing what other products they offered. While most were dedicated to selling wines and jewelry, some offered other types of merchandise. Among them, Dornish clothing stood out, which seemed quite daring to Daenerys' eyes. Some of the outfits on display revealed more skin than decency allowed. However, although seeing them made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, for a moment she imagined herself in one of those dresses, walking hand in hand with Jon along the beaches of the Dornish coast. Unfortunately, as soon as those thoughts came, they also vanished, as someone bumped into her. Turning her head, the Mad King's daughter looked at who had bumped into her and was surprised to see a young boy carrying a piece of armor, specifically a breastplate. The boy didn't seem to be more than 10 years old, and his hair was light blonde, almost platinum. His eyes, blue, took on a purple hue when viewed from certain angles. "Ouch. That hurt," said the boy as he got up, for after bumping into Daenerys, he had fallen to the ground. When he stood up, he looked at Daenerys and was about to speak to her but fell silent upon seeing Ghost. The boy's eyes widened in amazement upon seeing the wolf, for a moment thinking it was a direwolf. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a normal wolf. Even so, he didn't look at it with fear but with curiosity. "I'm sorry for bumping into you, my lady," said the boy, catching Daenerys' attention. "Don't worry. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Edric Dayne. I am the son of Lord Ulrich Dayne and his heir." Hearing that name, Daenerys' eyes widened in surprise, knowing that in front of her was Jon's cousin, as his mother was the sister of the Lord of Starfall. Daenerys' mind didn't know how to react. Part of her wanted to tell this boy that Jon was there, but another part feared doing so. She thought that perhaps the Danes didn't want to know anything about Jon. However, she couldn't think much about the relationship between Jon and his maternal family, as Edric asked her a question. "Excuse me, but I would like to know, what is your wolf's name?" "His name is Ghost, and he is not my wolf," Daenerys replied with a smile. "I see," Edric said, seeing the wolf again, and a sad expression appeared on his face, which didn't go unnoticed by Daenerys. "Is something wrong, Lord Dayne?" Daenerys asked, interested in knowing what was happening. No, it's just that this wolf makes me think of direwolves and how they are a somewhat complicated topic in my family," Edric replied, trying to smile but visibly failing. "How so?" "My family, like most Dornishmen, has no love for King Baratheon, but unlike many in Dorne, we don't have the same resentment towards one of the houses that brought him to power." "I see. So, I suppose this house has something to do with direwolves, right?" "That's right. From the way you don't seem to know much about the houses of Westeros, I suppose you're from Essos, right?" "Excuse my lack of manners, I forgot to ask your name." "Could you tell me your name, my lady?" "My name is Dany," Daenerys replied, using the name her brother used to call her. "I see. It's a pleasure then, Lady Dany." Edric said with a smile, and then began to tell her about his family's relationship with the house that has a direwolf as its emblem. Daenerys smiled as she saw the young Dane start to talk about Jon's house, also sharing something more personal. Edric told her how his aunt Illyria had recounted how Lord Eddard and Lady Ashera had fallen in love at Harrenhal. He explained how, during Robert's rebellion, after Brandon Stark's death, Princess Elia Martell had dismissed Lady Ashera from her service as a lady-in-waiting, and how his aunt, instead of quickly returning to Starfall, had headed to the Riverlands, hoping to reach the Stark camp to speak with Lord Eddard. Despite his aunt arriving just before the Battle of the Trident, the two nobles not only talked but also shared a moment of passion that night, during which his cousin, Jon Snow, was conceived. Edric then continued to recount what he knew about the war, up to the moment when Lord Stark arrived at Starfall. However, the young man couldn't continue speaking, as he remembered something important. Lord Beric is going to be angry for not getting his breastplate on time. Edric shouted, starting to hyperventilate. After calming down a bit, he looked at Daenerys and, while shifting his feet uncomfortably, hurriedly said goodbye. I'm sorry to cut this so abruptly, but I have to go. I'm a squire to a lord, and he asked me to bring him his breastplate so he can prepare for the tournament that will be held in a week. So, I have to take this armor for him to try on. I'm sorry, Lady Dany, but I have to run. Until another time. Daenerys watched with some amusement as the young man ran towards Sunspear Castle. As she watched him, her mind was occupied with the love story between Lord Stark and Lady Dany. She knew she could tell Jon about it, but she felt it would be best for him to hear it from his own relatives. From the way he spoke, it's possible the Danes appreciate Jon. So, it would be best to reunite them now, taking advantage of the fact that there's a member of that house here. However, the question is, how? Daenerys thought, as she brought her hand to her chin, pondering. She reflected for a while, but in the end, she remembered something special. Of course, it seems there will be a tournament in a few weeks. If Jon takes part under his real name, he could reunite with his maternal family. Fortunately, he promised me he would take part so I could see what all the fuss is about. With these thoughts, Daenerys began to devise a plan to get Jon to sign up. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And Chapter 20 is done XD. Finally, we're back in Westeros and, it seems, I'll have Jon participate in a tournament, so there will be a few chapters set in Dawn. Also, we see that there are some prophecies about romance, but I have left them somewhat ambiguous so that no one knows how the romance will unfold. And we also see that Jon is capable of intimidating people with magic and using his strength, something that Ned would not be willing to do because it is not honorable. XD. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 21. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 21. Dawn 297 AC. A cloud of dust rose as a horse galloped at high speed along an improvised and poorly made track. The rider advanced in a straight line, heading towards a kind of fixed target, found at the point where a rival would come in the tournament. With a small shield and a tournament lance in hand, he saw his enemy and, lowering his right arm, placed the lance in a horizontal position. The impact against the dummy was so strong that the lance broke at once. After the hit, the rider continued riding a bit further until he finally stopped. When the horse stopped moving, he pulled the reins and made it approach the dummy to examine the damage caused. As he laid eyes on the straw-filled object, he saw that its chest was completely shattered. It seems the force of the blow is much greater than it should be. These tournament lances are supposed to be hollow and not cause the damage of a normal lance. This shouldn't be happening. I'll have to keep practicing to control the force of my attacks and avoid killing someone. With these thoughts, the rider moved the reins for his horse to start galloping towards a nearby small oasis. This oasis was a small stretch of water surrounded by some date palms. When he arrived, he saw his friends there, sitting with horses rented for a considerable amount of money, as the stable owner didn't seem very sure about renting the horses to complete strangers. "How was the training, John?" asked Gren, who was wearing Dornish clothes to pass as a local, although his fair skin made him stand out. "It was productive," replied John, the bastard of Winterfell, as he dismounted his horse. "How so?" asked PYP, holding a bottle of Dornish wine diluted with water. "No matter how much I practice, I feel like I'll end up killing a competitor in the tournament," John replied, as he took the reins of his horse and led it to a palm tree, tying it so it wouldn't escape. "That's strange. Those lances aren't supposed to kill anyone," commented Sam, who was peeling a blood orange. After finishing peeling it, he put a piece in his mouth and, while chewing, thought about what could be happening for his friend to believe he might kill someone. After a moment of reflection, a doubt arose in his mind, and he asked a question. "John, how are you using the lance in your tournament practices?" "Well, I carry it vertically from the moment I leave the start of my part of the track. While riding, I wait for the right moment to lower it, and when I feel it, I put it in a horizontal position. Then I keep riding, maintaining balance until I see the enemy, aim, and just before impact, I pull my arm back and stab the target forcefully with the lance." When John finished explaining, Sam and Ed's eyes widened, causing the others to look curious. "Why that face?" asked PYP. "Because John is doing it slightly wrong," replied Ed, looking at his friend seriously. "How so? Aren't I supposed to move the lance during the clash?" John asked, somewhat confused. "For a normal human, yes, that's correct, but we're talking about you. It's not the force given by the horse's gallop to the lance that causes those wounds on the dummies, it's your own brute strength." Ed's words left John confused, as he didn't feel he was using too much force in those attacks. In fact, he wasn't even using 30% of his real strength. "John, remember that you have superhuman strength. That, combined with the speed of the horse's gallop, significantly increases the force of your blows," pointed out Sam as he stood up and approached his friend. "I think the best thing would be not to move your hand so much or to reduce the force you use in each blow much more." Sam's words left John thoughtful for a moment, after which he nodded, acknowledging that his friend was right. "Okay, I'll do it. But I'll need you to help me train, to see how much of my strength I need to hold back to avoid killing anyone." "All right. I have no problem with that," said Gren, looking at his friends. "What about you?" "Nothing, I can go too," replied PYP. "Me too," added Ed. "Me too, I have nothing to do until the evening, as I have to go back to the ship for Dany's lessons," said Sam. "Good. Then help me with this." After those words, the group decided to rest for a couple of hours to let John's horse drink water, and then they would head to the place where John was practicing. The sun was not at its zenith, showing it was still early, well before noon. The Shadow City was in a more euphoric mood than on a typical day, where everything seemed to be going well for the citizens. This was because today marked the beginning of a tournament that would last 3 days. The reason for its short duration was that stricter requirements had been imposed than in other tournaments. To register for the 2 competitions, participants had to be anointed knights or nobles under 25 years old. The reason behind this specific restriction was simple. Unknown to the participants, this tournament was not just a frivolity organized by House Martell but also a way to evaluate the loyalties of their vassals and assess potential candidates to be consorts for the future Princess of Dorne. While some nobles might be considered candidates, the true intention of the tournament was to measure their martial skills, as the future consort would be the one to lead the military campaigns that might arise in the future. A large crowd had gathered outside the city, just to the right of the Old Palace, the seat of House Martell. The crowd settled in several stands arranged in a way that made the place look like a coliseum next to the palace. The site was adorned with hundreds of banners, many belonging to the houses of Dorne, both lordly houses and landed knights. However, there were also banners of nobles from other regions, such as the Stormlands and the Reach, as well as some from Hedge Knights. In addition to the stands for the common folk, there were several boxes reserved for the noble families of the region. In one of those boxes was the Martell family, although not all members were present. Two were missing, Prince Doran Martell and his brother, Prince Oberyn Martell. The absence of the two did little to diminish the whispers heard among some family members, who were divided into small groups. The first group consisted of Prince Doran's daughter, the young Arianne Martell, and her cousins, the elder daughters of Prince Oberyn, the infamous Sand Snakes. Another group was formed by Oberyn's younger daughters, the other Sand Snakes, along with their cousin, Prince Tristan, Doran's youngest son. The middle son of the reigning Prince of Dorne was not in the box, as he had gone to see his friends, with whom he was in another box. "So, cousin, how do you feel today?" asked Nymeria Sand, Oberyn's second daughter. The young woman was about 25 years old, with a slim and slender body, black straight hair tied in a long braid interwoven with copper threads. Her large, bright dark eyes contrasted with her full, wine-red lips and high cheekbones. Her fair skin, inherited from her mother, a noblewoman from Volantis, stood out with her transparent yellow silk dress, which revealed the jewelry and gold thread she wore as adornments. "You know, because of what this tournament means. Honestly, I feel a bit excited," replied Princess Arianne Martell, smiling with amusement. The princess, short in stature, with a curvaceous body, olive skin, large dark eyes, and lustrous black hair curled to mid-back, radiated beauty. Her full lips and, according to several lovers, her round breasts with large dark nipples, were common knowledge. Her yellow silk dress, accompanied by jewelry, reflected the wealth of her house. "Of course, you would be excited, dear cousin," commented Tyenn Sand with a smile. Tyenn, the daughter of Oberyn and a Septa, kept a pious appearance for others. Her slender figure, blue eyes, blonde hair, soft hands, and gentle voice made her stand out. Today she wore a tight pale blue samite dress with Mirish lace sleeves. Looking at her cousin, she gave her the most pious and cheerful look possible. "It's not every day you have all the young knights and lords of Dorne killing themselves to impress your father and win your hand." "That's nonsense," pointed out Oberyn Sand, Oberyn's eldest daughter. Born of a prostitute from Old Town, Oberyn was a woman of large bones, long legs, and straight brown hair. She was considered not very beautiful but saw herself as a warrior. For the occasion, she wore a brown tunic, black pants, leather boots, and a belt with several copper suns. Over her shoulders, a mottled sand-colored silk cloak protected her from the sun. "Why does it have to be a man who leads Dorne's armies? Let our cousin give me the command. Then she would only need someone to have heirs with, and that man wouldn't have much power." "Maybe so, sister," replied Sarilla Sand. The daughter of Oberyn and a woman from the Summer Isles, Sarilla had black hair and dark skin, almost teak-colored. Her vibrant-colored Summer Isles dress stood out among the crowd. "But Dorne's troops will never follow a woman into battle. That's why someone skilled with weapons is needed, so they can also serve as Dorne's champion." "That's stupid," said Oberyn, crossing her arms. "I'm sure I could defeat several of the idiots down there." "Of course, sister, but better not do it. We don't want you to hurt some noble's pride," commented Nymeria mockingly. "Yes, cousin, please don't humiliate anyone, at least for now," added Arianne with a smile, causing all her cousins to laugh. When the laughter died down, they all looked at the jousting field and saw that the final preparations for the start of the competition were being completed. "I hope at least some catch your eye, cousin," said Nymeria. "If not, there's always the usual ones," added Tyenn with a knowing smile. "Yes, cousins, let's hope this is entertaining," said Arianne, turning her head as she heard approaching footsteps. While the noble families whispered in their boxes, in the lower stands, the common folk did the same. However, besides them, the crew of the Starwolf also took part in the murmuring. Jon's traveling companions wore typical Dornish clothes, complemented with headscarves tied with cords. "This tournament seems more extravagant than I expected," commented PYP, seeing how the commoners whispered about the houses of the participants. "Yes, there are too many Dornish noble houses gathered here," pointed out Gren, fixing his gaze on the banners of the nobles in the boxes. "All the Dornish houses are here, from the great lords to the landed knights," explained Sam, catching his friend's attention. "Are you sure?" asked Ed, looking towards the door where the participants would enter. "Yes, I'm sure. The most powerful houses of Dorne are here, like the Euronwood of Euronwood, the Fowler of Skiriach, the Illyrian of God's Grace, the Corgyle of Sandstone, and the Dane of Starfall. That's incredible," said Ed, surprised, which piqued Daenerys's curiosity. However, before she could ask, Sam continued. "But not only that, there are also some houses from other regions," he added, pointing to some more heraldry. "From here, I see the purple lightning bolt of the Dondarrion, the nightingales of the Caron, the wheat stalks of the Selmy, and the swans of the Swan." The mention of the houses from the Dornish marches left Gren, PYP, and Ed stunned. "Damn, that's incredible. How are houses that hate the Dornish here?" asked Ed, then looking at PYP. "PYP, when you go to Jon to help him with the jousts, tell him what Sam said. The gathering of so many houses is unprecedented, something is happening here." "All right," replied PYP, standing up. "I think it's best if I go now, to tell him while there are no matches. I'll also take Ghost, I think it would be good for Jon to have some cover down there." After those words, PYP took Gren's bag, where Ghost was hidden, transformed into a puppy, as Jon didn't want his friend to draw attention during the tournament. When PYP left the stands to head to the places where the knights waited for their turns, Daenerys, feeling curious about the way Ed had expressed himself, asked him, "Ed, what's going on? Why are you acting that way?" asked Daenerys, confused, as she didn't understand what the young man from the Vale was trying to express. Daenerys's question made Ed look at her and begin to explain. "Look, Dany." Ed began using that diminutive because he had gotten used to calling her that in public. Although tournaments are organized to celebrate some event, sometimes they are used as covers to carry out court intrigues. "Something like the Harrenhal tournament," whispered Daenerys, making sure no one else heard the question. "That's right," replied Sam, who also joined the conversation. "There are rumors that that tournament was organized by your brother to convene a great council and overthrow his father. But it seems the king found out and that's why he attended, thwarting all the prince's plans." Hearing this, Daenerys felt a new wave of anger against her father. "If only you hadn't moved from the Red Keep, history would be different now," Daenerys thought with frustration. "If Rhaegar had managed to overthrow you, my mother would be alive, my nephews, my brothers, everything would be different. It's even possible that Jon wouldn't be a bastard, but no, you had to go and ruin everything as you always did." "Dany, are you okay?" asked Gren, seeing how Daenerys's face contorted with anger. Realizing they were looking at her, the exiled young princess blinked and came back to herself. Blushing, she looked at her friends and assured them that nothing was wrong. Although the three young men didn't seem to fully believe her, they decided not to ask more. "Well, back to what we were saying," Sam continued. "The reason we believe something strange is happening behind the scenes is simple. No matter how rich and powerful a house is, they wouldn't hold an event of this magnitude without reason. Something is happening, and it might be dangerous to be here." "I see, but it seems that..." What Daenerys was going to say got stuck in her throat when the trumpets began to sound, catching everyone's attention. The crowd's gaze fixed on the trumpeters, found in the Martell box. A young man no older than 20 approached the edge and began to shout, "Welcome, everyone. The tournament will begin shortly. However, before that, Prince Doran Martell will address you with a few words." After those words, the young herald withdrew, and in a few seconds, a man approached the edge. The man was thin, with white hair and some interspersed black strands. He had a sparse beard, more white than black. His clothes were a yellow doublet with red details. "So that's the Prince of Dawn," thought Daenerys with curiosity as she saw the brother of her late sister-in-law. "Welcome, everyone. I know that when the announcement about the tournament was made, it took many by surprise, but I am deeply glad that you arrived in time for the event. I know many have ridden from far away to take part, so I assure you that you will not be disappointed with the prizes of this tournament." After those words, Prince Doran paused while the Dornish applauded loudly. Over the next 3 days, the jousts will take place, and on the last day, the melee combat will be held. Doran Martell's words were followed by whispers, as everyone began to talk about the amount of gold that would be awarded as a prize to the tournament winner, the second place, and the melee combat victor. "Now, I declare the tournament open. May luck be with you and may the light of the Seven guide you to victory." After those words, the Prince of Dawn gave a final salute and withdrew from the edge of the box, taking a seat on an improvised throne. What followed were cheers and applause from the audience. "It looks like it's about to start," said Gren, seeing how a herald entered the center of the jousting field. "Yes, this will be entertaining," commented PYP, who had returned from talking to Jon while Prince Doran was giving his speech. Jon had decided that one of the servants would help him with the lances. "How is Jon?" asked Daenerys, somewhat worried about her friend, especially since she was the one who had caused him to participate in this tournament. "I know it was wrong to ask him to enter, but it was the only way to force him to meet his maternal family." The young woman's thoughts were directed at the fact that Jon had confessed to her that he felt some fear about seeing his maternal relatives. That had been one of the reasons why he had never gone to Starfall, despite having had opportunities during his travels. Jon feared not being accepted by the Danes, as he had never received a letter from them for as long as he could remember. "He's fine, just a bit uncomfortable about having to participate in this tournament. He didn't expect to see so many people here," replied PYP with a smile. "But other than that, I think he's excited, as it's his first time doing this." "That sounds good," said Daenerys, relieved to know that Jon felt somewhat euphoric about participating. "Well, let's stop talking, it's about to start," said Gren, catching the attention of all the Starwolf crew members, who stopped chatting and focused on what was happening. The first joust was about to begin, and the first two opponents were knights with unknown heraldry. "Which houses do they belong to?" asked Daenerys, puzzled by the banners, as she didn't remember any of them from her lessons with Sam. "I don't know," replied PYP, who, due to his earlier work as a mime, had traveled through much of Westeros and seen various heraldry. "I don't recognize them either, they must be hedge knights," commented Sam, who, despite having read a lot at the Citadel, didn't recognize those heraldry. "I see," said Daenerys as she watched both knights take their positions at the starting point on the track, ready to begin their joust. Jon was leaning against a pillar, watching the 15th round of the preliminaries with disinterest. He knew many of the participants were talking about him behind his back, as he had heard them whispering. The reason for this was probably his attire, which drew a lot of attention in a place like Dorne. "This is getting annoying," Jon thought, as he restrained the urge to give more than half of the knights and nobles behind him a good beating. However, before he could say anything, the sound of a lance breaking mixed with the gasp of the crowd, which caught his attention. Fixing his gaze on the tournament track, Jon saw what was happening. "And the day turns dark," Jon thought as he saw the scene. During this joust, one of the competitors had been struck by a splinter from his opponent's lance. The splinter flew and ended up lodged in the right eye of the young man, who had gone with a full helmet but did not lower the visor, leaving his face unprotected. "I don't understand why someone who wears a helmet doesn't use it properly, but well, what's done is done." After those thoughts, Jon saw how the rider was picked up and taken to the infirmary. He seemed to be alive for now, but what really caught Jon's attention was the roughness with which the Dornish were transporting him. That aroused his curiosity. Looking at the injured knight, he saw that he bore a peculiar heraldry, two swans facing each other on a field divided into silver and sable. "That banner, as I recall, it's from House Swan, one of the lords of the Marches of Dawn in the Stormlands. And who was the one who knocked him down? Damn. That emblem is from House Manwadi, a house that has always had problems with the Dornish Marcher Lords. This is bad. If the knight from House Swan dies, it could cause a skirmish in those areas." Jon's concern was not that he cared about the area or House Swan itself, but that he didn't like wars being fought over stupidities. While waiting for the jousts to continue, he thought of a way to help that guy. After a while of reflection, he decided that after his joust, he would go see him stealthily to give him a healing potion, enough to give him a chance to survive. When he finished thinking, he heard the first of the next two jousters being called. The next competitors. On one side, we have Sir Endre Dalt, brother of Sir Desile Dalt, Knight of Lemonwood. After those words, Jon saw a knight mount his horse, a grey mare speckled with white spots, and head to the center of the track. The knight wore bronze scale armor, with a large helmet decorated with a cloth tied at the front of the helmet. Additionally, he held the helmet with his left hand, while in that same hand he carried a round shield, which shone, showing it was made of steel. The shield bore the heraldry of House Dalt, a field of lemons on a purple background. The knight rode until he stopped in the middle of the jousting track and looked towards the Martell family's box. Then, he stayed there, waiting for the herald to call his opponent. The herald saw the knight and then looked at the scroll where the names of the competitors were written. Upon reaching the name of the young man with whom the knight of House Dalt was to joust, he showed a confused expression for a second, then smiled slightly. It seems that the good knight of House Dalt will face a knight who refuses to give his name. The mention of this made the audience start whispering among themselves, almost all saying the same word, mysterious knight. When John heard that, he knew they were referring to him, as he had registered as a mysterious knight. The reason he did so was because his half-northern origin could cause problems. It seemed the Dornish still harbored resentment towards the Northerners since Robert's rebellion. So, to avoid trouble, he decided to take part under that identity. The knight registered himself as the Knight of Dawnstar. Upon hearing those words, John mounted the black stallion he had bought for this tournament. He took the reins and, with gentle touches of the spurs, made the horse start galloping towards the center of the track. The way he entered the arena made everyone look at him and start talking, as it was very uncommon for mysterious knights to use a stallion like the one John was riding. John's horse, a brown stallion whose bearing showed strength and endurance, had a quick pace, which was noticed by the nobles. Immediately, they realized that John was not a mysterious knight without resources, but someone with enough means to afford such a horse. Although his ears picked up some of the words of those nearby, John paid little attention to them and continued on his way. When he reached the side of the Knight of Lemonwood, they both looked at each other, bowed towards the Martell family's box, and then began to ride to the other end of the track, as those were their starting positions. However, as John crossed paths with the young Dalt, he heard his voice. A mysterious knight. I wonder what you have to hide, but in the end, it doesn't matter. If you came seeking glory that way, I'm afraid I'll take your armor and your horse in the first pass. With that, I'll unmask you, my good sir. The young Dalt's words were loaded with a certain confidence, but they did not reach arrogance. However, those words did not intimidate John. In fact, they made him smile under his helmet. Hey, hey. I think you're too confident in your victory, my good sir. But I'm afraid it will be you who will give me your horse and your armor. After those words, John saw the young man frown, a clear sign that he was upset. We'll see, sir. After that small exchange, both John and Andre spurred their horses and began to pick up speed for the charge they would have. As both knights rode to prepare for their joust, in the Martell box, the ruling family of Dorne was having a small conversation centered on the mysterious knight who had just appeared in the tournament. I never thought a mysterious knight would appear in this tournament, brother, said Prince Oberyn Martell with a smile, who had arrived at the box accompanied by his brother. Prince Oberyn, younger brother of Doran Martell, was a renowned warrior, known for his speed in combat. His athletic figure and imposing appearance made him stand out. He was a tall and slender man, with olive skin, a sharp face, fine eyebrows, black viper eyes, and an aquiline nose. His black, lustrous hair had some silver streaks. At that moment, he was wearing a yellow silk doublet, adorned with bronze suns embedded in the fabric. It's not unheard of for someone to want to participate in this way, commented Doran Martell, watching as the mysterious knight approached the curve where he would take his lane for the joust. As long as there are young men who seek to prove their worth regardless of the rules, there will always be mysterious knights in tournaments. The truth is, I find the idea of a mysterious knight participating in this tournament attractive, commented Princess Arianne, catching her family's attention. Really? And why is that, niece? Asked Oberyn, smiling. The mystery of the man hiding under that helmet seems like an intriguing trait, replied the princess while seeing the mysterious knight. Unlike his mount, the knight's attire was quite simple. He did not wear plate armor but a steel chainmail with a padded leather vest over it, covered with embedded bronze scales. His helmet was ovoid, with a small point at the top, and a face guard that completely covered his face, leaving only openings for the eyes. The knight's arms and legs were protected by hardened leather greaves and braces, while a light grey cloth wrapped around his neck like a scarf, falling forward and backward, secured by the belt. In his left hand, he held a round shield, unlike Andrea's shield, made of wood with a steel rim. The shield was painted light grey, with a four-pointed star engraved on it, in white. "Father, who do you think will win?" asked Tyon, watching as both knights received their respective lances and prepared for the charge in the first pass. "My bets are on Andrea. Young Dalt may not be the best warrior in Dawn, but he is one of the bravest and most dangerous we have. The mysterious knight does not seem to be a renowned knight, rather a young man who wants to play the enigmatic." "Well, then I think I'll disagree with you on this, dear uncle," said Ariane, attracting her family's attention. "Oh, and why is that, niece?" asked Oberyn, with an amused smile. "Isn't Andrea a friend of both you and Tyon?" "That's right, uncle, but I feel that young man is more skilled than Andrea." "I'll bet on him," replied Ariane with a smile. "And I think Tyon is on my side in this." "Really? Do you really support your cousin, my daughter?" "Yes, father. As skilled as Andrea is, the mysterious knight has a kind of presence that makes one believe he can defeat everyone in the arena." "Well, that remains to be seen, as they are about to charge at each other," said Oberyn, pointing to the arena. The eyes of the Martell family members turned to the track, watching as both knights spurred their horses, causing them to accelerate towards the other end of the track, keeping their lanes. The lances of both knights remained in a vertical position during the first quarter of the track, but then they began to lower them until they were in a horizontal position. When they reached the middle of the track, what usually happens in tournaments occurred. Both knights aimed their lances at the opponent's body, trying to knock him down. Although the image of two knights clashing their lances was common in tournaments, the Red Viper's eyes narrowed as he noticed something peculiar. Unlike Andrea, the mysterious knight did not move his lance much, simply keeping it in a horizontal position. This puzzled Oberyn, who did not understand why that knight adopted that posture. However, when the lances of both aimed at their respective enemies, the mysterious knight's lance seemed faster than Dalt's, striking the Dornish knight's shield, breaking it into pieces and throwing Andrea off his horse. The young knight's body fell somewhat abruptly, but from the box, everyone could see that he had not fallen dangerously, so he would only have some bruises. "It seems I have won this little bet, uncle," said Ariane with a predatory smile on her face, while watching the mysterious knight dismount and quickly check the young Dalt's condition. After a few seconds, he helped the knight out of the arena, while the audience applauded the honorable gesture of the young mysterious knight. "Yes, niece, it seems the young mysterious knight is more capable than we thought," said Oberyn while glancing at his brother. The Red Viper knew this tournament had two purposes: first, to detect possible alliances in Dawn that threatened House Martell, and second, to measure the martial ability of the young Dornish to find a possible consort candidate for Ariane. "This wasn't in your plans, was it, brother?" thought Oberyn as he saw Doran frown. "It seems this tournament has become more fun than I initially thought." Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And Chapter 21 is done, XD. To be honest, I don't know anything about medieval tournaments, so I'm warning you that this will be very difficult for me to write, so please be patient if I mess up a lot. XD. Now, let's leave that aside and focus on the important part, the tournament. While at first it seemed like just a random tournament, we see that Doran wants to use it to evaluate the loyalty of his vassals and to find a good husband for his daughter. On the other hand, we see that Jon has entered as a mysterious knight, using the name of one of the cities of Skyrim, which by the way is one of my favorites minor cities, cities without walls that are more like towns, in the entire Skyrim game, and its name has a sort of reference to the settlement of House Dane. Now, a little spoiler, in the next chapter we will see reactions and conversations. XD. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 22. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 22. Dawn 297 AC. The candlelight illuminated one of the many rooms in the old palace, the castle where the ruling family of the region lived. In that room, two people were conversing calmly, but their chat was, at least for them, of utmost importance. "So, brother, do you like how things are going in your little tournament?" asked Oberyn with an amused smile as he mentioned the tournament organized by his brother. "Everything is going as planned, Oberyn. The tournament has allowed the Houses of Dorne to attend, which will make it easier for our spies to discover their loyalties. Additionally, we show unity, and we take the opportunity to measure the martial skills of the contestants, in search of potential prospects to be Arianne's consort princes. That has caused some resentment among some of our vassals, as they have noticed that you reject, almost without hesitation, all attempts at engagement, considering only those you know Arianne would also discard." "Yes, but you know well why it was so," responded Doran, looking at him seriously. "I know. However, you should have foreseen a contingency plan in case Viserys died," commented Oberyn, seeing his brother with a critical expression. "I had one, but that piece has also been lost to us. It wasn't Viserys' death that destroyed any plan with the Targaryens. Although it delayed us, I could still have married his sister to Quentyn, but with the princess's disappearance, any plan involving the former ruling family has vanished." "Do you really think she's dead?" asked Oberyn, intrigued. "Do you doubt it? We're talking about a girl who is barely 13 days old. Do you think she could survive alone?" "No, brother, she is not like your daughters. She hasn't been trained to fight, nor does she have the means to sustain herself. With luck, at best, she will be dead in some corner of Essos." Doran's words made Oberyn frown. He still hoped the young girl was alive, to fulfill the pact he himself had signed on behalf of his brother years ago, a marriage agreement that betrothed Arianne to Viserys Targaryen, promising Doran's full support to Viserys. However, the sudden death of the last son of the Mad King had made the pact invalid, or so they thought. As his brother had told him, the alternative plan was to marry Quentyn to Daenerys once she became queen. Unfortunately, the princess's trail had been lost since her brother's death, so she was also presumed dead. "What is your plan now, brother?" asked Oberyn. "For now, continue pretending loyalty to King's Landing and move in the shadows, avoiding attracting the king's attention," responded Doran while looking at the ceiling of the room. "But only until the right moment comes, and when that day arrives, the Lannisters will know they are not the only ones who pay their debts." While the Martell brothers continued their conversation, in another room of the old palace, a different meeting was taking place, this time among the members of another family. The room was decorated with high-quality furniture and some tapestries from Myr and other parts of West Eos. Present were the Lord of House Dane, his son, and his younger sister. "How are you enjoying the tournament?" asked the Lord of Starfall, a man named Ulrich. Ulrich's appearance was similar to that of his brother Arthur, although he had light blonde hair, a trait inherited from his mother of Valyrian descent, a color that his son Edric had also inherited. "Well, father, I'm enjoying it a lot," replied Edric with a smile, as he was having a great time with his aunt's betrothed, whom he served as a squire, aiming to earn his spurs in the future. "Likewise, brother," said Illyria Dane. The young Illyria had black hair and, like her sister, eyes of a peculiar purple hue. She wore a simple yet elegant light purple dress, which, despite its simplicity, was of great quality, reflecting the power of the Danes, one of the most influential houses serving the Martells and possessing a strategic location in Dorne. They controlled much of the Torrentine River, thanks to Starfall at its mouth and High Hermitage, a castle found in the Red Mountains of Dorne. "I'm glad to hear that," said Ulrich with a smile, which soon faded as he addressed a more serious topic. "By the way, sister, how is your relationship with Lord Beric Dondarrion?" The mention of the Lord of Blackhaven made a slight blush color Illyria's face. Although the engagement was political, she was beginning to feel comfortable with her betrothed. "Well, we've talked a lot before and after the jousts. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry for involving you in this engagement, but given the political situation in Dorne, it's prudent to have an ally among the Marcher Lords." "Father, I still don't understand why Aunt Illyria had to get engaged to Lord Beric," intervened Edric. His son's words made the Lord of Starfall recall the reason for that engagement. "You see, Edric, Prince Doran may pretend disinterest in justice for his late sister, but I grew up with him. My sister was a friend of Princess Elia and Prince Oberyn, we played together in the water gardens. I know Oberyn and Doran. Oberyn is like a volcano, always ready to explode at any provocation. Doran, on the other hand, is different. He is like a calm field, but even the most peaceful landscape can hide terrible things, explained Ulrich solemnly. I know Doran pretends loyalty to the throne, but when the time comes, he won't hesitate to launch Dorne's spears against the Lannisters. That's why we need an ally in the marches, to have close support if we need it. And not just because of the Martell issue, but also because of a matter with our relatives in High Hermitage. The mention of the cadet branch of the Danes made both Edric and Illyria frown, as they did not have a good relationship with their relatives. Moreover, the current leader of that minor branch of the Danes had a somewhat dark reputation. I'm afraid some of our spies report that Drold Dane might be plotting something against us. He might even dare to launch an attack on Starfall. Although it would be unwise, having the Dondarrions as allies would allow us to attack him from the rear without major problems, forcing him to reconsider any plan he has in mind. I understand now, father, said Edric, finally understanding why his father was marrying his aunt to a Marcher lord, despite the bad blood that existed between Dornish and Marchers. Good, but don't worry, that matter falls on me. For now, enjoy the tournament, as I suspect the appearance of that mysterious knight is just the beginning of the things that will happen here. Speaking of the mysterious knight, did you see he has a star on his shield, brother? Asked Illyria. Yes, I noticed, and not only that, his name the Knight of Dawnstar also has a star in it, replied Ulrich, looking at his sister. Many have started to think he is a member of our house, but those rumors have no basis. Our family is not many. In the Starfall branch, there are only 3 of us, and in the High Hermitage branch, there is only Drold. Everyone knows us and knows that Edric has been with Lord Beric, so it can't be him. Drold is an active participant in the tournament, which immediately rules him out, and you have always been with me in the assigned box. So, any suspicion that it is us makes no sense. Well, there is one more member in our family, commented Edric quietly, bringing up a delicate topic for his father. It can't be my sister's son, Edric. We haven't heard anything about him for years, and he has been considered dead for 2. All because of Lord Stark's negligence, responded Ulrich, gritting his teeth, reviving the anger he felt when he learned that his nephew was missing. But, father, don't you think there might be a small chance he is alive? Maybe, Edric, maybe, but I prefer to assume he is dead. I don't want to fill myself with hope only to find out he is really gone. Ulrich lied, for although his nephew was missing, he never stopped hoping he was alive. However, he had to be strong and bury those desires deep in his heart, reserving them only for his moments of solitude. The words of the Lord of Starfall filled Edric and Illyria with sadness, but they decided to improve the atmosphere by asking Ulrich what his siblings were like. This made Ulrich smile nostalgically as he began to talk about Arthur and Ashura. Like many people at the tournament, the Princess Heir of Dawn was also conversing with her private circle about the events. And what do you think of the participants, cousin? Has any of them caught your interest? Asked Nymeria, seeing her cousin, who was sitting with a cup of Dornish wine in her hand. It has been interesting, responded Arianne with a somewhat distant and dismissive tone, accompanied by a gesture that downplayed the events of the tournament. Her cousin's tone provoked laughter among the others. Ha, ha, ha. Your imitation of the Queen is very convincing, cousin. I'm sure the Lannister speaks like that to everyone, said Sarala, laughing. Ha, ha, ha. Yes, you definitely sound as bitchy as the Queen, added Oberyn, recovering from her laughter. Her words made Arianne drop the act and join in the laughter of her cousins. When the laughter subsided, Tyen asked another question that Arianne had not answered. So, cousin, has any of the participants caught your interest? Arianne got up from the chair and approached her cousins, who were sitting on a large bed. Sitting next to the sand snakes, she brought a hand to her chin and pretended to think, although she knew well who had caught her attention. Actually, some have piqued my interest. There are some old familiar faces, she replied, referring to participants who had once been her lovers. The princess's romantic and sexual past was so famous that it was said that to list those who had shared her bed, more than 5 scrolls would be needed. At least, that was the rumor, although the truth was different. While Ariane had had several lovers, they were not as many as people said. However, her relationships had been with somewhat controversial figures in Dawn. Among them, Sir Demon Sand, known as the Bastard of God's Grace, and Sir Gerald Dane, also called Darkstar. Although controversial, these men had some influence, and those encounters were more than moments of passion, they were also a way to gain their favor for something she was planning. Ariane felt she needed the support of some houses in Dawn because she believed a civil war would break out upon her father's death. Although she was the heir, she found a letter her father had sent to her brother Quentin when he was a ward of the Urinwoods. In the missive, her father told him that he should apply his knowledge and learn everything he could from Lord Urinwood, for one day he would succeed him as ruler of Dawn. This devastated Ariane, as she believed her father planned to disinherit her, although the reality was more complex. The truth was that, in secret, she had been betrothed to Prince Viserys Targaryen. If it had been realized, the marriage would have made her the Queen of Westeros, and her brother Quentin would have assumed the throne of Sunspear and Dawn. However, with Viserys' death, that plan fell apart, forcing her father to explain the whole truth, the reason for offering her older suitors and his clear indifference to her actions. However, with Daenerys' disappearance, any plan involving the Targaryens was no longer practical. To strengthen her family's and Dawn's position, Ariane had to marry, and the tournament would allow evaluating potential candidates while measuring the loyalty of her vassals to Sunspear. "Cousin, what do you think of the mysterious knight who has appeared?" asked Sarala with a smile, knowing that if something caught her cousin's attention, it was usually attractive men with an air of adventure and danger. Although the knight's face was a mystery, he met the other two criteria: he had an aura of an adventurer, and his skill with the lance was such that even her own father, Prince Oberyn, said he was not a green knight. I don't know what to say, but I am interested in him," responded Ariane with a coquettish smile. "His combat skill seems good, and he doesn't seem to fear anything." "You say that because of the little incident with House Urinwood when he had to joust against him, right?" asked Nymeria, recalling the moment. The incident Nymeria referred to occurred when the Knight of Dawnstar faced Lord Andus Urinwood's son, Cletus Urinwood, in a round. It all began when Cletus, after being unhorsed in the first pass, tried to attack him with his sword, something that surprised the spectators, as it was not typical of him to be so reckless. The battle, however, did not escalate, as the Knight of Dawnstar reared his horse slightly, making it turn and kick the breastplate of Cletus's armor with its hind legs, sending him flying a few meters and leaving him unconscious. The act caused a commotion among the attendees, and the guards of House Urinwood were upset, trying to enter the field to punish the mysterious knight. Fortunately, her father intervened quickly, calming the situation before something worse happened. "It's a shame Uncle Doran intervened. I would have liked to see that idiot, Quentin's best friend, beaten a bit more," commented Nymeria, smiling. Her comment provoked laughter in Ariane and a grunt from Oberyn. Noticing this, Nymeria looked at her before asking, "What's wrong, sister? Don't you agree with me?" "It's not that, it's just that it would have been boring to watch. Even I can knock that idiot out," responded Oberyn with a petulant tone. Oberyn's words made Ariane look at her for a moment before smiling, entertained by an idea that occurred to her for the next day. "By your words, cousin, I understand that you could defeat that knight, right?" asked Ariane, catching her cousin's attention. "Of course, cousin. You know I'm very good with the lance. Do you think a mere hedge knight could defeat me? I'm sure he's just a good rider. Hedge knights don't have the same martial skill as knights in a lord's service. And you, cousins? Do you think the same as your sister?" Ariane first received silence as a response, and then each of the sand snakes shared their opinion. "I think so," responded Nymeria, almost indifferently. "I think so too. Experience and training are the key to victory," said Sarala, trying to justify her answer. The last to respond was Tyen, who became the center of attention of her sisters and cousin due to her silence. "So, Tyen, what do you think of what Oberyn said? Do you think she would defeat the mysterious knight?" insisted Ariane. "Maybe yes, maybe no. Skill is important, but the favor of the gods also influences the outcome. And since my sister is almost a heretic, I don't think they will help her," responded Tyen, smiling innocently while casting amused glances at her sister. "You little," began Oberyn, but was interrupted by Ariane, who took the opportunity to present her idea. And that is my plan for tomorrow, said Ariane. What do you think? That it will be very fun, responded Obara, Nymeria, and Sarala in unison, while Tien added with a smile. May the gods protect those poor knights. While many nobles were conversing in their meetings, the crew members of the Starwolf were also having theirs in the ship's dining room. They were seated around some fresh fruits from the summer isles, accompanied by freshly baked bread, ham, cured cheese, and a bit of wine that Daenerys had bought. I have to say the wine is very good. It's somewhat tart, but you can taste the blood oranges, commented Samwell as he savored it in a silver cup. From the taste, I think it's worth what you paid for it. Really? Asked Daenerys, relieved, as she feared she had overpaid. Yes, the flavor is noticeably different from other wines we've tried. Also, it's aged, with a strong and concentrated taste without being cloying. Thank you. Honestly, I was afraid I had been swindled, said Daenerys with a smile, before turning to Jon, who seemed lost in thought. Jon, is something wrong? You look very pensive. Jon sighed before looking her in the eyes. Actually, yes. Jon confessed. When you asked me to enter this tournament, I didn't understand the reason. But now I see it clearly. Really, stammered Daenerys, fearing she had upset him by making him fulfill his promise to enter the tournament. That's right. The reason you almost begged me to take part was because of the Danes, wasn't it? The question left Daenerys frozen. She didn't expect him to figure out so quickly her plan to bring him closer to his maternal family. I. She tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. She feared Jon was upset, although that fear dissipated like clouds in the sun when he continued speaking. Relax, I'm not upset or anything like that, said Jon, catching the attention of the other crew members, who were watching the interaction with Daenerys with amused smiles. Although I would have liked you to tell me your plan from the beginning, I'm glad you tried to bring me closer to my maternal family. However, if we're honest, a direct contact would have been better than one with this approach. You might be right, intervened PYP, who couldn't resist and pulled a bag of money from his enchanted pouch. His smile was wide and triumphant. But if that were the case, we wouldn't have made so much money betting on your rounds. Cheapskate, muttered Gren, looking away. Hey! Don't talk like that. I saw you betting on Jon and you also made a good sum, protested PYP, offended. At least I'm not bragging about my winnings, shouted Gren, standing up and preparing to lunge at PYP. Come on, try your best punch. PYP's words were cut short when he and Gren ended up with their faces slammed on the table, immobilized by Jon, who held them firmly. I've told you 1,000 times that I don't care about your winnings, but I've also told you that we eat in peace at the table. If you want to fight like idiots, do it outside. The room fell silent. Sam, Ed, and Daenerys exchanged worried glances while Jon kept his two friends pressed against the table. Damn, Jon is angry. I'd better start writing my will. I think I'll leave everything to one of my brothers, murmured Ed, resigned. Oh okay, Jon, we won't do any more stupid things, but please don't kill us, said Gren, with a slight tremor in his voice. Yes, please. I don't want to die without having married and having at least 5 children, added PYP, looking at him with pleading eyes. Jon sighed and let them go. Both stood up and began rubbing their necks where Jon had held them. Sorry, guys, for the outburst. It's just that I've been a bit tense since the tournament started. Is it because of the number of houses from Dorne that have come, asked Sam. Or because there are houses from the Dornish marches participating, inquired PYP as he and Gren returned to their seats. More the latter, especially because everyone knows that the Dornish and the marchers hate each other like cats and dogs, responded Jon, sitting down again. Speaking of the marchers, how is the knight you were going to heal, asked Ed. He's fine. I managed to stabilize him so he wouldn't die, but as expected, the eye was left in an irreparable state. At least he didn't die. Being blind in one eye is better than dying, pointed out Daenerys. Some wouldn't agree, joked PYP. Maybe, but let's focus on what's happening here, said Jon, looking at his friend seriously. I have a feeling something is being plotted in this place. It's not common to see so many Dornish houses gathered. Do you think they are planning a rebellion? Asked Gren, taking a sip of wine from his cup. I don't think so, replied Sam, attracting everyone's attention. Why not? Asked Daenerys, intrigued. It's simple, princess, replied Sam, unfolding a map of Westeros and placing some empty cups on the points of the castles of the most powerful houses. Dorne's military power is not the strongest. When the young dragon conquered Dorne and wrote his book, he exaggerated the numbers of the Dornish armies to make his conquest more glorious. In reality, Dorne doesn't have 50,000 soldiers, it has a little over 20,000. 20,000 soldiers? Asked Daenerys, impressed. Yes, but that's not many troops, commented Jon, catching Daenerys' attention. The North can summon a similar number, but recruitment takes longer because it's the largest region in Westeros. With a quick call, the North would gather the same number as Dorne. What is the total number of soldiers in the North? Asked Daenerys. Approximately 40,000, replied Jon. 40,000 soldiers. That sounds like a huge army. Not really, princess, intervened Sam. The Reach can raise between 80 and 100,000 soldiers. The number made Daenerys open her eyes in astonishment. That number of soldiers was impressive. However, she wondered something: how had her family lost the war against the Baratheons with such large forces supporting them from the beginning? Maybe if I ask, I can get an idea, thought Daenerys, who was about to speak but was interrupted by Jon, who smiled mockingly. They may have that number of soldiers, but their Lord Paramount is not the brightest, said Jon, provoking giggles among Ed, Gren, and PYP. And you can't deny it, Sam. Tell me, what do you think of keeping an entire army besieging Storm's End throughout the war without taking it? I can't refute that, replied Sam with a smile, remembering what was said about the Lord of the Reach, who only obeyed his mother's orders. Some in certain castles say that if Lord Mance had been at the Trident, the battle could have ended differently. Of course, Sam. No matter how seasoned the rebels were, being outnumbered almost 4-1, and considering that the Reach has the most knights in Westeros, it's an army to be feared. But, as Edzard says, don't fear an army of brave men led by a fool, fear an army of fools led by brave men. Jon's words confused Daenerys even more, who asked why he had said that. The answer she received was that his master taught him that no matter how good an army was, if it was led by an idiot, it was destined to lose. However, an army of mediocre soldiers with a good general could use tactics and strategies that, although they wouldn't win immediately, would wear down the enemy until they were forced to retreat to recover from their losses. I see, having a good army isn't everything in war, said Daenerys, reflecting on Jon's words. That's right. It also matters who leads them, commented Jon, whispering the last words as an idea formed in his mind. Seconds later, he opened his eyes in surprise. I think I know why all the houses of Dorne are here. Really? Asked Samwell, and all his friends looked at him expectantly. Yes, I think this tournament is a test to measure the martial skills of the young. Think about it, why impose an age limit? It would only make sense if they wanted to evaluate the new generation of knights in Dorne. Then, perhaps those who excel will be selected for their skills as commanders, in preparation for a possible war, added Samwell, understanding what Jon meant. Exactly, to have the best strategists in Dorne ready for any eventuality, concluded Jon, causing astonishment among those present. But, are you sure? Asked Daenerys, still doubtful. No, but it's a good guess, said Sam. We'll find out tomorrow. Yes. I need everyone to be in separate points tomorrow, requested Jon. Try to listen to any interesting conversations, but don't give yourselves away, just be subtle while you're in the stands. Understood, responded Gren, PYP, and Sam. Dany. Jon called Daenerys, and she looked at him at once. I want you to be with Sam tomorrow. Oh, okay. Thank you, said Jon, standing up. We'd better get some sleep. Something tells me tomorrow will be a busy day. The sun of dawn shone intensely over the sand, affecting those not accustomed to its strength, like Jon, who found himself surrounded by several knights. He recognized one bearing the emblem of House Dane, showing he was a relative. Something strange is happening here, Jon thought, noticing that many seemed to be watching him. While analyzing those around him, the herald announced that Princess Ariane Martel wished to address everyone. When Ariane appeared in the box, John and many others opened their eyes in surprise. The princess wore a silk outfit that, due to its fluidity, revealed more skin than they considered proper. However, John sensed an imminent danger, as if something was approaching. "My skin is tingling, that always happens when trouble is coming," he thought, looking around almost paranoidally. His observation was interrupted when the princess began to speak. "Subjects of Dawn. This tournament has been organized to reunite the houses of Dawn, to restore trust among our houses. But how can we trust each other if a mysterious knight takes part in the tournament with a star in his heraldry?" Hearing her words, John understood what Ariane was planning. A feeling of anticipation, not fear, arose within him as he felt the gazes of everyone present in the arena and the stands fixed on him. His hands sweated, and his fingers seemed to anticipate what was about to happen. "So, as a test of trust, I ask the mysterious knight to step forward and reveal his identity, if he has nothing to hide." Ariane's declaration intensified the gazes on John, who pretended not to have heard anything. Knowing that if he did not act, distrust towards him would increase and possibly the guards would be forced to intervene, he made a decision. He held the reins of his horse and slowly advanced until he was a few meters ahead of the other competitors. Upon stopping, John brought his hand to his helmet and, loosening some straps, began to lift the visor slowly, stopping halfway while flashing a mocking smile. "I am flattered that you think my presence in this tournament could destabilize the trust of the Dornish houses. But it seems you have forgotten something, my princess. I am a mysterious knight, and the only way someone will know my identity is by defeating me." His words drew a collective gasp from those present, who did not expect such a bold response. Before anyone could react, John continued speaking. "Besides, it would be very boring for those enduring this sun if I revealed myself immediately, don't you think? Why not add a bit of excitement to the tournament?" The spectators roared in approval, wishing for John to continue fighting as a mysterious knight until someone defeated him or until he decided to reveal himself. John's smile remained firm as the princess responded with a smile of her own. "You are right, my good sir," said Ariane in a tone low enough for only John to hear, causing him a slight shiver. A moment later, with a firm voice, she proclaimed, "It seems you and I think alike, my good sir. So, to increase the excitement, I make the following announcement. To the knight who manages to unhorse and unmask the mysterious knight, I will grant my favor in tomorrow's finals." Hearing the princess's announcement, John felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Turning his face, he saw that all the knights were looking at him with the intensity of wolves stalking prey. The sight could intimidate anyone, but not him, who returned a defiant smile. Lowering the visor of his helmet, John looked at the princess and whispered, "Challenge accepted, princess. I hope you have enough beds in the infirmary for the knights who will end up there by the end of the day." Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Well, chapter 22 is done. As we can see, it seems that John has caught everyone's attention, from the Martells to the Danes. But if you're wondering why no one knows that John is still alive, remember this is the Middle Ages, information takes a long time to travel and often arrives distorted. Finally, it seems the tournament has turned into everyone against John, XD. Now we just have to see how the encounters will be and who they will be against. XD. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 23. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 23. Dawn 297 AC. The wind blew, kicking up dust in the jousting arena, a place still being prepared for what was to come. In the middle of the arena stood John, looking ahead. His next opponent was about to enter at any moment, at least, the first of them. All the remaining knights who could still compete had decided to challenge him. Now he would have to face at least 30 knights, all eager to discover his identity and win the princess's favor. While anyone else might have felt overwhelmed by being the target of so many opponents, Jon felt excited. This was a unique opportunity. He could become one of the few knights to reveal his identity at the end of a tournament. This will be very fun. Jon thought with a smile hidden under his helmet, momentarily forgetting that he needed to stay alert for any mention of the gathering of so many Dornish. He snapped back to reality when he saw his first opponent. "Are you serious?" he screamed in his mind upon recognizing the approaching man. He was someone in his 20s, with skin bronzed by the Dornish sun, an attractive face, and a dangerous aura that gave Jon a bad feeling. He was clean-shaven, with silver hair divided by a black streak. His nose was aquiline, his cheekbones high, and his jawline sharp. His dark eyes, similar to Jon's but without the unnatural gleam that characterized the son of Ashur Dayne, watched him intently. "You have to be kidding me. Of all the possible opponents, I never expected to face a relative so soon," Jon thought, noticing the Dane heraldry on his opponent's shield. Shifting his gaze from the shield, Jon studied his opponent's armor, an ornate black plate armor with purple details. While examining the points where he could strike to minimize damage, the herald began to speak, announcing the knight would face Jon in this round. Presenting the Knight of High Hermitage, Sigurd Dane, proclaimed the herald, capturing the audience's attention. He then moved towards Jon, continuing his announcement. "The Knight of High Hermitage has been the first to formally request the right to challenge the Knight of Dawnstar." The crowd murmured in intrigue, commenting on the stars in both knights' heraldry and wondering if they were related. Jon looked at his opponent and sighed internally. His relative's formal challenge complicated things. If I remember correctly, in a formal joust, all traditional rules apply, something that wasn't happening in this tournament, he thought, recalling that the Prince of Dawn had promised that losers wouldn't lose their belongings, which encouraged many hedge knights to participate. But in a formal duel, the loser had to lose his horse and armor to the winner, something ruinous for a hedge knight. For Jon, however, it only stood for a minimal economic loss. The herald gave the signal to start. Jon and Drold spurred their horses gently, approaching the center of the track before the first pass. That armor of yours isn't much, but it will still serve to boast that I defeated you in the first pass," said Drold as he passed by Jon, who remained impassive. "I hope you're at least strong enough to entertain me and my sweet princess for a while. It will be a good topic of conversation while I go back to bedding her." Drold's words made it clear that, besides being arrogant, he was dangerous. Jon decided to play along. "Maybe, but I don't think a stupid armor like yours, too ornate for something only used in battle, would be useful to me," he replied without looking at him. "Though I wonder who gave you such a ridiculous nickname as Darkstar. After all, Dark Stars are already dead." The provocation had its effect. Drold's body tensed, and his brow furrowed, accompanied by a scowl of anger. "Nice words. I hope you can back them up," Drold responded through gritted teeth. Before moving out of Jon's hearing range, he added with a tone laden with threat, "I hope you're careful. Many break their necks when they fall from their horse." Jon smiled under his helmet at the threat, finding it ironically amusing. He shook his head, looked up at the sky, and exhaled slowly before looking ahead. Tightening the reins, he gently nudged his horse's ribs, which reared up before galloping towards the opposite end of the track. Drold did the same, though without rearing his horse. Both advanced at full speed, kicking up dust behind them. Their lances, previously vertical, were now couched as they rapidly approached, ready to strike the other's armor. While everything seemed normal to the audience, for Jon, the situation was very different. As he galloped at full speed towards his opponent, he felt his senses sharpen, allowing him a quicker feeling than any mortal could dream of. It was something akin to the infamous Hyperflex's ability his master had. Although the sensation was similar to what his master had described, Jon knew this version was much more limited, something expected since he wasn't a descendant of the legendary Dovahkiin of Skyrim. However, that didn't matter to him at this moment, as his attention was entirely focused on his enemy, who now seemed to move slowly thanks to his accelerated reflexes. Jon's gaze became analytical, carefully observing Gerald Dane's movements and searching for the ideal spot to strike and unhorse him with a single blow. When he finally found the exact point, he subtly moved his hand, adjusting the lancer's position slightly to the left. With his weapon ready, he spurred his horse to accelerate even more, closing the distance with a speed that would have surprised even the most attentive observers. Both knights met in the center of the track, and their lances moved with precision towards their targets. Gerald's lance aimed directly at Jon's chest, with a clear intention to strike there. Although a plate armor would have withstood the blow, Jon's chainmail didn't offer the same protection. If the attack hit, the result would have been disastrous for the young knight. However, Jon was far from an ordinary person. At the last moment, seeing the blunt tip approaching, he raised his shield with surgical precision, deflecting Gerald's lance upwards. The tip passed cleanly over his shoulder, leaving Jon unscathed. Unfortunately for Gerald, he wasn't as lucky. Jon's lance struck his right shoulder squarely, at a strategic point that unhorsed him instantly. But he didn't just fall to the ground, the impact made him spin 3 times in the air before crashing into the sand. Surprise was written on the faces of Princess Ariane Martell and her cousins, and her father and uncle were no exception. They all looked astonished at what they had just seen. What just happened?" asked Ariane, her eyes fixed on the fallen figure of the infamous Knight of High Hermitage. "He unhorsed Sir Gerald Dane with a single blow," responded Obara, still incredulous at what she had just seen. The idea that someone like Darkstar could be defeated so quickly seemed impossible. Incredible," murmured Sarala, who was seeing the mysterious knight with an analytical gaze. "The way he struck was unorthodox," interrupted Prince Oberyn, flashing a wide and amused smile. The spectacle was highly entertaining to him. "But brilliant." "How so, uncle?" asked Tristan, Ariane's younger brother. At barely 10 years old, young Tristan was the youngest of Doran Martell's children. His olive skin and straight black hair shone under the sunlight, while his yellow doublet, adorned with bronze suns, glimmered intermittently. The Red Viper looked at him with a kinder smile before responding. "You see, Tristan. That knight used an uncommon technique. He charged with his lance couched almost from the start of his run. That's complicated because it requires a lot of arm strength and exceptional balance to prevent the lancer's weight from tipping the rider forward. But if you master it, you gain a great advantage, as the impact force is much greater than the opponent's." "Does that mean he's strong?" "Yes. He might be stronger than most knights I know, except one," replied Oberyn, adopting a somber tone at the end. Ariane at once recognized that change in her uncle's voice. She knew exactly to whom those last words referred. Prince Doran saw the mysterious knight in the jousting field again, this time with analytical eyes. If his brother was right, that young man was not only strong but also surprisingly skilled, to the point of surpassing one of the best knights in Dorne. "This wasn't in my plans," thought Doran, closing his eyes for a moment when he felt a pang of pain in his inflamed joints, punished by gout. "I want this to end soon so I can return to the Water Gardens. That place is the best refuge for my illness, at least until the time to act comes." However, his thoughts were interrupted by a furious shout that echoed throughout the arena. The voice belonged to Gerald Dane. Opening his eyes with some difficulty, Doran turned to his relatives to ask what was happening. "Darkstar has gotten up and asked his squire for his sword," informed Ariane, with a mix of surprise and excitement. She watched as the man she considered the most handsome in Dorne advanced towards the mysterious knight. "It seems Darkstar is a sore loser," commented Tyon, seeing how Gerald, sword in hand, launched a direct slash at the mysterious knight, forcibly unhorsing him. Daenerys and Sam watched as Jon's opponent launched desperate slashes and thrusts, trying to kill him after forcing him to dismount. The young princess couldn't help but worry about her friend, fearing he might get hurt, while Sam shared that concern, though for different reasons. He feared Jon might not restrain his strength enough and end up killing the Knight of House Dane, which would make him a kinslayer. "Do you think Jon will be okay?" asked Daenerys, almost on the verge of shouting his name when she saw Gerald Dane dangerously close to her friend. Luckily, Sam reacted in time and covered her mouth to prevent her from revealing Jon's true identity. "Yes, he'll be fine, but I'm more worried about Sir Dane. We don't know what will happen if Jon accidentally kills him." Sam's words increased Daenerys's anxiety, and she could only watch the fight in silence, trusting in Jon's skills, which had always been praised by his companions. She hoped those skills would be enough to allow him to come out unscathed, even fighting unarmed against an armed knight. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on their side. Jon skillfully dodged each of Darkstar's attacks, moving with such agility that he almost seemed to enjoy it. This confused Daenerys, who couldn't understand how Jon could find enjoyment in such a dangerous situation. Just like their friends, Ed, Gren, and PYP were also closely following the scene that Drold Dane had provoked by attacking Jon unexpectedly. "That idiot!" growled Gren, clenching his fist. "Control yourself, Gren," said Ed, keeping his eyes fixed on his friend, who continued to dodge the attacks with clear ease. "Ed is right, Gren. We need to stay calm and let Jon manage it. If we intervene, this could escalate, and other knights might join the conflict," commented PYP, though his hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready for any eventuality. "I know, but..." Gren grumbled, struggling to have Ghost. The young direwolf wanted to leap out of the bag he was being carried in and attack the knight who dared to assault his companion. However, Ghost was reduced to his puppy form, and even if he managed to break free, he wouldn't be able to do much unless Jon restored his normal size, something he would undoubtedly avoid to not attract the attention of the Septons or the townsfolk. "Calm down, Ghost. He'll be fine," said PYP in a calm voice, trying to soothe the restless wolf. It seemed luck was on their side, as Ghost stopped struggling, focusing his gaze on the arena, where Jon continued to dodge every blow. "Well, it looks like Ghost has calmed down," commented PYP. "Yes, now we just need Jon to finish his business," added Gren, watching as Jon continued to evade Darkstar's attacks. "It looks like it's about to end. Jon will resolve it soon," affirmed Ed. "Stay still, you idiot," roared Drold as he launched furious slashes with his sword, consumed by a rage that clouded his judgment. The shame of being unhorsed so easily in the first pass by someone he considered inferior was eating him up. Darkstar's sword moved swiftly, marking the first time Jon faced someone with such a level of skill. "He's by far the best swordsman I've faced so far," Jon thought, leaping back to avoid a slash aimed at opening his abdomen. "Though he's good, I'm afraid he's not at the level to defeat me. Now, if he had the power of that man I killed in the Summer Isles, he would be a real challenge. I'm sure I would need to use several spells to defeat him." Darkstar attacked with a horizontal slash towards Jon's neck, putting all his effort into the blow with the intention of decapitating him. Jon's eyes calmly followed the trajectory of the sword, watching it approach. However, just as the blade was about to reach him, he stepped back, dodging it precisely. Taking advantage of the imbalance in Drold's extended arm, Jon moved quickly, grabbing the knight's forearm and arm to immobilize him. "Let go of me," shouted Drold, struggling unsuccessfully. Desperate, he tried to punch Jon with his free hand, but Jon released the immobilized arm and, with a swift movement, kicked the leg supporting Drold's weight, making him fall heavily to the ground. The clinking of armor hitting the ground echoed in the arena. "I told you, didn't I? Darkstars are the ones that don't shine and never will," Jon mocked. However, he had to quickly turn his head when Drold threw sand at his face, trying to blind him. "Idiot. Did you think one blow would be enough to defeat me? I am the best sword in Dawn, and now my sword will." Drold's words died in his throat when Jon, expecting his attack, punched him in the chest. The force of the blow slightly dented the armor and left Darkstar gasping. "And you're an idiot if you think I didn't foresee you doing something as dishonorable as throwing sand at me," Jon said coldly. He had had enough. Without giving Drold a chance to recover, Jon charged again. Still dazed, Drold raised his sword with a furious growl, shouting, "Die, you bastard!" The Knight of High Hermitage launched a horizontal slash with all his strength, but Jon caught his left arm, twisting it in such a way that forced him to drop the sword. Before Drold could react, Jon spun around and kicked him with a spinning kick to the helmet, sending him flying 2 meters to the side. Drold fell heavily, his helmet rolling away from his head. The crowd, which had initially cheered excitedly at seeing Drold fight Jon, now fell into a deathly silence. No one knew exactly what had just happened. Before Jon could say a word, the sound of hurried footsteps and the clinking of steel broke the silence. Intrigued, John looked towards the source of the noise and, to his surprise, saw 6 guards dressed in the colors of House Martell approaching and surrounding him, pointing their spears at him. John's eyes focused on the sharp metal tips, quickly analyzing his enemies' stances and the reach of their weapons. After completing his assessment, he considered 2 options: use a spell to disarm them at once or take advantage of Drold's sword, lying just a few steps away, to defeat them in a few moves. "I wouldn't recommend doing that, boy," said a deep voice as someone approached. The voice had a peculiar accent that John couldn't immediately identify. Turning his head to see the owner of those words, he found an older man with broad shoulders and an imposing presence. The man wore a half-iron helmet wrapped in orange silks. Although much of his hair was covered, the white strands that stuck out showed his age. He wore a copper scale shirt and a cloak in brown and yellow tones, likely designed to protect him from the scorching Dornish sun. "And why is that?" John asked, not losing his composure. "Because you would be defying Prince Doran's orders," the man replied without hesitation. If John's face hadn't been hidden behind his mask, the old warrior would have seen the smile that formed on his lips. Tell me something, good man," John said, modulating his tone to avoid misunderstandings. Meanwhile, his eyes fixed on the axe the man carried, an imposing weapon with a shaft that seemed to measure almost 6 feet. Its design made it clear that only someone with great skill could manage it properly. "What makes you think I care in the slightest about what the Prince of Dorne wants?" John's comment left everyone stunned, both nobles and commoners, who couldn't believe the young knight's lack of respect. "It may not matter to you what the prince wants, but while you're in his domain, you must abide by his decrees." "Hey, hey, hey." John let out a light laugh, as if the response was exactly what he expected. Looking up at the sky, he exhaled a sigh before returning his attention to the warrior. He decided not to prolong the conversation. Very well, let's end this. Tell me, why are those guards pointing at me as if they want to kill me?" "You have violated one of the rules Prince Doran imposed for this tournament." John raised an eyebrow, visibly confused. As far as he knew, he hadn't broken any rules. He decided to ask, "What rule, exactly?" "The prince made it clear that killing opponents in the jousts was prohibited." The surprise made John open his eyes slightly. He at once understood that they were accusing him of having killed Drold. Realizing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, ha, ha. His laughter echoed in the arena, bewildering everyone present, who began to suspect he might have lost his mind. "I can't believe they think I've killed him." Confusion spread among the crowd. No one understood why John was denying something that seemed so clear. "It's impossible that the Knight of High Hermitage survived after receiving such a blow to the head," the man pointed out, making a reasonable assertion. Many knights had died from similar impacts. While John's kicks could be considered blunt weapons, the young bastard knew he had restrained himself enough not to kill Drold. For John, there was no worse disgrace than becoming a kinslayer. When he finished laughing, John clarified that he hadn't killed Drold but had simply knocked him unconscious. Although the man initially doubted, he sent someone to check the knight's condition. Minutes later, they confirmed that Drold was alive, though unconscious, and servants quickly took him to the Maester for treatment. Once the Knight of High Hermitage was removed from the arena, John walked towards his horse, ready to wait for his next opponent. However, before he could take the reins, the man in the brown cloak interrupted him again. "What is it now, good man? Are you going to accuse me of murder again?" The question, laden with sarcasm, made some in the crowd stifle nervous laughs. However, the man showed no reaction. "No, I only come to convey Prince Doran's apologies," he responded calmly. John listened to his words and, with a barely visible smile under his mask, replied while mounting his horse. "Tell your prince that I accept his apologies, but if he wants me to leave the tournament, he should prove it as his daughter has, not with stratagems. The easiest way would be to paint a target on my back and offer a reward to whoever unhorses me." With those words, John nodded slightly to the man and began to ride towards the place where he was to wait for his next opponent. While John awaited his next opponent, Prince Doran awaited the arrival of his loyal servant. He didn't have to wait long, as the servant arrived quickly. "My prince, I delivered your message." "I see. And how did he take it, Ario?" asked Doran. "He said that if you want to eliminate him from the tournament, you should promise rewards to those who challenge and try to unhorse him, not use stratagems like the previous one," replied Ario. The Prince of Dawn observed the man who had arrived with his wife several years ago. Ario Hotter, a Norvoshi, had lived in the free city of Norphos until he accompanied Melario, who became the princess consort of Dawn. Trained by the bearded priests, Ario was one of the most lethal warriors under his command. Doran sighed, recognizing that his last maneuver had been too obvious. However, he had learned something important, that Hedge Knight was dangerous. "Ario, have your best guards follow him tonight. I want to know where he sleeps, who he meets with, and what he does after the tournament," ordered Doran. Ario nodded and left. Once the Norvoshi was gone, Prince Oberyn spoke, a playful smile on his face. "It seems that boy is smarter than you thought." "Yes, I thought that being a Hedge Knight, he would lack the skill to manage the situation with Darkstar." "I was wrong," admitted Doran seriously. "Well, if you want to get rid of him, you could orchestrate a trial by combat," suggested Oberyn while taking a sip of Dornish red wine from the small table beside him. Oberyn's proposal made Doran reflect for a moment. Although it seemed like a good idea, it was also dangerous. Trials by combat were single duels where fate was left in the hands of the gods. "It's a good plan, but it has a problem," said Doran. "What?" asked Oberyn, setting down his wine cup. "Who would be his opponent?" replied Doran, causing his brother to frown slightly. "He has already defeated one of the best swords in Dawn, and he did it unarmed. Who knows how good he is with a sword?" "Don't worry about that, brother," said Oberyn, drawing his attention. "He may have defeated one of the best swords, but he hasn't faced the best spear." Doran looked at him, understanding that his brother wanted to be the contender if that scenario arose. Although he had his doubts, he knew Oberyn wouldn't change his mind. "Do you think you can beat him?" "Heh, it hurts that you doubt my abilities," replied Oberyn with feigned indignation before getting serious. "Honestly, I don't know. I haven't seen him fight with a weapon, but it's clear he's skilled." "How skilled?" "I can only guess. But it doesn't have to be a duel to the death. It's enough for him to surrender. And with a simple cut, it will all be over." Doran sighed, understanding that his brother planned to use one of his famous poisons. "All right, if that scenario occurs, he's all yours." "Perfect," said Oberyn with a smile. Then, he looked ahead, where another knight was challenging the mysterious stranger. Amused, he decided to enjoy the spectacle. No one seemed capable of unhorsing him today. Jon rode calmly through the streets of the city near Sunspear. His horse's steps were slow, as he was in no hurry to return to the Starwolf. There was a reason, he was being followed. "They're good, I have to admit. If I were a normal person, they could follow me easily. Unfortunately for them, my senses are enhanced. Now, how do I escape? By galloping away? Hiding in the shadows? No. If I do that, I'll look suspicious, and I'm sure that's what they are looking for, something to blame me for to get me out of the tournament. But, why so much interest in eliminating me? Are they hiding something? I don't think so. I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary, except for the participation of some marchers. This makes less sense the more I think about it. What do they gain by getting me out of the competition? Maybe there is a conspiracy, but I won't worry about that now. The important thing is to evade them." His thoughts were interrupted when he saw an archway leading to two completely dark side streets. An idea began to form in his mind. Taking the reins of his horse, he headed towards that place. Passing under the arch, he abruptly pulled the reins and guided the horse into one of the dark alleys. Once there, he quickly dismounted and cast the same spell he used on Ghost to shrink him. With the horse in his arms, he made a great leap that took him to the rooftop of an adobe house. Hidden in the shadows, he watched as his pursuers arrived at the alley and gathered. "Did you find him?" one asked. "No, he's completely disappeared," another replied. "That's impossible. No one can disappear that quickly." No, there are people who can do it, said one in a tone that made his companions shudder. You don't think it's possible? Well, it doesn't matter. We must return and tell Prince Doran that we lost him. Jon watched them leave but remained still for a while. When he was sure they had gone, he descended into the alley and exited through the opposite end. Back on the streets, he entered another alley and, upon exiting, was already mounted on his horse again. He looked in the direction of the Martell Palace, sighed, and rode towards his ship. He wished the tournament would end soon so he could resume his search for the infamous seal stones. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And here is chapter 23. Well, let's leave that aside. It seems that Jon easily managed to knock down his relative, which made him angry, ending with a match that Jon won effortless. It should be noted that Jon won this so easily because, as he mentions, he is not a normal person. It also shows that Doran considers Jon dangerous, and he is, but not to the extent that the Prince of Dawn thinks. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 24. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 24. Dawn 297 AC. The sun was low, almost setting on the horizon, preparing to give way to dusk and then night. However, even though several hours had passed since the start of the jousts, the spectators had not moved from their seats. The reason? Against all expectations, the mysterious knight had not been unhorsed by anyone. In fact, he had defeated all his opponents in a single pass, drastically reducing the duration of the tournament. After those quick defeats, the jousts continued normally, although with fewer participants, everything progressed faster. The nerves of those present were at their limit. The accumulation of victories made the mysterious knight seem like an unbeatable champion. But there was one last hope: Jon's final opponent, another bastard. Demon Sand, known as the Bastard of God's Grace, was the last rival. A tall and attractive man, he appeared without a helmet, revealing a prominent jaw, sky-blue eyes, and light brown hair with a sandy touch. His short, well-groomed beard formed dimples when he smiled towards the stands. He wore simple plate armor, complemented by a red and black surcoat bearing the emblem of House Illyrian. When Jon saw the heraldry the Dornishman bore, he noticed something peculiar: it did not follow the tradition of inverting the colors or adding the red stripe that distinguished bastards in Westeros. This piqued his curiosity, but he decided to leave that detail for another time. Now he had to focus on unhorsing him and finishing this as soon as possible. The herald positioned himself in the center of the arena to announce the final words before the tournament's conclusion. He explained that the victor would have the honor of crowning one of the women present as the Queen of Love and Beauty, using roses gathered from the water gardens. To emphasize this, a servant crossed the arena carrying a velvet cushion with the crown, made of flowers as red as blood, passing by each of the two contenders. As he contemplated the crown, Jon thought it would be more striking with some other adornment. But, knowing it had been crafted by the tournament's host, and considering the limited variety of flowers in Dawn, he decided to be content. What really concerned him was something else: to whom he would have to give that crown if he won. So many options and only one crown. Jon reflected, seeing the flowers and then the women in the stands. The logical choice would be to give it to the princess, but she's been a pain in the ass. What better revenge for forcing me to face all the combatants than crowning another woman? Now, who to choose? Jon scanned the stands, considering his options. I could give it to my Aunt Illyria, but that would generate rumors, especially since she's engaged, and that could cause problems with her fiancé's family. The second choice is that blonde girl next to Princess Arianne. Nothing irritates a woman more than crowning her friend instead of her. The last choice is Daenerys. I suppose she also counts as a princess, even though her family was dethroned. but it would be awkward to talk to her afterward if I give her the crown. Although, if I want to hurt the ego of the Princess of Dawn, crowning her would be perfect. Right now, Daenerys looks like a commoner, a very beautiful one, but a commoner nonetheless, and being outdone in that way would surely sting. Yes, I think that will be best. Besides, if I had to suffer being the main spectacle, she should feel some of my discomfort too. The herald interrupted Jon's thoughts by announcing that the joust was about to begin. Taking the reins of his horse, Jon directed it to the other end of the track. As he crossed paths with Demon Sand in the center, the latter gave him a smile and wished him luck. Good luck. Jon nodded slightly and replied. Thank you, I wish you good luck as well. As he moved away, something caught Jon's attention, an orange cloth hanging from Demon's wrist, with the sun and spear of House Martell embroidered on its end. So, you're Princess Arianne's champion, huh? I suppose she expects you to defeat me. But, unfortunately for you, that won't happen today. Jon thought, seeing the corner of the track approaching. I hope your armor is good because I'll unhorse you on the first pass. With those words in his mind, Jon gently spurred his horse to quicken its pace. He reached the end of the track and positioned himself. Looking ahead, he saw that Demon was also ready. Focusing on his opponent, Jon felt the air had a strange taste but dismissed the sensation. He fixed his gaze on Demon, adjusted the reins of his horse, and waited for the herald's signal to begin the final joust. When the herald gave the signal, Jon spurred his horse and, pulling the reins, made it rear up before launching it into a gallop towards the Dornish knight. Demon, in contrast, simply allowed his steed to accelerate until it reached a great speed. As they approached each other, the noise of the crowd grew in intensity, but for Jon, it all faded away. His focus was entirely on his opponent, as if nothing else existed. As he rode, time seemed to slow down, sharpening his feeling of every detail. The audience, on the other hand, watched with bated breath, divided between those who supported the mysterious knight and those who wished for Demon Sand's victory. Unaware of everything happening in the stands, Jon kept his concentration. He held his lance in a vertical position, waiting for the right moment to lower it. That moment came when he had covered a quarter of the track. With a precise movement, he lowered the lance, preparing it for the imminent impact. Both knights adjusted their lances as they approached the midpoint of the track, the place where the weapons would clash against the shields. Demon Sand was a skilled knight, expert in the use of the lance and the sword. But he faced Jon, someone whose physical strength and training had prepared him to be a legendary warrior. The clash was inevitable and thunderous. Both lances struck their opponent's shields, but the difference was at once clear. Although Demon struck with force, Jon's body, with its exceptional resilience, absorbed the impact better. On the other hand, Demon, despite his skill, could not withstand the force of Jon's blow. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the bastard of God's grace was thrown from his horse and fell heavily onto the sand, producing a dull thud upon impact. Jon, seeing his opponent on the ground, did something he had only done once before, when he faced his aunt's betrothed. He quickly dismounted and approached to check on Demon's condition. Confirming that he was only bruised, he extended his hand, a gesture the Dornish knight accepted with gratitude. This act of chivalry earned the approval of the crowd and several lords, who looked at Jon with respect. Well fought, sir. Jon said sincerely. Thank you, sir. You fought well too, replied Demon as he got up with Jon's help. Though I would have preferred to win, you jousted better than anyone in this tournament. Thank you, sir. Jon replied, releasing his opponent's hand with a nod. The herald burst into the center of the arena, taking Jon's right hand and raising it while proclaiming. The victor of this tournament, the one who remained undefeated against all challenges, the Knight of Dawnstar. The crowd responded with deafening cheers, while the commoners roared in approval and some nobles applauded enthusiastically. Now, according to tradition, the champion will have the honor of crowning a maiden as the Queen of Love and Beauty. After these words, the servant carrying the crown approached Jon. Without wasting time, Jon mounted his horse again. Once in the saddle, he took the crown offered by the servant and directed his gaze towards the stands. Without hesitation, Jon began to ride towards the Martell box. The crowd assumed he would crown Princess Arianne, but to everyone's astonishment, he did not stop there. He continued to where his friends were, who, seeing him approach, smiled conspiratorially. They made way for Daenerys to become visible. The young Targaryen, with her black hair still hiding its characteristic silver tone, stood out like a diamond among coal. Her appearance captured everyone's attention, nobles and commoners alike, who had not noticed her presence until that moment, as Jon's friends usually covered her. "My lady," Jon said with a barely perceptible smile under his helmet, as he extended his hand to place the crown of roses on Daenerys's head. Silence fell over the place. With a slight nod, Jon signaled to Gren, who, understanding the instruction, released Ghost. The direwolf, in his puppy form, fell from a height of 2 meters. But before touching the ground, he regained his normal size thanks to the spell Jon deactivated with the hand holding the shield. With Ghost ready, Jon pulled the reins and rode to the center of the track, stopping in front of the herald. In the center of the arena, Jon brought a hand to the strap of his helmet. He unbuckled the first clasp and lifted the back slightly, revealing the lower half of his face. Then, he looked at the audience, nobles and commoners alike, and cleared his throat, preparing for what he was about to do. "As you know, I promised to reveal my identity only if I was defeated or if I won this tournament. No one managed to unhorse me, and I have won the tournament, so now I will keep my promise," Jon shouted, drawing everyone's attention, especially Princess Arianne's. A smile appeared on Jon's face as he noticed the princess's annoyed expression, probably irritated at being ignored during the crowning of the Queen of Love and Beauty. But far from bothering him, he found it amusing. "Before revealing myself, I want to answer some questions the princess surely has. To begin with, I was born in these lands several years ago." His words generated a mix of curiosity and irritation among those present. Some looked at him with interest, while others, especially the most loyal to the Martells, watched him with clear displeasure for prolonging the moment of his revelation. Jon, aware of the growing displeasure, decided to end the suspense. Knowing he needed solid proof to back his words, he whistled loudly, calling his faithful companion. The sound puzzled everyone except the crew of the Star Wolf, who already knew what was coming. The confusion gave way to astonishment and fear when a huge white wolf, larger than any common wolf, appeared from the stands. The animal trotted until it stopped next to its master. Its red eyes scanned the crowd, causing several to step back in fear. Taking advantage of the general attention, Jon pulled off his helmet, revealing his face. The reaction was immediate and varied. Many young women looked at him fascinated, attracted by something in him that, without being extraordinarily handsome, was magnetic. Others, however, were stupefied, as if they were seeing a ghost. Among the most shocked were Ulrich Dane, Oberyn, and Doran Martell, who found in Jon's face unmistakable echoes of Ashera Dane and Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. "My name is Jon Snow, son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell and Lady Ashera Dane of Starfall," Jon proclaimed firmly. The announcement left the members of House Dane in a state of complete shock. From Edric to Ulrich, all seemed unable to process what they had just heard. Even Illyria had to be supported by her betrothed, who also looked astonished at the young man who had unhorsed him in the tournament. Impossible," whispered Ulrich in disbelief, staring at the young man many had believed dead for years. A part of Ulrich, hardened by years of intrigues and power games in King's Landing, wanted to deny what he had just heard. But he couldn't ignore the truth. Jon not only had features reminiscent of his sister and Eddard Stark, but he was also accompanied by a direwolf, an animal the Starks had made famous even in Dorne. "Father," asked Edric with a trembling voice, looking at his supposed cousin. "Is it really?" "I don't know for sure, but it's undeniable that he looks a lot like Lord Stark. Moreover, his posture reminds me of Arthur, and although I can't see his eyes well from here, if they are like my sister's." Ulrich left the sentence unfinished, clearly overwhelmed. "How will we know the truth?" insisted Edric, who, despite the confusion, began to feel a spark of hope at the possibility that his cousin was alive. "We'll have to talk to him in person. If I see him closely, I'll be able to tell if he really is my sister's son or if he's an impostor," replied Ulrich, still fixing his gaze on Jon. After a few seconds of reflection, Ulrich directed his gaze to Illyria's betrothed, who was holding her firmly while she seemed about to faint. Decided, Ulrich spoke. "Lord Dondarrion, I know it's a lot to ask, but could you do me a favor? Illyria's betrothed stopped looking at the jousting field and turned his attention to Ulrich. After a brief silence, he nodded, intuiting what he was going to ask. "Thank you. I only have one thing to ask of you." Meanwhile, on the Dane balcony, all the members of the house watched John with surprise and hope. On the other hand, the Martells looked at him with mixed emotions, as no one knew exactly what to feel. Not only because the young man had defeated all his opponents in the tournament, but also because he was the son of Ashura, a close friend of Elia, but also the son of the brother of the woman for whom Elia's husband had dishonored her, one of the most loyal dogs of the usurper. "I thought Ashura's son had died a few years ago," commented Oberyn while seeing the young man, who, despite having a great resemblance to Lord Stark, also stood with the same posture as Arthur. "Yes, I thought so too, but it seems that wasn't true," noted Doran, looking at the young man with narrowed eyes. "The Danes have always been lethal swordsmen. I suppose that explains why he's such a good fighter, but I don't understand what he's doing here, of all places." "You sound worried about this, brother," said Oberyn, stopping looking at the supposed son of Ashura to focus on his brother. "I am. The boy's presence puts us in a complicated situation with the Danes and the Iron Throne," commented Doran, while thinking about the implications of this revelation. "His presence makes us look like liars to the Iron Throne." Doran's words confused Oberyn, who didn't understand how the presence of Eddard Stark's bastard could harm them so much. Why would the presence of Stark's bastard leave us in such a bad position? "Do you remember the messages that arrived years ago from King's Landing?" "Are you talking about the ones where the stag asked us if Stark's bastard was in Dorne?" asked Oberyn, recalling the content of the letters he had read with his brother at the time. "Yes, those same ones," replied Doran with a tired voice. "I told Baratheon that the boy wasn't in Dorne. What do you think he'll think when the spider tells him the boy is here?" Faced with his brother's question, Oberyn remained silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. "He'll think we kept the boy as a hostage," said Oberyn, deducing what the Stag King would think. "Exactly. And if there's one thing we need to be careful of, it's Baratheon's wrath, especially if he decides to call his banners to send them against us." "Do you think he would do that just for a bastard?" asked Oberyn, narrowing his eyes. "I don't know, but knowing his character, it's a possibility. Remote, but existing." "Then let him do it," said Oberyn, looking at the sky and frowning while clenching his fists. "If he declares war on us, Tywin Lannister will come with him, and his dogs will be by his side. It will be the perfect time to avenge Elia and her children." Oberyn's words were full of anger and bloodlust. There was nothing he wished for more in the world than to see the person responsible for his sisters and her children's deaths die agonizingly. However, despite Doran wanting the same, he wasn't naive enough to think they could win if war broke out. "We can't win against the combined power of all the kingdoms, Oberyn," said Doran, closing his eyes while meditating on what to do. "Do you think all the kingdoms will support him?" asked Oberyn, not taking his eyes off the image of the Lannisters. "The lords of the Stormlands will follow him without question. The Westerlands are committed to him through his marriage to Cersei Lannister. The North, the Vale, and the Riverlands are tied by marriage, and two of the ruling lords of those lands have deep bonds of friendship with Baratheon, which will make that alliance support him. The Reach would be an unknown, but knowing Mance, they will join, as he hates us and blames us for his heir's disability. Finally, the Iron Islands won't side with us, thanks to Stark holding Balon Greyjoy's heir hostage. So, as you see, brother, we are outmatched on all sides. We have no superiority in anything, neither in naval strength, nor in soldiers, much less in gold and supplies. If war starts, they will defeat us, and our heads will end up on spikes on the walls of the Red Keep." Hearing his brother's words and understanding the situation they were in, the Red Viper calmed his bloodlust. With a clearer mind, he began to think about how to prevent the Fat Stag from finding out what was happening in Dorne. "Do you think you can prevent the news from reaching King's Landing?" "No, by this time, the information will already be traveling through the spider's web. It's possible it will arrive before we can send a raven to explain that the boy appeared out of nowhere in Dorne." "Then what will you do?" "Make the boy speak for us to the throne," replied Doran, seeing the supposed nephew of Lord Dane. Seeing him, he noticed that Lord Beric Dondarrion, Illyria's betrothed, was approaching the young man. Realizing this, he understood that the Lord of Starfall wanted to know if he really was his nephew. When he realized this, the Prince of Dawn smiled, knowing that the Danes were making things easier for him. If Ulrich discovers the truth about the boy, it will make things easier for me, as I won't have to be the one to interrogate the young man. Oberyn called Doran to his brother, who looked at him as soon as he heard his name. When the time comes, I'll send a servant to let you know when you should go see the boy. I want you to bring him to my office and make sure no one follows you. All right, brother, replied Oberyn, nodding firmly. While her father and uncle conversed, Arianne and her cousins also murmured among themselves. The topic of conversation, of course, was the young bastard in the arena, who had caused a great commotion by revealing his identity. It was no mystery to many inhabitants of West Eos that, in Dawn, anything related to the Starks was not received with enthusiasm by either the populace or the lords. Although they were not considered the main culprits for the death of Princess Elia Martell, they were still blamed for the dishonor Rhaegar had caused the princess by crowning Lyanna Stark at Harrenhal. However, that was not what occupied the minds of the daughters of Princes Doran and Oberyn, who watched the young man with surprise, each with different thoughts. Oberyn's mind was completely in shock at seeing that the person who had defeated all the competitors, including some of the best swordsmen in Dawn, was nothing more than a boy who couldn't be older than 14. Sarala, for her part, was equally astonished, unable to understand how such a young boy could have the skill and strength necessary to defeat much older and therefore more experienced fighters. However, the most natural reactions, less focused on the young man's martial abilities, came from Nymeria, Tyon, and Arianne. The three young women looked at him with a certain fascination. "See, cousin, does the boy meet your expectations?" asked Nymeria, her eyes fixed on Jon, seeing him from every angle she could. "Yes, dear cousin." "Is he attractive enough for you?" asked Tyon, smiling innocently, a smile she used to hide her true feelings. The heir of Dawn did not respond directly. Instead, she simply let a smile appear on her face. What she felt at that moment was a conflict of emotions, for although at first, she had felt annoyed and even somewhat humiliated by the young knight, since he had ignored her completely and crowned a commoner, when she saw the young commoner, she felt confused. She didn't understand how such a beautiful girl had gone unnoticed by everyone. She had even noticed that everyone, from her brother Quentyn to some lords, was also surprised to see her, as the commoner was truly a beauty. Although that had left her somewhat annoyed, when Jon removed his helmet and revealed his identity, she was completely shocked. The boy who had defeated two of her most well-known ex-lovers, who were two of the best warriors Dawn possessed, couldn't be older than 15. She tried to look at him more closely, studying every part of his face. While he wasn't as attractive as the Targaryens were rumored to be, the young man in the arena was more handsome than others, but not only that. Unlike others who acted dangerously to give an image of danger, Jon seemed to be dangerous in an intrinsic way, something that excited her. Unfortunately, his youth was something that partially assuaged that feeling, or so she thought for a moment. As she watched him, an idea came to her mind, and suddenly, she felt excited about the possibility of taking a man who had not yet experienced his first romance and taking him to know the pleasures of the flesh. "Despite his youth, he meets all the requirements I need in a lover," Arianne replied, looking away from the young man to turn her gaze to her cousins. Seeing them smiling, her own smile widened a little. Deciding what to do, she spoke. "Nym, Tyon, could you do me a favor?" The princess's question was answered with a nod from both sand snakes, who began to sense what Arianne was planning. "It is more than likely that both my father and Lord Dane will be going to speak with him. So, I would like for you to pick him up when they are done so we can have a chat with him." "Oh, planning to seduce such a young boy, cousin?" Tyon asked, feigning indignation at what seemed to be her cousin's intention. "Maybe so, cousin," Arianne replied, smiling. "Though I have a proposition for him that is not what you think." "What's that, Ari?" asked Nymeria, with some curiosity. "Do you remember what the secret objectives of this tournament were?" "Of course, but what does that have to do with him?" "I remind you that Uncle Doran already rejected Daemon as a possible consort for you because he's a bastard." "Why do you think he would be the exception?" asked Sarala, who had heard what her cousin had proposed to her sisters. "Easy, Sarala," replied Arianne, still smiling. Although he is also a bastard, there's a small difference. What difference? Asked Oberyn, who decided to join the conversation, having preferred to stay silent until then. His father. Arianne quickly responded. What do you mean, cousin? What does Lord Stark have to do with this? Asked Oberyn, not understanding why the bastard's father was the main reason the Prince of Dorne might consider the young man as a possible candidate for her cousin's marriage. The Starks, as much as some may hate them, are one of the greatest and most important houses in Westeros. Not only that, but they have ruled their kingdom the longest and only knelt to the dragons to prevent their people from suffering. Moreover, they were more than important during the Usurpers' War, and now they are part of one of the most powerful alliances in all of Westeros, as they are related to the Tullys and the Arryns. If a war broke out in Westeros and Dorne joined them, it would be 4 kingdoms against their enemies. Arianne's words carried a hidden message. If I marry the bastard and my brother tries to take my inheritance, he will face nearly 100,000 soldiers, something no house in Dorne could match. The only thing that could equal that strength would be if he married the Flower of Highgarden, but that was impossible, as the Fat Flower would never allow Tyrell to marry a Martell after what happened with her uncle Oberyn and Willers Tyrell. So, will you help me convince him to at least support me? Arianne asked her cousins. That depends. How far will you go in your attempts? Asked Sarala. Until he accepts my plan. But even if he accepts, he's still a bastard. How do you think that will change? Questioned Oberyn. That's easy, cousin. His father is the best friend of the usurper. With just one raven, the boy would be legitimized and become Jon Stark. That is, if he really is Lord Stark's son. Pointed out Nymeria. Yes, but I'm sure both Lord Dane and my father will discover the truth. That's why I want you to contact him, so we can talk to him once they've spoken with him. Jon watched with amusement at what was happening, finding nothing more entertaining than seeing everyone go crazy over his declarations. Although he knew his words would be taken cautiously, as he was supposed to have died years ago, he was aware that his mere presence in Dorne would unleash chaos. Even during the battles of the Bravo Sea incursion in the Stepstones, he avoided saying his real name. When asked about Ghost, he would usually respond that he was a hybrid, a mix between a wolf and a dog, which explained his size and ferocity. That's why he was sure that in Dorne, they knew nothing about him. Although it was possible they knew him through the King's Master of Spies, he believed that was unlikely, as Dorne didn't have much presence at the court of King's Landing, or at least he hoped so. Fortunately, everyone's reactions seem to match my expectations. No one seems exempt from surprise. Now comes the tricky part, the meeting with my mother's family. Jon thought, but he didn't have time to think further, as Ghost fixed his gaze to the south, not taking his eyes off that direction. Is something wrong, boy? Jon's question was answered when Ghost bared his teeth for a second, a signal for Jon to look in that direction. Jon followed his gaze and saw that Sir Dondarrion, his aunt's betrothed, appeared there. Seeing him approach, Jon knew his uncle wanted to talk to him. Without wasting time, he dismounted his horse and, as he approached, called one of the stable boys. Take care of him for a while, please. When I return with him, I'll pay you well for the service. The stable boy observed Jon for a moment and, after thinking for a second, nodded and took the reins of the horse to lead it to the stables. When the stable boy walked away with the horse, Jon removed his gauntlets, keeping his helmet in his right hand, and approached the man who would be his uncle in the future. Good day, Lord Dondarrion. Jon greeted the Lord of Lightning. Good day, sir. Beric responded to the young man's greeting. Do you know why I'm here? Of course. I can guess the reason. So, why don't we speed things up and you take me to where my uncle is so we can finish all this? Jon's response, which would have offended any other lord, made Beric smile. He recognized in him the same disdain for formalities that his betrothed often showed when she wanted to finish something quickly. Thinking that he truly was Illyria's nephew, Beric nodded without a word. Sure, follow me, please. With those words, Beric and Jon left the arena, leaving everyone watching them to continue whispering. Meanwhile, the herald announced that the tournament had ended, but due to urgent matters, Prince Doran would not give a speech to close the event. Although that sounded like an excuse, everyone, from nobles to commoners, understood that what had happened deserved to be examined in depth. Not only Doran, but several of the Lords of Dawn realized that they were probably entering dangerous territory due to the revelation of the young bastard. Jon and Beric walked through one of the city's streets, arriving at one of the many houses in the area. Their route had taken them through one of the poorer neighborhoods, then into the blacksmith's district, where Jon knew Daenerys had met Edric. However, they didn't stop there but continued walking through several more streets until they reached this house. The property was nothing extraordinary, a large adobe house, reinforced with plaster and lime, giving it a beautiful white color. Although the house wasn't very large, it was well decorated on the outside, with a small garden featuring some palm trees. "So, is this where my uncle stays when he comes to the city?" Jon asked curiously. "Not always, as he usually stays at the castle, but when he needs privacy away from the prince's spies, he uses this residence," Beric replied as they approached the house, and some guards came out to greet them. The guards, dressed in chainmail and half-helms wrapped in purple cloth, wore surcoats with the colors of House Dane. Seeing Beric, they nodded and allowed them to enter. "It seems the prince doesn't trust his vassals," Jon commented as he crossed the threshold of the house. "It's understandable. Here in Dawn, they are not only sinful but also dangerous in many ways. The prince is wise to keep an eye on them," Beric responded. Jon nodded at the words of his aunt's betrothed, understanding why Prince Doran took such precautions. After all, Dawn didn't have the best reputation in Westeros. They had broken a peace banner to kill the young dragon and frequently resorted to poison to achieve their goals. Although it seemed they had no honor, Jon had no problem with it. He always believed in treating people as they treated you. If they tried to kill him with poison, he would do the same. If they were honorable, he would treat them the same way. After this conversation, they walked through several hallways until they reached one of the rooms, which Jon assumed was where his uncle usually received his guests. "Is this it?" Jon asked, looking at the door. "Yes, this is it. Lord Dane will be waiting for you inside." "Is he alone?" "No, he's with his son and my betrothed." "Good, that will make it quicker," Jon said as he opened the door and entered the room. The room was nothing impressive. It was tastefully decorated but without excess. Jon saw an oak table with some papers, probably letters, and shelves with silver and gold vases and goblets. On the walls hung some banners of House Dane. At the back, in the center, Jon saw 5 chairs, 3 of them occupied by 3 people, a man, a boy, and a young woman. Seeing them, he at once showed them as his uncle, his cousin, and his aunt. Jon was about to greet them, but before he could say anything, he watched in amazement as his uncle and aunt stood up and approached him. As they did, Jon noticed with surprise that both had slightly watery eyes, but it was his aunt who showed more emotion. Her face was on the verge of tears. "You really are her son," said his uncle, his voice choked. "Although you have your father's appearance, your eyes are your mother's, though somewhat strange, even more so than Ashura's. But there's something else about you. When you stand, you have the same bearing as your uncle Arthur." Jon didn't know what to do upon hearing what his uncle said, especially when his aunt Illyria hugged him tightly. When they separated, she took his face in her hands. "I can't believe you're alive. Years ago, when Ulrich sent a letter for you to come to Starfall to be a squire, Lord Stark confessed to us that you had died," his aunt commented, looking into his eyes. "Where have you been all this time? What happened when you disappeared?" And so, Jon's aunt began to ask him a series of questions. Fortunately, her betrothed, Beric, took her hands and led her to her chair to sit down. He settled next to her. After that, his uncle, whose name Jon discovered was Ulrich, introduced him to his cousin, who did so in a somewhat comical manner, as he stumbled over some words. Then, his uncle showed him to sit down so they could talk more calmly. When Jon sat down, his uncle began to ask him questions, the same ones his aunt had asked moments before. After hearing the questions, Jon decided to tell the truth. Without hesitation, he recounted how he had almost died, his training with the Dothraki, and how he could now use some magic. However, he omitted talking about his mission to travel to Valyria, as he realized his relatives had already suffered enough with his supposed death and didn't want to add more worries with such news. So, you're traveling the known world to seek trade routes and create a company, right? Ulrich asked, looking at his nephew with some pride. It was clear he was aware of what John wanted for his future. Yes, uncle. That's my long-term plan, but in the short term, I'm traveling to see the world. John replied, bringing a cup of wine to his lips. During the conversation, John's uncle had requested snacks and wine to make the chat more pleasant. And where have you thought of placing your company's offices? Edric asked with a smile. John looked at his cousin and, smiling, replied. For now, I'm thinking of Bravos. John's response surprised his relatives a bit, as they didn't fully understand his decision. John, why Bravos? Asked Beric Dondarrion, who during the conversation had received John's permission to call him that, as, according to John's words, he was his uncle in almost everything but name. Well, I suppose it's because it's the most powerful and richest of the free cities that doesn't have slaves. I understand that, but my question is, why there and not in White Harbor? I mean, the Mondaelis are one of the main vassals of the Starks. I'm sure they would be more than happy for you to open a trading company in that city, commented Beric, then arriving at a somewhat curious conclusion. Or is it because you fear Lady Stark might cause the Mondaelis to bother you? Dondarrion's question made Illyria and Ulrich frown, as they thought that perhaps that woman could do such a thing. However, to everyone's surprise, John responded to the question with a soft laugh. Hey, no, not at all. I'm not afraid of Lady Stark. John replied, with a somewhat sinister smile. She may not like it, but I am her husband's son, and even though I'm a bastard, I am Ned Stark's son, and that carries more weight than the words of a Tully. John's response caused his relatives to look at him confused for a moment, then smile amusedly. Besides, who says I'm not going to set up my company in White Harbor? John said with a smile, confusing his uncle. What do you mean, John? Illyria asked. My goal is for my company to have trading posts and offices not only in Bravos but also in several important cities and ports in Westeros and other parts of the known world. Really? Edric shouted excitedly upon hearing his cousin's plan. That's right. That's why I'm traveling a lot. I'm looking for trade routes and ports where I can establish my company. I see, that makes sense. Ulrich said, then asked John another question. By the way, why did you enter the tournament? I ask because, according to your stories, you already have quite a bit of money, so. The truth is it was something fortuitous. I suppose you remember the girl I crowned at the end, right? John's question was answered with a nod. She convinced me to do it. John's words made it clear that he had no intention of entering the tournament from the start. While this was curious, what really began to confuse his relatives was the fact that he said she had convinced him, suggesting that she was probably his lover, or perhaps his wife. John. Ulrich called his nephew, who looked at him. Is that girl your lover? Or maybe your wife? His uncle's question left John completely stunned, as he didn't know how to respond. In fact, he never imagined his uncle would ask him about that. Under the inquisitive gaze of his relatives, Ned Stark's bastard remained silent for several seconds, almost making his relatives think the girl really was his lover. As the saying goes, silence implies consent. However, to everyone's surprise, John opened his mouth. As tempting as it was to say that Daenerys was his lover to avoid marriage proposals that would only tie him to one place, he decided to be honest, as he was with his family. No, uncle. Dany is not my lover. She is my traveling companion. I met her in Pentos. I allowed her to accompany me because she no longer had a family to return to, and I felt some pity for her. I see, so that's it, and here I thought my sister might have grandchildren soon. Ulrich said jokingly, then let out a small laugh. Ulrich's laugh was accompanied by Illyria's, who also laughed amusedly at the thought of how her sister would have been as a grandmother. The rest of those present laughed as well, except for John. Although everyone laughed, John did not, as there was something that tormented him. He waited for his maternal relatives to finish laughing so he could ask a question that was stuck in his throat. What's wrong, John? Ulrich asked when he finished laughing, seeing that his nephew was completely serious. Uncle, what was she like? What was my mother like? John asked, clasping his hands and squeezing them a bit. Ulrich and Illyria's expressions softened upon seeing John's face. At that moment, he no longer had the confident expression he had during the tournament but showed the face of a lost child. Seeing his nephew in that state, Ulrich decided to speak, knowing that he had the right to know about his mother. After a sigh, he began to speak. Your mother was an independent woman who didn't give up when she had a goal. Ulrich began, recalling how his sister was so stubborn that no one, not even their parents, could make her change her mind. She was a kind woman who enjoyed spending time with her friends, especially Princess Elia. Princess Elia, the sister of the Prince of Dawn. Yes. They were very good friends, so much so that she became the princess's lady-in-waiting when she married Rhaegar Targaryen. She was so close to Elia that when she learned of her death, she fell into such a deep depression that she didn't eat for days. I see. Did she love me? Jon asked. More than you can imagine. When Elia and her children died, you were the reason she kept living. Ulrich replied, as he stopped looking at Jon and directed his gaze towards the ceiling. Tell me, Jon, did your father ever tell you how you were conceived? His uncle's question left Jon confused, but after a few seconds, he shook his head, as his father never spoke of his mother. No, he never told me. In fact, he never talks about my mother, and as far as I know, no one can speak of her in Winterfell. I see. I suppose he's still mourning. Ulrich commented with a sad smile. You see, Jon, your parents met at the tourney of Harrenhal. Your father fell in love with my sister at first sight, and she with him after a dance they shared. She had met many men during her life, some very attractive, but your father, although not particularly handsome, was the only one who truly caught her attention. He was a man very different from all the others she had met in Westeros, and he was unlike anything she had seen in the men of our land. It was precisely that which made her fall in love with him. At that tournament, he promised her that he would speak to his father to try to arrange a marriage between them, as he was a second son and had more flexibility in choosing his wife. However, their love was not destined to be sealed with marriage, for as you know, Robert's rebellion occurred, leading your father to marry Hoster Tully's daughter. When my sister learned of this, she had already been sent back to Dorne from Princess Elia's service, who had removed her from court to keep her away and to deliver a message to her brother, Prince Doran. However, my sister, as stubborn as she was, decided to go north first. Taking the King's Road, she traveled incognito and infiltrated the Stark camp when they were encamped. I don't know exactly what happened there, but what I do know is that it was there where you were conceived. The story his uncle told made Jon realize, up until that moment, that his father had loved his mother so much that he didn't care about maintaining his honor. However, now there was a question that tormented him. He knew she had committed suicide at the end of the rebellion. He didn't know the reason for it, but now he had his uncle in front of him, and perhaps he could shed some light on the matter. So, without wasting time, he asked the question. At first, Jon noticed that his uncle felt uncomfortable, but after a few seconds, Ulrich opened his mouth and began to speak. When you were born, your mother was weak, not only physically but also mentally. Before she went into labor, we received news from one of the border guards, who informed us that Lord Stark had entered our lands and was heading to Starfall. He not only carried the Valyrian steel sword of House Stark but also Dorne on his back. This caused your mother to fall into a deep depression, which we believe was the main reason she decided to leave you with your father. When he arrived at the castle, she asked to see him, and when they finished talking, he came out with red eyes, holding you in his arms. Then, she asked me to enter her room. There, she told me that Eddard would take care of you and that when you were 8 years old, you should be sent to Starfall to become a squire. She made me promise that I would ensure your father kept that promise. Ulrich said, his voice choked. I didn't understand why she spoke as if she wouldn't be there for you, but I still accepted her request. After that conversation, I left, as she said she wanted to rest. After that, I spoke with Stark, and we reached an agreement about your upbringing. Although I didn't want him to take you so far north, my sister had already made her decision, and he would leave when the time was right. That night, the servants woke me up, alarmed. That's when I found out that your mother had committed suicide by jumping from a tower into the Torrentine. When his uncle finished that story, John didn't know what to do, say, or think, as there were many things he still didn't understand. However, before he could speak, a servant entered the room and, approaching Ulrich, whispered something in his ear. "Damn it! Are you sure it's him?" "Yes, my lord." "All right, tell him he'll be there shortly." "At your command," said the servant, bowing and quickly leaving the room. "Brother, what's happening?" Illyria asked, worried, seeing Ulrich frowning. "Doran has sent Oberyn to escort John to the palace," Ulrich replied with concern. Then, he looked at John and said in a grave voice, "It seems you'll have to go see the Prince of Dawn, John." Hearing this, John let out a sigh. It seemed he would have a very heavy conversation with the Prince of Dawn. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And finally, we reach the end of the tournament, but not the end of John's time in Dawn. We see that John has won the tournament, which was predictable since he is stronger than others. His decision to crown Daenerys came from an attempt to annoy Arianne, something he succeeded in doing. We also see John's reunion with his maternal family, something I have tried to depict well. Now, the formal meeting of John with Doran is coming up, and I hope to write a good chapter when that happens. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 25. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 25. Dawn 297 AC. The footsteps of three people echoed through one of the corridors of Sunspear Castle. This corridor led directly to the personal solar of Prince Doran Martell. The three people in the group were, Prince Oberyn, who had been sent by his brother to fetch John, as he wanted to speak with him to see if the young bastard could be useful in preventing relations with the throne from cooling even further, and thus avoid problems for the time being. Additionally, he had also been sent to find out how John's meeting with his maternal relatives had gone. The second was Aero, who had received orders from Prince Doran to go with his brother and support him in case any incident requiring the drawing of swords arose. Finally, the last was John himself, who walked with some caution, as he did not know why he had been brought. Although the mind of the Bastard of Winterfell was full of doubts, he did not express them, as he knew that the person who could best answer his questions was Prince Doran, not Oberyn. So, thinking about what strategy to use to learn as much as possible about the plans and the hidden motive behind this tournament, he stayed silent. "Well, we've arrived," said Aero upon reaching a double oak door. "All right," replied John, while looking at the door. "Let's go in, let's not keep my brother waiting too long," said Oberyn, approaching the door and opening it, allowing everyone to enter. As they entered, a shadow watched from the end of the corridor, a shadow that seemed unnoticed by anyone, but that John could feel, showing it as a woman. Inside the room, Doran was seated in his wheelchair but remained behind his desk. The desk was made of fine wood, polished and adorned with intricate carvings. On it rested several rolled-up scrolls, account books, and some sealed letters, all carefully organized and classified. This was because Doran, when at the castle, spent hours immersed in his work, reviewing his finances, his levies, and the territories of his vassals. Letting out a sigh, the Prince of Dawn looked up at the ceiling of his room, designed with elegance and sobriety, combining traditional Dornish elements with touches of discreet luxury. The walls were adorned with detailed maps of Dorne, Mirish tapestries, and others from different regions, along with paintings depicting the daily life of Dornish princes of old. Large windows allowed natural light to enter, illuminating the space and offering impressive views of both the interior of the castle and the city that stretched beyond. Doran's mind was focused on the fact that Ashura's son had eclipsed all possible suitors for Arianne. But not only that, the public declaration of his identity had put them in a delicate situation. Fortunately, he had devised a plan to mitigate those damages, and the solution did not seem too difficult. He just had to convince the young man to send a clarifying letter, but there was something more. He hoped that Ulrich Dane would send a letter to Eddard Stark, which would serve as a counterbalance to his plan. If the Danes sent the letter first, what Jon sent from Sunspear would not seem like coercion from Doran. That is why he allowed Ashura's son to meet with his family without any problems. When he finished his musings, he heard the door open, and through the threshold entered his brother, his loyal captain of the guard, and the person who could have gotten them into serious trouble. "It is good to see that my brother found you, sir," said Doran as a greeting, using a cold voice, but kind enough not to seem rude. Although the boy was a bastard, he was also a knight, something that could be a lie. Doran needed to know everything he could about him to get him to write that letter and avoid problems with the throne for now. "Thank you, my prince," Jon replied, bowing accordingly. "Well then, sit down." Doran shone, watching as Jon and Oberyn sat in the chairs in front of his desk. For his part, Aero walked to his side and stayed there, standing guard. "So, my prince, why have you summoned me?" Jon asked calmly. But before Doran or anyone could respond, the young man continued. "I hope it is not to accuse me of some murder." Jon's words provoked immediate reactions. Doran slightly frowned, while Aero showed no emotion, although his fixed gaze on Jon made it clear that he was not happy with those words. However, the one who reacted the most was Oberyn. "Are you accusing my brother of something in his own castle?" Oberyn asked, raising his hand to his belt, where he usually carried a dagger. When Doran saw the implicit threat in his brother's gesture towards Jon, he expected the young man to feel intimidated, but he was surprised to see that he was not. It is to be expected, he stayed calm when several guards pointed spears at him. But I am surprised that he does not react at all when Oberyn is threatening him. Doran thought. "It seems you have not understood, Prince Oberyn," Jon replied, looking at the prince. "At no time did I accuse Prince Doran of anything, I only mentioned something that happened during the joust." Jon's words were so cold that everyone, from Doran to Oberyn, felt a chill run down their spines. This boy is not normal at all. Doran thought as he felt sweat accumulate on his forehead and hands. The confidence he has in himself is unheard of, but not only that, the way he speaks shows that he is not afraid of how Oberyn would react. Doran diverted his gaze from Jon and began to see his brother. To his surprise, Oberyn was motionless, almost like a statue, but he looked at him in a strange way, as if he were thinking about something. "For now, I will believe you," Oberyn said while removing his hand from his dagger. "But remember that you are in my brother's palace. If you dare to offend him or say something out of place, your head will end up on a pike and your body will be thrown into the desert." And, to Doran's surprise, the young bastard showed no signs of feeling worried or intimidated, something that deeply puzzled the prince. However, he knew he had to convince him to speak with the king if necessary. "All right, I will try not to do anything that will make my head end up on a pike." "Good. That is enough for now, but remember that I will be watching you," Oberyn said, returning to his usual posture. After that, Doran coughed falsely to get Jon's attention. When he noticed, the prince decided to start his interrogation. "I suppose you are wondering why I have summoned you, making you abruptly interrupt your family visit with your maternal relatives, right?" "A little, but I think I am getting an idea." "I see, then that will make things easier for me," said Doran, leaning over his desk and bringing both hands together in front of his chin. "I need you to tell me everything you have been doing since you disappeared, especially why you have come to Dorne at this time and, above all, why you have revealed yourself just now." Doran's request did not sound unreasonable at all, as it could be seen as a simple request for information. However, the Prince of Dorne knew he had to take everything the young man said with a grain of salt, as there could be parts of the story that were lies. "Oh, so that's it," said Jon, bringing a hand to his chin. After thinking for a few seconds, he continued. "Well, it seems we might be able to do some trade with this." Jon's response made everyone look at him, especially Oberyn, who almost stood up from his chair. But, to his surprise, Doran raised his hand and stopped him. "This boy is smart enough to realize he can use this to ask for something in return. I see it's a good proposal. So, yes, I accept." Doran's response made Oberyn look at him in astonishment, as it was more than obvious that he did not expect his brother to accept so easily. "Brother! Calm down, Oberyn," Doran quickly replied, interrupting him. "The boy is prudent, something I don't usually see in young people his age." "All right, for now, we'll do it your way," said Oberyn, sitting back down as before. "Well then, sir. Could you start telling me your story?" Doran asked, using a kind and helpful tone, as if trying to seem like a good person. "I could, but I think we could do something else first. How about we stop beating around the bush and get straight to what involves us here today?" Jon's question left Doran frozen and confused, as he did not expect something like that. However, he did not let the surprise dominate him and tried to decipher the strategy Ashura's son was using. A second later, he understood what Jon was doing. So, with a smile, he spoke. "Well, it seems interesting. How about I start?" "Of course, no problem." "Very well then, sir. Do you know that you have been considered dead for years?" "Yes, I know." "And do you know that your father sent a message to the king, with which our great monarch sent ravens to all the noble houses of Westeros, offering considerable rewards for information about your whereabouts?" Doran asked, trying to see if Jon knew about this. To the prince's surprise, Jon showed slight astonishment on his face. Seeing this, Doran adopted a kinder expression. "It seems you didn't know, did you?" "That's right, I didn't know," Jon replied sincerely. "I see. Well, as I was saying, the king sent letters to all the houses, including the houses of Dorne. I suppose they responded saying I wasn't here, right?" "That's right." "I see, so that's why you summoned me," said Jon, causing both Doran and Oberyn to look at him. "Really?" Oberyn asked, drawing Jon's attention. Hearing Oberyn's question, Jon turned his face and looked at him before responding. "Yes, you want me to send a letter to King's Landing saying I haven't been in Dorne until now, right?" Hearing from Jon's mouth what they wanted the young man to do, the two princes looked at each other. Then, Doran looked back at Jon and spoke. "I'm surprised you were able to deduce that with so few words from me," commented Doran, visibly surprised. "The truth is it wasn't very complicated. I started thinking about it when you mentioned if I knew I had been considered dead. That made me realize that they haven't found out that I've contacted my family." Jon's response surprised both Oberyn and Doran, as they had not predicted that. But, moreover, Jon's words made Doran realize two things: first, that his spies in the capital had not sent him information about Ashura's son, and second, that Ulrich had not mentioned anything about this either. "This is very strange. Why didn't my spies send me information about something so relevant? Why didn't Ulrich know either?" Doran thought, slightly frowning. Something was happening, as his spies were completely loyal to him and always sent him any fragment of information related to the Baratheons, Starks, Tullys, Arryns, Targaryens, and, of course, the Lannisters. But it seemed that something had happened to prevent that information from reaching him. "It seems someone is preventing the information from reaching me, but who could it be? Most likely, it's Varys. There's no one else in King's Landing with the resources and skill to prevent information from moving. But why would the eunuch do this? What is he plotting?" Doran's thoughts kept him focused for a while, after which he came back to himself and looked at Jon. "I see, thank you for your honesty. The truth is, we fear that the king might interpret your presence in Dorne as a sign that we have kept you here and, when we sent our negative response, we lied to him." "No problem," Jon replied with a smile, which made the prince feel that Jon was trustworthy. The door to the private solar of the Prince of Dorne opened, allowing Jon to leave the room. The Bastard of Winterfell had finished his talk with Prince Doran. If he had to summarize it, he would say it had been quite informative. Prince Doran is cautious, I fear, but if we look at it from a broader perspective, it's something positive, as it compensates for his brother's recklessness. Jon thought, recalling how the prince had behaved during their conversation. When Doran finished assuring him that his father knew he was still alive and that he hadn't been in Dorne all this time, Jon began to talk about other topics with the princes. It was then that he learned that Prince Oberyn had originally requested Jon to be his squire, but he had disappeared just when the proposal had been sent. That left him thoughtful, although, in the end, it was something from the past and something that didn't happen, so there was no need to dwell on it. Then, the conversation continued with other topics, and John learned several things, although he couldn't get Doran to reveal the reason behind the creation of the tournament. Maybe I can learn something during tonight's celebration, John thought as he walked towards the castle exit, heading to his ship. The young maid was guiding him, waiting outside the room where he had been conversing with the two princes. As he followed the maid, John noticed that she began to sway her hips as if trying to catch his attention. Noticing this, John smiled amusedly. I had heard that Dornish people were promiscuous, but I hadn't received any proposals until now. Smiling at the maid's attempt to seduce him, John didn't realize they were entering a part of the palace that wasn't the exit. We've arrived, said the maid, stopping abruptly. Hearing her, John stopped, surprised to see they were in front of a very large room. However, before he could say anything, the maid spoke up. Forgive me for bringing you here without telling you the truth, sir, but Princess Arianne has requested your presence. When John heard this, he felt that something strange was happening. The way they had brought him showed that he was about to be involved in a conversation of intrigue similar to the one he had with Prince Doran. However, before he could say anything, the maid entered the room, and John followed her. Upon entering, John was surprised. The room was spacious, but unlike Doran's Solar, this place was not intended for work but for rest and recreation. It had little furniture compared to the prince's room but featured several shelves full of books. There were a few small tables, some with incense burners emitting delicate threads of smoke, filling the air with a soft scent of apple, cinnamon, and clove. The rest of the decor consisted of 3 long dark wood seats adorned with beautiful high and low relief carvings. On those pieces of furniture rested 2 women. Both women wore fine and loose silks that exposed various parts of their bodies, allowing John to admire them. Although he didn't know one of them, the other was unmistakable, Princess Arianne. The sight of the princess, dressed in loose silks and sitting so sensually, made John uneasy. But before he could say anything, he heard the sound of the door closing behind him, followed by the noise of a chain being put in place. Hearing that, John wasted no time and looked back. His eyes widened when he saw the maid, who for the first time since he met her, showed her face, removing the cloth that covered her head. To John's surprise, he had seen this girl before. She is the girl who sat with the princess during the tournament. John thought, surprised, as he had not noticed her presence until now. Something puzzled him, but seeing her in more detail, he realized she had a silk cloak on, which gave off a strong scent of incense. I hate wearing so many clothes like these, said the maid, while putting on an innocent look, which made John raise an eyebrow, as he could tell it was fake. However, his other eyebrow shot up when he saw the girl let her cloak fall, revealing underneath an outfit similar to that of the princess and the other woman. Unfortunately, if I didn't wear it, everyone would have recognized me. After those words, the young woman walked towards where the princess and the other woman were sitting. John's eyes followed her as she moved her hips in a way that almost hypnotized him, causing him a strange sensation. This is strange. I know I'm not a Puritan, but I'm not a man who sleeps with just any woman. However, there's something about this situation that makes my most basic instincts feel somewhat disoriented. John thought, worried, as if there was something he had trained for a long time with Edzard. It was his self-control. Closing his eyes and taking several deep breaths, John used his self-control to calm his primary impulses. After several breaths, he managed to calm down and, opening his eyes, looked at the 3 women in front of him. John's gaze was no longer one of confusion, but a cold look, tinged with a touch of curiosity. He felt the need to understand why the Princess of Dawn had brought him to this place so subtly. So, eager to discover the princess's intentions, John began to walk slowly towards the seat in front of the 3 women. When he arrived, he sat down and looked them in the eyes, avoiding letting his gaze wander to any other part. So, Princess, to what do I owe the honor of your summons? Princess Arianne's eyes roamed over John's body, who was wearing a simple sleeveless grey tunic, black pants, and boots of the same color. The young bastard's clothing fit his body, and the princess had to admit that, although the boy couldn't be more than 14 years old, his body seemed to indicate otherwise. She had never seen any child with a build like his. However, as much as she liked what she saw, she knew she had to focus on other matters. So, diverting her gaze, she looked at her cousin Tyan, who had been in charge of bringing him to her. "Dear cousin, did you make sure no one followed you?" Ariane asked. "Yes, Ari, I made sure no one followed me," Tyan replied, with an amused smile on her face. "Good," said the Princess of Dawn, before looking at her other cousin. "Nym, could you bring us some wine, please? This conversation will be somewhat long." "Of course, Ari." Nymeria stood up, and as she did so, she cast a glance at Eddard Stark's bastard son. Then, she walked past him, winking and letting out an amused giggle. "So, sir. How does it feel to have won the tournament and defeated all of your opponents?" Ariane asked, using a somewhat sensual tone, intending to seduce the young knight. "Well, I feel great. But honestly, I'm a little worried about you, princess," Jon replied, a smile on his face. "Really?" Ariane asked, smiling as she mentally praised herself, convinced that her seduction had worked. The plan she had devised to win Jon over was simple: use her feminine charms to captivate the young man. Although she was very confident in her own body, she did not want to waste the opportunity to gain an ally outside of Dawn. Therefore, she decided to bring along two of her three most attractive cousins, since Obara was not that attractive to such charms. Sadly, Sarala had refused to help her, saying that she saw no point in taking part in it. So, she was left with the help of Nymeria and Tyan. "Of course, princess. I am worried that you feel bad for not being crowned Queen of Love and Beauty," Jon replied, with a somewhat mocking smile, trying to irritate Ariane. "TTTT, this bastard, he's amazing," Ariane thought, excited to see how Jon responded. "Anyone else wouldn't have dared to say something like that to me, but he doesn't seem to fear the consequences of his words. Such indifference to danger is exciting." "Hey, hey, hey." Tyan let out a soft giggle, looking at her cousin with amusement. It seemed that Ariane had been left bewildered and was starting to feel attracted to the boy, thanks to Jon's bold statement. The laughter of the young blonde bastard continued until her half-sister arrived with silver cups and a bottle of Dawnish red wine. After placing the cups on the table, Nymeria began to fill them. When the cups were brimming with blood-red wine, Oberyn's daughter started distributing them among those presents. Jon kept his eyes fixed on his cup, which was overflowing with wine. His senses were alert, analyzing the color of the liquid as much as possible, since, thanks to the incense in the place, he couldn't perceive its aroma to detect if it was poisoned. "It's not poisoned, if that's what worries you," said Tyan, catching Jon's attention, who looked at her. Jon stopped seeing the wine and looked at the young blonde, who kept an innocent smile on her face. That pure and innocent smile made Jon frown slightly. Now that he had her closer and focused his senses on her, he could perceive a subtle smell of some plants on her hands, plants that he knew could be used to make poisons. "You know, I'm sure you could fool many with your smile, but your hands are lethal weapons, aren't they?" said Jon, with a slight smile as he watched the girl's expression change. Tyan's smile faded, while her eyes opened slightly. "I don't know what you mean, sir. I am a very pious maiden," Tyan replied, regaining her smile to disguise the surprise she felt at discovering that Jon had seen through her facade. Jon simply shrugged, unconcerned, not caring how the girl perceived herself. Then he looked at the princess, who was watching him as if he were a piece of meat. Sighing, Jon decided to put an end to all this, as he wanted to go take a bath and then talk with his family before leaving Dawn. "I think we should leave the conversation about your dangerousness for another time, my lady," said Jon, looking at Tyan and then at Nymeria. "Before we continue talking, I would like to know who you are. If you ask nicely, maybe we'll tell you," Tyan replied with a smile. "And if you make it interesting, you might win a prize at the end," Nymeria added, with another smile. Seeing the smiles on the faces of both women, Jon at once sensed what kind of prize they were referring to. Although he now had his primary impulses well controlled, he was still a young man of 14, so the mention of the possibility of sleeping with two beautiful women generated a certain excitement in him. However, he knew that, As much excitement as he might feel being in the presence of these two girls, he had to keep a cool head. So, taking a deep breath, he asked for the names of both women again. "Could I have the honor of knowing the names of such beautiful ladies?" John asked, using some cheap gallantry but without taking his eyes off them. Although the phrase was nothing extraordinary, it was the fact that John kept his gaze fixed on the faces of the two girls that made both respond with charming smiles. "My name is Tien Sand." "My name is Nymeria Sand." They both said at the same time, and then continued simultaneously. "And we are the daughters of Prince Oberyn Nymerus Martell." The moment John heard their names, he knew he was facing two of the infamous sand snakes. Of course, that's why they were with the princess. John thought, recalling that his uncle had mentioned something about Prince Oberyn's bastard daughters. His relative's words had warned him that Oberyn's daughters, especially the older ones, were dangerous in many ways. Two of them were not only skilled with weapons but also used their feminine charms as weapons. Additionally, one of them was very skilled with poisons. Realizing he was in a room with three dangerous women who would have no qualms about using their bodies to manipulate him, John decided to get straight to the point. So, letting out a sigh, he looked at the three of them and spoke. "It's a pleasure to meet you," John said with a fake smile, which, after a few seconds, was replaced by a serious and stony expression. "Now that I know who everyone present is, I would like to know. Why have you brought me here?" John's question made the three young women look at him, each with their own thoughts. Oberyn's two bastard daughters thought it was amazing how John kept his gaze fixed on their faces and not on the few silks that covered their bodies. Arianne, for her part, was amazed and somewhat excited, because John's serious face caused her great excitement. In fact, seeing him so serious made her remember something she had imagined years ago, when her uncle Oberyn had taken her and her cousins to the old castle, where he taught Tien how to milk venom from a snake. The memory was of her being taken by a tall man with dark eyes in the same place where she was sitting that day. However, that scene she had imagined came back to her mind, but with a difference. Now she imagined a young man with purple eyes and brown hair. The images became more and more vivid, causing Arianne to begin to get excited just by that image. Luckily for her, her favorite cousin saw what was happening to her and, by placing a hand on her shoulder, brought her back to her senses. When the crown princess regained her composure, she looked at her cousins and saw the broad smiles on their faces. She remembered that, before getting lost in her thoughts, she had received a clear reminder that John had shown more interest in another girl than in her. Despite being distracted, she hadn't heard John's question, but her cousin Nymeria had approached her ear and whispered the question to her. "It's something very simple, really. But before getting to that, I would like to know something. That girl you crowned, what is she to you? Your lover? Your wife?" Arianne's question made the seriousness on John's face disappear for a second, as for the first time in a long while, he didn't know what to answer. The silence that followed the question made Arianne smile, satisfied, as she felt she had achieved something by making John unable to respond. After almost a minute of silence, John finally answered. "If you mean Dany, she is just a friend. A friend you crowned over the Princess of Dawn or your aunt." "That shows that your friendship is very deep and close," commented Nymeria, whose words insinuated something more, as if suggesting that John and Daenerys were lovers or at least friends who shared a bed from time to time. The way the Red Viper's daughter spoke about his relationship with Daenerys made John look at her with slight annoyance. However, although he wanted to refute her insinuations, he knew it was best not to talk about Daenerys. If he did too much, the princess might become more interested in her, which could result in an investigation by the Martells. If that happened, they could discover his true identity, and if that happened, the king's assassins would soon appear, along with problems for his family. It was clear that such a revelation could generate a great deal of misunderstandings. When the girls realized that John would not talk about anything related to the girl he had crowned, the princess decided to address the reason she had brought him. "Well, you asked why you were brought here, right?" Arianne asked, deciding to start her conversation. "Yes. If it's not too much trouble for you, princess," John replied. Hearing John's response, Arianne looked away, took her wine cup, and after taking a good sip, let out a sigh and looked back at John. "What do you know about the laws of succession in Dawn, Sir John?" Arianne asked. The princess's question took John by surprise, but after a second, he answered her. The truth is, I don't know much, princess. I see. To summarize, in Dawn we use the Rhoynar inheritance law, which states that the firstborn, regardless of gender, is the indisputable heir. I understand, that's why you are your father's heir. That's right. If we stick to what the law says, yes, I am his heir. However, I fear that, although I am the heir, my ascension could be challenged when my father dies or abdicates. Ariane's words made John understand the situation. Apparently, the political climate in Dawn was as hot as the desert and its women. I understand. Could I know who will challenge your inheritance? John asked, curious to know who the other contender might be. My younger brother, Quentin. Ariane replied. John's eyes widened slightly upon hearing that, as he did not expect such a response. What he had imagined was that some noble house would be the one to challenge the princess's ascension. However, despite the gravity of the situation, John couldn't help but smile internally. According to the Seven and many people, bastards are the ones who usually envy the titles of our legitimate siblings, but it seems that some legitimate children also envy and desire the family titles. John thought, smiling ironically at what was surely the greatest hypocrisy often preached by the faith of the Seven, which painted illegitimate children as envious and evil, when legitimate children could be just as ambitious. After smiling, John decided to ask the princess why she thought that. Ariane's response was to tell how, when she was John's age, she discovered a letter addressed to her younger brother. In that letter, her father, Prince Doran, told Quentin to learn everything he could in Urinwood, for one day he would rule over Dawn. This surprised John a bit, but when the princess continued her story, she explained how her father had changed his mind, starting to treat her as the heir, involving her in almost all important events and matters concerning the administration of Dawn. I don't understand, princess. If your father is giving you your place as heir, why do you think your brother will challenge your ascension as ruler of Dawn? John asked, confused. According to what Ariane had told him, it seemed that Prince Doran had decided to respect the laws of his people. It's not so much my brother who worries me, but the people around him. Ariane replied, looking John straight in the eyes. What do you mean? My cousin is not the brightest or the most handsome man, but he is surrounded by people whose families do not strictly follow Dawnish customs. Explained Nymeria, catching John's attention. How so? John asked, still confused, as he had just been told that the Dawnish followed the Rhoynar succession laws. In some cases, the Stony Dawnish tend to follow the Andal inheritance laws instead of the Rhoynar ones. Tyen replied, crossing her legs. Stony Dawnish? John asked curiously, as he didn't know there were different types of Dawnish. To him, they all seemed the same. Hey. It seems you really don't know much about Dawn. Ariane said, letting out a small laugh at seeing John's confused face at her cousin's words. I left Winterfell when I was 6 years old. Obviously, I wouldn't know some things, and the place where I was, well, it wasn't the best place to learn about the cultures that make up Westeros. Those words caused surprise in the three girls, who looked at him astonished, as they implied that John had been in a very isolated or disconnected place. Wow, it seems you were in a very remote place. Commented Tyen, thinking that her sister Sarilla would be more than interested in knowing where he had been, as there were not many truly isolated places left in the world. After all, no matter how remote a village in Westeros was, it could always receive information about what was happening in the rest of the continent. You have no idea. John replied with a smile upon hearing Oberyn's daughter's comment. Wow, would you tell us where it was? Ariane asked, lowering her voice a bit, as if trying to seduce him into telling them everything. It depends. Would you tell me why the tournament had so many people, not only from Dawn but also from some houses of the Dawnish Marches? John's question made Ariane realize that her father had not told John about the secondary goal of the tournament, showing that he did not see him as a potential consort. So, knowing this, she could tempt him to enter her service with a possible proposal to become her consort. I know you were talking to my father. Didn't he tell you why so many houses were invited? Ariane asked, trying to confirm that John did not know the secondary intentions of the tournament. The truth is, he didn't. I see. I suppose if you tell us where you were, I can tell you why so many vassals and guests from outside came. Hearing Ariane's words, Jon thought about it for a bit, but in the end, he decided to tell them part of the truth, as he knew they would do the same. So, he began to narrate his official story, which consisted of saying that he had had an accident, from which he was saved by a man and lost his memory due to that accident. Although he began to tell his story with a serious demeanor, he couldn't help but smile when he saw how the three women looked at him in astonishment upon hearing that he had lost his memory, and that was why he hadn't returned to Winterfell earlier. When he finished telling his story, Princess Ariane began to relate the truth about the tournament, explaining that the large number of guests was due to her father being somewhat distant from his vassals in recent years. That was why he had organized the tournament, to know where the loyalties of the houses of Dorne lay. After finishing her story, Jon partly understood what was happening, as he understood why it had been explicitly forbidden to kill another participant. Doing so could worsen relations between the houses of Dorne, causing disunity and possible chaos. After that exchange of words, the princess finally made the request of what she wanted Jon to do for her. "Let me understand, you want me to become your sworn shield?" Jon asked, moving the wine cup he had drunk from a few moments ago, trying to understand the princess's request. "That's right. I want you to become my sworn shield." Ariane responded with a smile, as she leaned slightly towards Jon, giving him a glimpse of her generous chest. However, that wasn't all. As she made that gesture, her cousins winked at Jon. Jon's visible response to this was to simply roll his eyes, something that surprised the princess and her cousins. Not only were the three young women confused, but Jon's reaction made Ariane remember how King Robert's younger brother had laughed at her attempts to seduce him years ago when he traveled to Sunspear. This made her fear that Jon preferred the company of other men. Although the attempt to seduce him seemed to have been unsuccessful due to Jon's lack of interest, the reality was different. Despite his control, Jon was still a young man, and as such, he was subject to his hormonal impulses. Being in front of three beautiful women dressed in loose silks made it difficult for him to keep his concentration on their faces and not on their bodies. "So, what do you say? Will you become my sworn shield?" Ariane asked, as she stood up from her chair and walked towards Jon. As she walked, the Princess of Dorne moved her hips suggestively and gave him a seductive look. When she reached him, she sat down next to him and, giving him a hug, began to talk to him, getting closer to his ear with each word. "If you become my sworn shield, you will have a place in the Sunspear court, 3 basic meals a day and, possibly a special meal every few nights." When she mentioned the latter, she did so in such a sensual tone of voice that Jon felt a shiver run through him. However, Edzard's training to still be calm in any situation allowed him to control himself. This training included torture sessions using illusion magic to put him in situations like the present one, albeit more spicy. "My lady, I am very flattered that you think I am skilled enough to protect you, princess," Jon said, gently moving away from the Princess of Dorne. "However, I'm afraid I cannot accept your offer." Jon's words caused both Ariane and the 2 sand snakes present to look at him in astonishment and confusion. They couldn't believe he was rejecting such a tempting offer, the offer to be a princess's sworn shield, something almost no wandering knight could dream of. "Why do you reject such a good offer, sir?" asked Tyon, the first to come out of the state of shock. "I have my reasons, but if I had to say something concrete, it's that I am on a personal mission, one that will not allow me to settle anywhere until I complete it." Jon's response made the 3 women understand, at least in part, the reason for his rejection. They knew that many knights would kill for an offer like the one Jon had just rejected, not only in Dorne but throughout Westeros. However, although they understood his response, they did not like it at all, as they hoped to count on his support for their plans. "I see, it's a shame," said Ariane, visibly disappointed. She knew that Jon would probably stay in Dorne for a while, and during that time, she would seek to convince him to join her. "Yes, but I have a question. Why do you want to recruit me as your sworn shield?" Jon asked with confusion, beginning to understand why she wanted him as her sworn shield. "You may not have noticed, but with your performance in the recent tournament, you have caught the attention of all of Dorne. Not only for winning but also for the skills you displayed. Your name is on everyone's lips, even those who would prefer Quentin to ascend to the throne of Dawn instead of me. Nymeria responded, using a more serious tone for the first time in the conversation. Hearing the Sand Snake, Jon finished piecing together the puzzle of what the princess wanted and expressed his discovery. I see, so that's why. Jon said, finally understanding what was happening. You want me to join you so that all of Dawn sees that a more than capable warrior supports you, right? Yes. Arianne said, confirming Jon's words. Your mere presence in my service would send a message to all those who do not accept my future rule, not only because of your skills but also because of the power you could come to have if we make the right decisions to change what you are. When Jon heard those words, his eyes narrowed, understanding what the princess was insinuating. That wouldn't be possible, I'm a bastard. Yes, but a few letters could change that. Arianne pointed out with a smile. If we could get your father to agree to legitimize you, he could easily convince King Robert. And what motivation would my father have to legitimize me? In case you haven't noticed, if he did, I would become second in line to inherit Winterfell and the North, something the Tully and Arryn houses would not take well, due to their connection to House Stark through the heirs of both houses. Maybe, but what if he received a proposal that would remove you from the line of succession to Winterfell and the North? What are you thinking? Jon asked, knowing that there were only a few reasons for a male child to be removed from the line of succession, and he only knew 2 of those reasons. One of them was that the young man joined the Night's Watch, and the other, that he joined the Kingsguard. If you become the consort of Dawn, you and your children would be out of the line of inheritance of Winterfell. Arianne's response left Jon in shock, as it was the craziest thing he had been proposed so far. Excuse me, princess, but, are you saying that? Yes, sir. This is my other offer. Join me, and I will do everything possible to make you my consort. Arianne said with a victorious smile, knowing that this proposal was more than undeniable, especially for a bastard. However, she did not understand Jon's mind, so when he gave her his response, she and her cousins were left petrified. It's a tempting offer, but I'm afraid I will decline it, princess. Jon said, who only needed a few seconds to understand the true purpose behind Arianne's plan with the legitimization. She planned to use him to join House Stark by marriage, which in turn would make her an indirect relative of the Tullys and Arryns. If she had a child with him, this child would be the nephew of the future Lord of Winterfell, allowing her to enter the alliance that overthrew the Targaryens. Jon's refusal was met with surprise and annoyance by the princess, who did not know, or rather, could not understand why Jon had not fallen at her feet like the others. After all, she had offered him the same thing she had offered everyone else, well, almost everything, since she had not yet offered him direct sexual relations, although she had offered him something she had not offered anyone else, to be her consort. This has never happened to me before. Many fall at my feet with just promises of gold, titles, or glory, but he doesn't. Not only that, but he is the first person I know who doesn't look at my body and focuses on looking me in the eyes. Arianne thought, who for the first time in her life felt something slipping through her fingers. But before that feeling could take hold of her, she shook her head. No one had ever rejected her in this way, and the son of a Stark would not be the first. So, thinking quickly, she prepared to use some strategies that would be and sound more than unpleasant. But, fortunately for her, the nephew of the woman summoned Dawn considered responsible for Princess Elia's death spoke up and made her a counter-offer. I cannot accept any of your offers, but I could offer you another alternative. What? Asked Arianne and her cousins in unison. The Sand Snakes, who had been in total shock at seeing their cousins' offers brutally rejected, felt a spark of hope upon hearing Jon's words, with the possibility that the young man could help keep their cousin on the throne that was her birthright. I cannot promise you my loyalty, but I can promise you my help to destroy that possible coalition that threatens you. Jon said firmly. Jon's words made the 3 girls look at him in confusion, as they did not understand how Jon could stop an uprising on his own. But before they could say a word, he spoke again. You may wonder, how will I do it? But there is something you should know, rebellions only last as long as there is unity in the rebel side. If that unity breaks, everything ends, and to end everything quickly, cut off the head of that snake. Jon's words sent a chill through the girls, who, although they had thought of using assassins to eliminate the lords who might support an uprising in favor of Quentin, planned to use them only as a last resort. It's a crime to kill someone outside of wars, Tien said, using her sweetest tone to try to prevent her cousin's potential ally from causing problems in Dawn. Who mentioned anything about killing someone? Jon asked, hearing Tien's words. Jon's question caused the women to look at him in bewilderment, as they knew he had implied killing the lords, or perhaps even Quentin himself. You mentioned killing a few seconds ago, Nymeria pointed out, confused. I didn't, I just used a metaphor. And just so you know, I know ways to make those lords not rise, to ensure your brother reaches the throne, Jon said, looking intently at the women. When the three young women heard that, they felt three things. First, relief, knowing that no lords would have to be killed, at least not yet. Second, fear, as they realized that Jon was more dangerous than they had expected, as the way he mentioned cutting off the possible rebellion was so cold that they imagined that the wall was that cold. Finally, the third emotion was excitement, as, for some reason they couldn't understand, the way Jon stood firm against their advances and the way he spoke caused their bodies to tingle. Then, what do you plan to do? Arianne asked, stuttering slightly due to the confusion she felt. You will know by the end of the day, right after the evening feast, Jon replied, letting out a sigh as he stood up. He knew he had lost some time and wanted to go to the Starwolf to take a cold shower and prepare what he would need for the feast. So, if you don't need me for anything else, I bid you farewell. Look forward to what will happen at the ceremony. After those words, Jon prepared to leave, but before he could take a few steps, he was stopped when someone took his hand. Feeling himself being held back, Jon turned his head and saw that it was Princess Arianne who had stopped him. Well, I will gladly await that surprise, sir. But I'm afraid I can't let you go to prepare without first giving you an advance payment for your services, take it both as payment and motivation. With those words, Jon watched as the princess released his hand and lifted it to the silk straps of her clothing, undoing a few bronze clasps. The flowing, loose silks that made up Arianne's dress cascaded from her shoulders to the floor, revealing that she was wearing nothing underneath. Jon's eyes rested steadily on the princess's body for the first time, seeing her curves and her large breasts, whose dark nipples were hard like small obsidian stones. The look on Jon's face made Arianne smile in amusement, for it was the first time she had seen him give in to her. As she approached the young knight, she motioned for her cousins to do the same as her. Seeing her cousin's signal, the two sand snakes stood up and did the same as Arianne. The sound of falling silks made Jon look away from Arianne for a second and look at the other two women. Seeing them naked, his body heated up and his blood began to rush, pooling in a specific part of his anatomy. Wow, looks like someone is excited. Arianne said with a smile as she approached Jon and wrapped her arms around the son of Ashura's neck. Bringing her body closer to Jon's, she whispered in a sensual voice in his ear, while her cousins approached and also pressed their bodies against the young bastard. Relax, we won't bite you too much, Jon was in a state of total confusion, not knowing what to do, but after hearing those words, he decided to accept the offer. Sensing that the princess was trying to dominate him, he decided to show her that he was not tamed. So, to the total surprise and amazement of the three young women, Jon moved his hands and caught one of Tien's and Nymeria's buttocks with each of them, while he brought his mouth close to Arianne's ear. You are wrong, princess, Jon said as he squeezed the two sand snakes' buttocks, eliciting a moan from each of them. He then released Nymeria's buttock and brought that hand to Arianne's right breast, kneading it gently. As he stimulated the princess's nipple, she let out a moan. I'll be the one who won't bite you too much. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And here is chapter 25. Now, we see that the tournament has ended and that Jon has met with Doran and Arianne, both of whom have asked Jon for something, each using different methods, but in the end, I hope I have captured well what they want, to use Jon for their plans. Now, this is Jon's penultimate chapter in Dawn. For now, in the next chapter this arc will end, and we will start a new one. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 26. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 26. Dawn 297 AC. The fire crackled in the lit torches that illuminated the walls of the great hall of the old palace, the fortress of Sunspear. The atmosphere was festive, clear in the conversations and laughter of the nobility of Dawn and other guests. Joy mixed with the sound of clinking glasses as members of various houses shared words with those with whom they had good relations. Many enjoyed the typical regional delicacies, such as lamb, duck, and other meats, all prepared with abundant spices, most of them hot. The strong flavor of these seasonings discomforted several outsiders, although the wine that the servants distributed tirelessly helped mitigate the burning in their palates. At the highest table sat the leader of the ruling house, Prince Doran, sitting calmly while keenly seeing the behavior of his vassals. His eyes focused on how they interacted with each other, looking for any signs of shifts in alliances. Although his spies had detected small pockets of discontent, none were large enough to threaten his house's power, at least for now. Doran knew that politics was ever-changing, and what was stable today could be a problem tomorrow. "So, brother, are you enjoying the party?" asked Prince Oberyn as he approached with a smile, embracing a woman with black hair and cat-like eyes by the waist. The woman was Ellaria Sand, the natural daughter of Harmon Euler, the Lord of Hellholt. With her exotic and sensual beauty, she attracted the gazes of many. "Yes, though not as much as you," Doran replied with a smile before turning his attention back to the Great Hall. "I can see that," Oberyn commented, following the direction of his brother's gaze. As he did so, he raised an eyebrow and smiled with some amusement. The reason was simple: the Danes. Both princes were looking at the ruling family of Starfall, gathered and chatting happily with their companions. These were not nobles or knights, but commoners, the traveling companions of Ashura's son. "I still can't believe that boy has his own ship," commented Ellaria, diverting her gaze from the young bastard to the dance floor. There, two of her stepdaughters were dancing with knights, while Princess Arianne danced with the second-place jouster. Ellaria's comment was based on information her daughter, Elia Sand, had obtained after talking to the champion's cousin, young Lord Edric Dane. The news had quickly reached her ears, and from there to Oberyn and finally to Doran, who at once verified the dock records. "It's not a big ship, love," Oberyn noted, recalling the moment he saw it after finding it in the records finding dock. "Maybe, but it's a ship that, at first glance, doesn't seem to have oars. That's not common in these waters." "That's right. But not only that, its design is different from any ship we've seen. And that's saying a lot, considering our location and the number of vessels that pass through here. Although it has certain similarities to a cog, there's something strange about it," added Doran, recalling the description of the vessel. "You're right, but that's not all," Oberyn commented, uncomfortably remembering a peculiar sensation he experienced when approaching that ship, an overwhelming need to stay away, something he had never felt before. However, he wasn't referring to the ship itself, but to its owner. "That boy is more dangerous than he appears," Doran said, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Jon. Doran's statement caused Oberyn to nod. Both understood what he meant. After the revelation that the Starks and the king knew the young man was alive and that he hadn't been in Dorne, Jon had a conversation with Doran. It wasn't just any dialogue, but a tug-of-war that left Oberyn completely astonished. Despite his youth, the bastard had not only skillfully evaded his brother's questions but also managed to obtain information about the state of the kingdoms and the capital. "Have you thought about the idea Arianne presented to you, brother?" Oberyn asked, stopping his observation of Jon and focusing on his niece, who was now dancing with Oberyn after leaving her knights. "I have. Despite its flaws, I've come to the conclusion that it could be one of the best ideas my daughter has had," Doran replied, recalling the proposal Arianne presented to him before the party began. The idea was to convince Eddard Stark to legitimize his bastard son, then marry him to her. This would seal an alliance between Dorne and the North, two regions historically marginalized by the other kingdoms. While the proposal didn't fully convince him, he could see the obvious benefits, an alliance not only military but also economic. However, the main problem lay in Stark's son, whom his daughter wanted as a consort. The best choice would have been one of Eddard's legitimate sons, but the only one close in age to Arianne was the heir to Winterfell, a position too delicate to be the prince consort of Dorne. Another alternative was to betroth one of his sons to one of the Stark daughters, a choice he found more attractive. So many possibilities that could favor my house, but also so many risks. There is still time, not much, but enough to carefully plan my daughter's future betrothal. For now, I will keep Arianne's idea in consideration. I see. Oberyn said, frowning slightly. He didn't understand why his brother didn't accept the idea immediately, but, although it bothered him, Doran was the Prince of Dorne, and he would follow his orders. While the two eldest members of House Martell chatted among themselves, Jon and his group conversed with his maternal family. "I can't believe you and Jon aren't a couple," commented Illyria as she looked Daenerys up and down, scrutinizing every physical detail of the young Targaryen. This made Daenerys feel uncomfortable under her inquisitive gaze. "Although, I suppose you aren't 14 yet, right?" No. Daenerys responded, somewhat shyly, as it was the first time someone had treated her that way. I see. It's a shame," said Illyria, smiling as she looked at Daenerys again. The girl was beautiful, and the light lilac dress she wore highlighted her appearance, giving her the look of a princess. In fact, seeing her, she felt she had met someone with similar features, although she couldn't remember where. "Well, if you're looking to be with my nephew, I won't oppose it." Illyria's words made Daenerys blush and start to stammer. Fortunately for her, Jon quickly intervened. "I think you've teased Dany enough, Aunt," Jon said in a calm tone. Until recently, he had been chatting with his uncle about what had happened in the meeting with the Prince of Dorne. "You offend me, nephew," Illyria replied with feigned disdain and an amused smile. "I'm not teasing your friend, at least not too much." Jon sighed. He had expected something like this. His aunt seemed to have taken on the personal mission of finding him a partner, arguing that his father's wife would never do it, as her main interest would probably be to prevent Jon from having descendants. "Although, I still can't believe she is an active member of your ship's crew, Jon," commented Ulrich as he looked at the rest of the Starwolf's companions. "Yes, I suppose it must seem strange to have women in a ship's crew," Jon responded, shrugging without showing much curiosity about the topic. "Not so much. While it's not common, some women are usually on ships, although generally to fulfill certain specific jobs." Ulrich's tone left little to the imagination. Everyone understood what he meant, including Daenerys, who shuddered at the thought. "Although, in some cases, it includes what you think. In others, they occupy roles such as cooks, nurses, or midwives, especially if it's a ship transporting a noble," Ulrich explained, noticing the crew's uncomfortable expressions. "I see," Jon said, followed by nods from his crew and a sigh of relief from Daenerys. "By the way, Jon mentioned that you are something like wandering merchants. How does your business work? And how do you divide the profits?" Jon began to explain how they traveled from port to port, transporting goods they considered profitable. Sam took the floor to detail the more technical aspects, while the rest of the crew shared how they managed the profits from each trip. "So, you divide the goods equally, and each person sells them to different guilds or merchants, keeping the profit margin. Then, you return the invested capital and reinvest it in the next commercial venture. Is that correct?" Ulrich asked. "That's right, Uncle," Jon confirmed. "Wow, that's innovative," Ulrich commented, glancing at Beric, who was next to his fiancée. "You could say that. That way of working is not common on merchant ships. Normally, the captain controls the profits and distributes them according to his criteria. Their method is quite novel, and, judging by their smiles, it seems to work for them." Beric added. "It's interesting, but how did you come up with that idea?" Illyria asked, intrigued. "You could say I read it in a book," Jon replied with a smile. Green, Ed, and PYP laughed, while Sam blushed and Daenerys looked at them, confused. The response piqued the curiosity of Illyria, Ulrich, and Beric, who raised an eyebrow, signaling they wanted an explanation. It's funny because that's Sam's typical response when we ask him where he learned something, explained Ed, the only legitimate noble in the group, as both Samwell and Daenerys hid their true identities. Understood, Ulrich said just before noticing someone approaching. He looked up and saw Princess Arianne, accompanied by Nymeria and Tyon. Princess, Ulrich greeted, making everyone aware of her arrival. Immediately, those present bowed. Lord Dane, Arianne responded with a smile. She wore one of her classic revealing dresses, attracting the gazes of the men present. Her eyes settled on Jon, and with a knowing smile, she gestured to him. Could I borrow your nephew Jon Snow for a few minutes? The question elicited various reactions. On one hand, the tone she spoke with was not seductive, but it was affectionate, which made Daenerys and Illyria uncomfortable. Both frowned, distrustful of the princess's intentions. I am not my nephew's owner, princess. If he wishes to go with you, he doesn't need my permission. Ulrich responded, observing her with distrust. The rumors about Arianne worried him, and he feared she might try to manipulate Jon. No problem, princess. Jon responded calmly, reassuring his relatives. He seemed immune to any attempt at seduction. Arianne smiled and began to walk away, accompanied by Jon, Nymeria, and Tyon. As she watched them leave, Daenerys couldn't help but frown. She felt she needed to keep Jon away from Arianne, but she knew she couldn't cause a scene. Instead, she decided to turn to Illyria to talk about Starfall and Jon's mother. The gazes of many nobles were fixed on Jon and Arianne, who were dancing in the middle of the floor, moving to the sound of a soft melody played by the group of musicians Prince Doran had hired for the party. So, sir, said Arianne with a smile on her lips as she looked Jon in the eyes. Are you having fun? A little, Jon replied as he took the princess's hand and spun her around. But not as much fun as we had a couple of hours ago. To Jon's surprise, his words achieved something that almost never happened. They made the princess blush, who felt a shiver as she remembered what she and her cousins had done with Jon. Her mind recalled how the bastard of Winterfell had taken all three of them at the same time, giving them one of the best moments they had ever had, something that surprised all three of them, as they did not expect someone his age to be able to do everything he did. Fortunately, her mind did not wander too much, and she managed to focus on the dance while responding to Jon. You're right, that was memorable. Thank you, I like to know that I met your expectations. Jon commented with a sly smile on his face, which made Arianne smile as well, as she found Jon's attitude somewhat amusing. You more than efficiently fulfilled that task, but you still have one left. Arianne said, emphasizing you have one left. Of course, I'm aware of that. I just need to know who my targets are. That's easy, for some reason they are all gathered in the same place. Arianne said as she discreetly nodded towards the place where all those supposedly dangerous to her ascension as Princess of Dawn were seated. Jon noticed that Arianne's jaw pointed to a place behind him, so he couldn't see clearly. This happened because she didn't want to turn around and look indiscreetly at the possible conspirators. So, he decided to wait for a moment to change position, and that moment came when the song made them spin, allowing him to change his angle of vision. Jon's eyes focused on the place where he calculated the supposed conspirators should be, and as he did so, he was quite surprised to see that at that table was Arianne's brother, Prince Quentyn. The prince was laughing and enjoying the company of some people who were clearly not the nobles supposedly conspiring against Arianne, but their heirs. Fostering friendship between their heirs and the person they want to see on the throne of Dawn, that's a basic move in politics. Bringing your children together with your candidate ensures your place in the new government. Jon thought, turning his face to see the people Arianne had pointed out as conspirators. That group was made up of Lords Euronwood and Wells, while the third belonged to a house of landed knights. The young bastard knew this because Arianne had explained it to him after he asked about his possible enemies. Narrowing his eyes, Jon realized that this supposed alliance would not be a big problem for House Martell. Well, that wasn't entirely true, as the Euronwoods were the second most powerful house in the region, only surpassed by House Martell. In fact, realizing this, Jon thought that House Euronwood was like House Bolton in the north. Did you see them there? Arianne asked, looking at John, who had already stopped seeing the supposed conspirators. "Yes, I did. Are you sure they are a danger to your ascension?" John asked, looking at Ariane. "Yes." "Why do you ask?" "Because I don't see them as a real danger. It's just one house, the second most powerful, yes, but not the most dangerous. Not alone, but they don't follow the Rhoynar succession rules, but the Andal succession rules, which makes them prefer Quentin over me." Hearing this, John began to wonder if they had really gotten into a problem invented by the mind of the Princess of Dawn. Unfortunately, he had given his word to help her, and he was not someone who broke a promise. So, without thinking much, he moved his right hand and subtly made a golden glow form in his palm. Quickly moving his hand, he cast a spell that made several wine jugs fly, which ended up spilling on several people, creating a bit of chaos that attracted the attention of everyone, including John's friends, the Princes of Dawn, Princess Ariane, and, above all, the people Ariane considered dangerous to her ascension. "This is the moment," John thought, seeing how the telekinesis spell had worked better than expected. The cause of the wine jugs flying was a small gold coin that John had dropped, which he had attracted to him with telekinesis and then shot towards the wine barrels. Although a thrown coin wouldn't have made much noise, John had sent the coin with great force, creating the perfect distraction for what he had in mind. "At first, I thought about killing them or putting them in a coma, but now I see I was wrong. They don't seem like a real threat, in fact, they seem more loyal than one would think. So, I'll use Plan B. John thought as he let go of Ariane and, with a quick movement, moved his free hand and cast a new spell. From a scroll he had imperceptibly taken out, green light spheres quickly flew towards the group of men, hitting them in the head. Done, with this, it's all over. A second later, John saw how the supposed conspirators began to touch their heads, feeling some pain, a result of the spell. John's goal was simple, to slightly change the minds of the targets. The spell he used belonged to the difficult and dangerous mind magic, a type of magic considered very dangerous in Nirn, not only because of its complexity but also because of its destructive potential. John hadn't learned this spell, it had come from one of the scrolls his master had left him as a gift, which was why, now that he had used it, he felt irritated. He didn't like to spend valuable items that could be useful in the future. However, as he had promised to help Ariane and didn't want to cause permanent harm to people who didn't seem so dangerous, he decided to use this method. Knowing he couldn't tell Ariane about the magic, John decided to remain silent and not reveal what he had done. Instead, he would use another mind magic scroll to alter the memories of Ariane and her cousins, thus creating a lie about what had happened. With that done, he felt he was no longer bound by his words to Ariane, so he decided to enjoy the party and that little moment with the family he still didn't know well, as, in a short time, he would have to return to his ship and continue his journey. Summer Sea 297 AC. The Starwolf sailed the waters of the Summer Sea, heading east. The ship, which had previously been filled with exotic spices from the Summer Isles, now carried less of that merchandise. This was because John and company had sold most of it to some merchant guilds in Dawn, obtaining a considerable sum of gold dragons that were distributed equally. After closing the deal, the ship was loaded with a new type of provisions, fruits, vegetables, and salted meat. The reason was simple, the group needed to prepare for their next goal, which consisted of collecting the remaining stones before heading to Valeria. There, they planned to seal the region and prevent what Edzard had mentioned from escaping and causing chaos in the world. As the ship advanced through the sea, John was in the navigation room. He wore different clothes than he usually did. This was because, before leaving Dawn, his aunt had commented that he didn't look like a sailor in his usual attire. Without asking for his opinion, she took him to a shop to buy him more suitable clothes. Although she could have had custom-made garments, time was of the essence, so she chose the best she could find. Now John wore a white linen shirt, paired with black pants of the same material and black leather boots. He also wore a leather belt with a baldric from which hung a curved sword, a gift from his future uncle-in-law, the Lord of Blackhaven. Over the belt, he wore a light purple fabric sash adorned with copper and opal charms. Additionally, his aunt had given him a sleeveless grey doublet and a black wool coat with golden details, perfect for cold nights at sea. My aunt really went all out with these clothes, and not just for me, but for the entire crew. John thought, remembering how his aunt and uncle were delighted to meet his friends. Although John had expected some tension with Sam, due to him being from the Reach, his uncle didn't seem to have any problems with him after meeting him. However, the meeting took an awkward turn when they introduced Daenerys. His relatives at once recognized her as the girl John had crowned at the tournament. I got a bit scared when my uncle asked where Dany was from, as he mentioned she had Valyrian features that reminded him of Queen Rolla, although the hair color didn't match. When I asked him why he thought that, he said he had seen the late Queen several times. Luckily, he didn't discover Dany's true identity and only started asking if there was something between us. I managed to clarify, there's nothing more than friendship. John thought, letting out a slight sigh. He hadn't wanted to leave Dorne so soon, as he wished to spend more time with his family. However, the events of the banquet forced him to leave. He didn't want to get caught up in Princess Arianne's intrigues, who insisted on knowing how he had handled the supposed conspiracy. To avoid problems, John was forced to use a mind magic scroll to alter the memories of Arianne and her cousins, implanting a false memory that seemed plausible. The memory John gave them included a confrontation in which he had threatened the supposed conspirators with false evidence of treason, forcing them to accept their defeat. The scene ended with Arianne relaxing, grateful that everything was resolved without violence. However, when the princess tried to reward him for his actions, John decided to leave to avoid complications. Even so, the memories of what happened in that room persisted in his mind. Recalling the night of passion he spent with Arianne's cousins, a girl from the Summer Isles, and another daughter of Oberyn, John shook his head, trying to push those thoughts away. I have to stay focused on the mission and not let a night of passion distract me, he told himself. He directed his attention to the magical projection in front of him. He remembered that the places where the seal stones could be found were 3, Ut, the enigmatic Ashai of the Shadow, and the continent of Sot Horios. The latter was a place as dangerous as Valyria itself, a deadly paradise filled with creatures and plants capable of turning every step into a death sentence. Of all the destinations, Sot Horios seems the most lethal, but something tells me Ashai won't be far behind. Those blood mages and shadowbinders won't be a problem for me, but they will be for the rest of the group. I need to enchant their clothes to protect them against magic, not just the elements. I also need to find a way to hide Daenerys' magical aura. Her presence is like a beacon to anyone with magical sensitivity, making her too obvious a target, he thought as he stopped looking at the map and walked towards his desk. If I remember correctly, I bought a book about Ut and Ashai along with a bestiary of exotic creatures at the Citadel. He murmured, diverting towards a bookshelf. His fingers ran over the covers, stopping at each time to check if it was what he was looking for. After several minutes, he found the first of the books and, shortly after, the other two. With the texts in hand, John returned to his desk, where he began to read carefully. He needed precise information about the dangers they might meet in each place, inhabitants, creatures, mags, and any other potential threats. Qarth 297 AC. The clear sky allowed the sun's rays to illuminate the beautiful and opulent coastal city of Qarth, the nexus between the east and west of Essos. This place was a mandatory stop for eastern merchants looking to venture west, doing business in Volantis, Braavos, King's Landing, among other cities. Therefore, Qarth was one of the most prosperous cities in the world, home to one of the great wonders described by the famous traveler Lomas Longstrider in his book, the imposing walls that protected the city. These walls were 3 in total, each higher and more majestic than the earlier one. The first, known as the Outer Wall, was built of vibrant red sandstone and measured over 9 meters in height. Its surface was decorated with intricate reliefs of animals, slithering snakes, birds in flight, swimming fish, and more exotic creatures like wolves from the Red Wastes, striped zasses, and monstrous elephants. The second wall, made of grey granite, reached 12 meters and was covered with war scenes, sword, spear, and shield combats, arrows flying through the air, heroes in battle, and massacred children, along with pyres of burning corpses. The third and final wall, closest to the heart of the city, was made of black marble, measured over 15 meters, and was carved with scenes of passion that could make even the boldest women blush. Behind these walls rose Qarth, a vibrant array of streets filled with markets where houses of exquisite colors lined up, pinks, purples, and ochres, with delicate balconies. The squares housed ornate fountains in the shape of dragons, griffins, or manticores, while inns, gambling halls, brothels, temples, and taverns crowded the busiest districts. On the terraces of the most luxurious houses, lush gardens with trees and flowers added beauty to the panorama. The city was governed by the so-called pure-born descendants of the ancient kings and queens of Qarth, who shared power with the main merchant guilds, the 13, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the ancient Guild of Spicers. However, while the city's leaders wove intrigues, a meeting laden with darkness was taking place in a very different place. That place was the House of the Undying, a ruinous serpent-shaped stone structure, with worn walls and a roof of black tiles, many of which were broken or had fallen. Surrounded by a grove of trees with black bark and blue leaves with ink spots, the house was the home of the warlocks of Qarth. In a gloomy room within this palace, a long stone table presided over the place. Above it floated a swollen blue heart, beating with a deep sound and an indigo light. Around the table sat the Undying, figures that seemed more like animated corpses than humans. Their withered bodies and their skins, nails, and eyes of a deathly blue gave them a spectral appearance. Kneeling before them was Piet Pri, a pale man with blue-stained lips. "We have felt it, Piet Pri, magic is returning to the world, slowly but steadily," said one of the Undying in a hoarse, hollow voice. "Indeed, its presence is intensifying, but not enough to satisfy us. We need more," added a female voice among those present. "What do you wish me to do, O great Undying?" Piet responded, bowing his head in respect. "We need sources of magic, to absorb their vital and magical energy," declared another of the Undying. The warlock's eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened. He looked up to contemplate his masters. "What kind of people will be the lambs that will feed you?" he asked submissively. The Undying remained silent for a moment, immersed in deep reflections. After several minutes, one of them finally spoke. "They must be people with powerful magic. The ideal ones would be pure-blooded Valyrians, the purer, the better. Another option is shadowbinders or mags," added another Undying. "Although it would be risky. We have not yet recovered all our power, and they could attack us if not subdued beforehand. If you cannot dominate them physically, do not bring them." Finally, a viable option is the skin changers, those descendants of the first men. They are usually found beyond the wall and, although they are not Valyrians, they are a valuable source of magic. Communicate these orders to the other warlocks, to travel the known world and bring all the magical food they can for us. "I will do so immediately," Piet responded. With a final bow, he stood up and left the room. As he walked through the dark corridors of the labyrinth that was the House of the Undying, he reached a chamber where the other warlocks awaited. Upon entering, those present saw him expectantly. Piet shared the orders of the Undying, and his companions nodded silently before leaving the place, each taking a different direction to fulfill their mission. The objective was clear: to obtain enough magical food to restore the power of their masters and return the lost glory to the warlocks of Qarth. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. We have seen Jon use powerful magic, which is wielded through scrolls. We also see that beings sensitive to magic, such as warlocks, shadowbinders, etc., are becoming aware that magic is returning, so we will see some interaction between Jon and his group with them in the future. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 27. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 27. Volantis 297. The clear sky allowed the sun to scorch the city of Volantis, known as the First Daughter. The sweltering heat made many drown in sweat. Once a proud colony of the freehold of Valyria, it was now one of the largest free cities. However, the wars of the past had left scars, depopulated areas with abandoned buildings, pools, and fountains filled with foul-smelling water. Despite this, The active part of the city kept an imposing beauty, worthy of its Valyrian heritage. In the vast port of Volantis, so colossal that the locals claimed all 100 islands of Braavos could dock there with room to spare, the Starwolf was moored. The vessel had arrived after a long journey across the summer sea from Sunspear. I hate this heat, Jon complained, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. We understand, Jon, his friends responded in unison, who, except for Daenerys, were equally suffering aboard the ship. Even Ghost, the faithful direwolf, seemed dejected. His thick fur condemned him to suffer in this sweltering climate. We haven't even been in this city for a day, and I already want to go somewhere cooler. Gren commented, wishing to return to the Riverlands, where the warm weather was not as oppressive. Yes, we should go back to the ship and set sail immediately. PYP added, nodding energetically at his friend's suggestion. The rest of the group, including Ghost, shared his opinion and began to turn towards the ship, but a voice stopped them. But it's not that hot. Daenerys commented, the only one in the group who seemed completely immune to the weather. Her skin remained dry, and, in fact, she seemed to be enjoying the warm environment. For her, it was neither too hot nor too cold. Not that hot. Dany, look at us. It looks like we just took a dip in the sea. Sam replied, pointing to himself and the rest of the group. Daenerys saw her companions, all drenched and exhausted, and acknowledged that they were right. However, she didn't want to leave Volantis yet. For the first time in her life, she was in a city deeply marked by Valyrian culture. She wanted to explore it, admire its architecture, and soak in the history of her lineage. She took a deep breath, then adopted a sad expression and looked at her friends, knowing they couldn't resist. Can we stay a little longer in Volantis, please? She asked with a melancholic tone, designed to evoke compassion. The 5 men, along with Ghost, remained silent. A strange feeling of guilt began to invade them, even though they knew they had done nothing wrong. Guys, Gren murmured, leaning towards Daenerys' request. His tone made it clear that he was losing the will to resist. Yes, PYP, Ed, and Sam said in unison, completely surrendering to the princess's pleading look. Now only Jon and Ghost remained as the last bastions of opposition. The wolf and his owner remained firm. Although Daenerys' sad expression made them somewhat uncomfortable, they both knew they were not to blame for the situation. However, in the end, they couldn't resist the majority. All right, we can stay a few more days. Jon conceded with a resigned sigh. Yes. Daenerys exclaimed, giving a small jump of joy before throwing herself at Jon to hug him. Daenerys' action generated an immediate reaction from the crew members of the Starwolf, who looked on in total astonishment at what had happened, but they were not the only ones, as both Jon and Daenerys also had their own reactions. Daenerys' reaction was to blush, as she didn't know what had motivated her to do what she had just done, so she didn't hesitate for a second to let go of Jon and take a step back, while trying to hide her face in her hair. Jon. I, the young Targaryen stammered, trying to apologize for what she had done, but Jon's voice interrupted her. It's okay, nothing happened. Jon said, causing Daenerys to look up and see Jon looking away, while a small blush appeared on his face. Everyone's eyes, including Ghost's, looked on in total astonishment at Jon's reaction, as it was the first time they had seen him act that way. Jon, is he embarrassed? PYP asked in surprise as he looked at Jon. It seems so, Gren responded, also looking at Jon in surprise. This only means the world is about to end. I must fulfill all my desires so I don't die with regrets. Ed commented, who after those words began to muse about the things he wanted to do before the world ended, as for him there was no other logical explanation for Jon being embarrassed. Despite being just as astonished as his friends, Sam did not react the same way they did, as he saw that Jon's reaction was mostly caused by the surprise of being hugged by Daenerys rather than anything else. So, not wanting to add fuel to the fire, he decided to say nothing. While his friends were looking at him in astonishment, Jon was lost in his thoughts, trying to figure out why he was feeling this way, as when Daenerys hugged him, he felt his heart race for a second, something he had only experienced once before in his life, when he was still beyond the wall. What is this? Why did my heart race for a second? I can't have started to fall in love with Daenerys, right? John thought as he tried to discern the reason why his heart had raced. In his mind, the young apprentice of the last Dovahkiin hoped it was for another reason and not love, as he couldn't understand how he could fall in love with the descendant of one of the families that had betrayed the person who made him the man he was now. "John, are you okay?" Daenerys asked, causing John to snap out of his thoughts. His friend's question brought John back to reality, and he looked at her. Seeing the violet eyes of the young Targaryen looking at him with concern, John smiled, which, unbeknownst to him, was kinder than expected, causing the young man to blush slightly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought about something." I see. Daenerys replied, smiling as she continued to look at John. Without them knowing, the atmosphere they were creating made the rest of their friends roll their eyes, as to them, the two were flirting, which caused some irritation in Gren, but especially in PYP, who, having had enough of what he was seeing, approached them and gave them 2 gentle taps on their shoulders, bringing them back to reality. "Sorry to interrupt your courting moment, but I think if we're staying in this city for a couple of days, we should look for points of interest to see what we can learn about the city," PYP said with rolled eyes and a somewhat flat voice, which surprised the 2 young people, who didn't speak for a few seconds, processing the former mime's words. "We weren't courting," John and Daenerys shouted in unison, blushing a few seconds after hearing the former mime's words, as they understood what he was insinuating. "Yeah, I know, but it really looked like you were courting there," PYP said as he began to walk away from the 2 towards the rest of the group. Both John and Daenerys watched as their friend rejoined the rest, and after each letting out a sigh, they began to walk towards them, so they could decide which places to visit in the city. John's group watched in awe at the imposing structure known as the Black Walls. The colossal ovoid edifice rose about 64 meters high, with a width that John deduced could easily accommodate 10 riders side by side. "Incredible," murmured PYP, impressed by the size of the construction. "Yes, I understand, we've seen enormous structures, but not even the lighthouse of Old Town, though taller, has the same presence as this wall," commented Gren, unable to take his eyes off the wall. "Great, another giant wall. Sometimes I think the gods are mocking me, reminding me of that time I considered going to an ice wall," Ed said with a defeated sigh. Ed's words snapped PYP and Gren out of their amazement, making them turn towards him. "We understand you, Ed, but this life is different. We won't follow the same paths as our counterparts from that other world. I don't think we'll die here," Gren said with a smile on his face. Ed looked at him, and his friend's logic brought a slight smile to his face. "This structure is one of the few that demonstrate the Valyrians' skill in construction," commented Sam, attracting the attention of his friends and even some curious passers-by. "It's made of the fused black stone they used in their buildings, stacked without visible joints. Also, there are no chisel marks or mortar on the blocks." Sam spoke with the certainty given by his studies at the Citadel and the information gathered during his time at Horn Hill. "Incredible," exclaimed Daenerys enthusiastically, fascinated by the structure, a tangible reminder of the greatness of the freehold of Valyria. "Yes, it is, but it's not the only place built this way," added Sam, capturing Daenerys' attention. Noticing her interest, Randil Talis' son smiled before continuing. "Another site with this technique is the Castle of Dragonstone, the fortress that was the residence of the heir to the Iron Throne during the rule of House Targaryen in Westeros." The mention of Dragonstone slightly darkened Daenerys' eyes. The place where she was born and where her mother died was not an easy memory to face. Those words made her recall the proposition John had made to her before leaving Dorne. On that occasion, John had taken her to the navigation room and asked her, "Do you want to visit the place where you were born?" The question took her by surprise. She didn't expect him to make such an offer. When she asked for an explanation, John replied that it was a way to repay her for reuniting him with his family. He wanted her to have the opportunity to connect with her origins as well. The proposition had bewildered her. She couldn't respond immediately and asked for time to think. John agreed, understanding. That night, Daenerys couldn't sleep, carefully weighing the pros and cons of both options. At dawn, during breakfast, she gave her answer, a sad but well-considered no. John's reaction and that of the rest of the group, who were aware of the proposal, was one of surprise. They didn't expect that response. When they asked her why she rejected the idea, Daenerys was honest, She didn't feel ready, neither mentally nor emotionally, to face the place where she was born and where her mother had lost her life. I remember John just looked at me for a few seconds and then nodded, but he didn't say anything. I suppose he felt somewhat relieved, as I don't think it would have been easy to keep me unnoticed in a place where people have known my family, Daenerys thought, while still observing the black walls. A few seconds passed, and she finally said a few words. I wonder if we can enter that part of the city. I don't think so. Sam quickly replied, drawing his friend's attention. What? Gren asked, looking at John skeptically. I don't think they'll prevent us from entering. I mean, what could be there that's so valuable to keep people out? The so-called Old Blood. Samwell replied without much thought. Old Blood? PYP asked, confused by the term his friend had used. Descendants of the Dragon Lords of the Freehold of Valyria. Samwell explained, only to cover his mouth a second later, cursing himself mentally. He had let slip something he didn't want to say since he knew they were going to Volantis. Damn it, I'm an idiot. Why did I have to mention the one thing I had planned not to say while I was here, thought Samwell, looking to his side, where he saw John clenching his teeth as he watched the black walls. John had been calm, seeing the walls without feeling particularly affected by what might be behind them. However, his state changed radically when he heard what Samwell mentioned. Although John and Daenerys got along well, that did not mean he had forgiven the scum who betrayed his master. No, he would not forgive them. Although he had made an exception for the last two Targaryens, he would not allow the rest of the descendants of the other families to stay alive. As the anger began to grow inside him, John, almost unconsciously, started to move his hands. One went to the hilt of Gandravar, while the other went to his magic bag, taking something out of it. However, whatever he was planning to do vanished at once when his arms were stopped. John blinked, realizing that his friends had stopped him. Gren and PYP were holding his right arm, while Sam and Ed were holding his left, showing clear signs of effort, although they knew that despite their strength, they could not prevent John from moving his arms, they only managed to delay him slightly. John, calm down. I don't know what you plan to do, but I don't think you want to use magic indiscriminately with so many people around, whispered Ed, in a serious voice, leaving aside his typical pessimistic phrases. He was more than aware of what could happen if John lost control. Hearing his friend's words, John looked around and realized they were attracting the attention of many passers-by. Quickly, he looked at the bag on his belt and saw what he had taken out. Realizing what it was, his face paled considerably, as that object was not only extremely rare but also of unimaginable power. Feeling a wave of guilt for what he could have unleashed, John let out several sighs, hoping to calm down. Fortunately, he succeeded. He quickly returned the object to his bag. Are you calmer now? Asked Ed, seeing John put away what he had taken out. Yes, calm. Don't worry. John replied. Hearing his words, the rest of the group let go of John, who, relieved, began to move his shoulders and talk about trivial things, even mentioning a dizziness he had felt, intending to distract the crowd and give them the impression that everything that had happened was related to his health. John's group members let out a collective sigh of relief as they saw their tactic working and the crowd dispersing, finally leaving them in peace. In the name of the gods, what the hell were you thinking of doing? Asked Ed, after letting go of his friend. I don't know. I just saw red when I knew their descendants were here. John confessed, looking at his friends. As he did, he noticed Daenerys avoiding his gaze. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for causing such a scene. It's okay, John. It's nothing, just don't do something like that outside of combat, okay? Okay. John replied with a smile. Well, then. Shall we go see the Great Bridge of Volantis? Asked Samwell, smiling, which made everyone else nod. With that, the group began to head west, towards the legendary bridge of the city. As they walked, they were unaware of what had happened in that place. The object John had taken out had released such an amount of magic that several people slightly sensitive to it had felt the power, wondering where that intense energy came from. King's Landing 297 The sky covering the capital city of Westeros was cloudy, with very dark grey clouds showing that it would soon begin to rain. While many people walked the streets of King's Landing, in a refined-looking building, a man was absorbed in his thoughts about the daily happenings at court. In the middle of a beautifully designed and luxuriously decorated room, there was a desk over which Petter Baelish, also known as Littlefinger, reviewed the various daily operations of the royal treasury, as well as the activities of the institutions that made up the kingdom's monetary system. "Ah, everything is as it should be, at least for now," murmured the Master of Coin of King Robert Baratheon, as he let the papers he had been reading fall. His mind began to wander as the soft melody played by the bards in the hall of his business, the largest and most popular of the brothels he ran, reached his ears. This place, the most luxurious and exclusive of all he owned in the city, was intended only for wealthy nobles, rich merchants, and not for the common folk. It was a market of flesh and pleasure, designed to satisfy all the appetites of his clients, offering not only pleasurable moments but also high-quality food and drink. From being just a minor lord of the Vale to becoming one of the king's most powerful and important servants, controlling some of the best brothels in the city, thought Petter with some enjoyment, as he took a sip of gold arbor he had previously poured. Littlefinger's story was, according to him, a story of overcoming. Originally, he was the lord of one of the poorest regions of the Fingers, a region of the Vale shaped like a hand, which gave him his nickname. He did not have wealth like other nobles, so to get to where he was now, he had to use his skills. First as head of customs in Gulltown, where he multiplied the city's revenues tenfold, and after that feat, he was called to King's Landing by the king's own hand to be the new Master of Coin. A position that allowed him to quickly amass a respectable fortune, as the king was not a frugal person but a spendthrift. This made it easy for Petter to inflate the prices of some products and make phantom purchases, obtaining all the money possible without attracting attention. Putting aside his wine glass, Petter got up from his chair and began to walk around his solar, reflecting on current events. Despite the king's poor economic management, the kingdom remained at peace and prospering, in part thanks to the excellent administration of Lord Jon Arryn, the king's hand. The elderly lord had managed to keep the kingdom united with his political skills, but age was taking its toll. He could no longer see some things happening under his nose, such as the romance he had with his wife, Lysa Arryn, sister of Catelyn Stark. The mere mention of the name of Hoster Tully's eldest daughter was enough for the Master of Coin to think of the woman he loved madly, feeling a fleeting pain in his chest, where Brandon Stark, Eddard Stark's older brother, had wounded him during the duel for the hand of the now Lady of Winterfell. That duel marked a before and after in his life, as he not only lost the love of his life but was also humiliated by a northern barbarian, which unleashed a constant anger towards all the Starks. He smiled when he learned that the Mad King had killed Brandon Stark, rejoicing in the Northerner's death. He thought the gods wanted him and Catelyn to be together, but Lord Hoster married her to Eddard Stark, something he never forgave. "Ah, my dear cat, how I wish I could see you now. But the gods do not want us together at the moment." "Don't worry, that won't be for long," thought Petter as he recalled the news one of his prostitutes had brought him. According to the merchant, there had been a tournament in Dorne, in which Eddard Stark's bastard son had taken part, and not only that, but he had won it, proving great martial skill. However, that was not what really interested Petter. What intrigued him was the woman who traveled with him. According to the merchant, the girl was of obvious Valyrian descent, something not so rare in Essos, but unusual in Westeros. Although that information meant nothing by itself, the merchant mentioned that, although the girl had black hair, there was a certain resemblance to the late Queen Rolla. That piece of information confused him, as he thought there were no living children of the former monarch, something he had taken care of long ago. Therefore, that information could only be a drunkard's fantasy, but it gave him an opportunity to poison the relations between the king and the ruling house of the North a little. Although it was well known that the king and Eddard Stark were very good friends, if Petter managed to convince the king that this girl was the Mad King's daughter, that could make the king furious and send assassins after the girl, who would obviously be protected by the bastard of Winterfell. This act could break the relationship between the crown and the Starks. But I can't play this hand yet. The girl doesn't match the princess because of her hair color, although that can be fixed by saying she dyed it. I also have against me the king's recent affection for the boy, and there is no way to create a credible story for now. No, I must wait a little longer to use this plan. The Game of Thrones is a game played with patience, and for now, I have time. I will use the piece to position my pieces and place them in places that favor me when chaos erupts, because chaos is the best ladder to climb to the top. With these thoughts, Petter decided he would go to court, as it was likely that a small council meeting would soon be held. Winterfell 297 C. The cold winds of the north blew fiercely, carrying with them the scent of pines and wet earth from the Wolfwood to the fortress of Winterfell. The inhabitants of the great northern fortress continued with their daily tasks. Mycon, the blacksmith, forged weapons and armor while teaching his apprentices the secrets of his trade. Meanwhile, Sir Roderick trained the future guards of the castle, making them practice with blunted weapons. However, the old knight not only trained the new recruits but also taught Robb Stark, who was practicing with his new sword, a gift from his brother. The heir of Winterfell moved his sword skillfully, performing horizontal and vertical cuts, interspersed with some diagonal ones. Robb's footwork was light but firm, with solid steps going with each movement of the sword, as he sought the perfect balance to use Frost, a lighter sword than the one he had used in his earlier training, which made his movements a bit difficult. Therefore, to adapt to it, he had started training almost from scratch, at least with this sword, although he continued his training with other weapons. "It seems Robb is improving his technique, don't you think, Ned?" asked Catelyn, smiling as she watched her eldest son train from one of the balconies near the practice area. "Yes, compared to when he started training with Frost, his technique has improved a lot," replied Ned, also smiling as he saw his son's progress with the Valyrian sword he had received. Valyrian swords are very special weapons. Many think that just by having one, they will know how to use it, but the reality is far from that assumption. The difference in weight and the strength needed to make the cuts are so different from normal swords that they tend to confuse those who wield them for the first time, making it difficult to coordinate the blows. Therefore, it is necessary to learn to use them almost from scratch. Moreover, this allows the warrior to see the flaws in their training and refine their combat technique. Yes, but that was to be expected. He has been training every day, almost to exhaustion, just to improve with that sword, commented Catelyn, frowning slightly, as her son had focused so much on using his sword that he had neglected some lessons with Maester Luwin. Hearing his wife's words, Ned nodded. He had also received some complaints from the Maester, who said that Robb seemed distracted in his history and mathematics lessons, matters that would need to be addressed. He could not allow his son to neglect such important aspects of his education. However, he also understood why Robb was so absorbed in his sword training. His younger brother was now a recognized knight, famous for his participation in battle. The rumors about what happened in the Purge of the Stepstones are confusing, but they all seem to indicate that Jon has become a formidable warrior, one that many might compare to Arthur, thought Ned, as his mind wandered for a moment, thinking about his prodigal son. "I would be lying if I said I am not proud of what the rumors say about Jon. Moreover, no news has come suggesting he has become a wrongdoer. That shows to me that, despite being raised away from me, he stays a just and honorable person. I wonder where you are now." Ned's thoughts turned to Jon's whereabouts, which always seemed to change. Something he had already gotten used to, although the question of how he did it still lingered in his mind. His first assumption was that his son might have his own ship, as otherwise, he could not have reached the Thousand Isles. That, however, only raised more questions. The main one being, what did his son do when he was not adventuring or in combat? That question caused him concern, but he knew his son was not involved in anything illegal, as no rumors had suggested otherwise. "Will you talk to Robb about his other lessons, Ned?" asked Catelyn, pulling her husband out of his thoughts about Jon. Hearing the question, Ned blinked, surprised, as he did not expect his wife to interrupt his concentration. This did not go unnoticed by Catelyn, who frowned slightly. "Yes, I will talk to him later. As much as he wants to improve his martial skills, he cannot neglect his other lessons." After those words, the couple fell into a comfortable silence that was soon interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. They both looked in that direction and saw that the owner of those footsteps was Maester Luwin, who arrived somewhat agitated from the walk from his tower. "Maester Luwin, what has happened for you to come in such a hurry?" asked Eddard Stark as he approached the old Maester. "A raven, my lord, from Starfall," replied Luwin, handing a rolled parchment to Eddard Stark, which had a seal with the heraldry of House Dane imprinted in purple wax. The mention of Jon's mother's house provoked two different reactions in the Starks. Ned's was one of surprises, as he did not expect to receive another raven from House Dane. His mind quickly thought that they already knew Jon was alive, and he realized he had forgotten to mention it to Ashura's brother. For her part, Caitlyn's face showed not only surprise but also annoyance and discomfort. It was her usual reaction whenever a message from Starfall arrived. During their years of marriage, letters sent from Dawn were always a cause for discussion, as Caitlyn did not like Ned to keep in touch with the family of his bastard's mother. However, in the end, he always read and responded to them, ignoring her complaints. "I see," said Ned, taking the parchment. The texture of the parchment in his hand made his heart beat faster, as he began to feel some anxiety. He did not know what that message had, so after a sigh, he broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. He fixed his eyes on the content and began to read it mentally. "Lord Stark, I hope this letter finds you in good health. The first thing I have to tell you is that the day I see you again, I will give you a good punch in the face for not telling me that Jon was still alive and had contacted you. The second is that I met Jon here in Dawn, not long ago, at the tournament organized by Prince Doran Martell. Meeting him allowed me to learn some things that he may not have told you, so I will reveal them to you. First, you may have wondered how he travels the world, right? Well, the answer is simple. He has a ship called Starwolf, on which he travels with his small crew of 5 people, whose names are Gren, PYP, Edison Tolit, Samwell Flowers, and a girl from Lies named Dany. Upon reading these words, the Lord of Winterfell felt one of the many doubts about his son begin to clear, but at the same time, other questions arose. How had he obtained that ship? Who had taught him to sail? Blinking, he continued reading the letter, hoping to find more answers. They all seem to get along very well, but I don't understand much about the girl's relationship with Jon. They are close to the point that he crowned her as the Queen of Love and Beauty after winning the tournament as a mystery knight, but when I confronted them about their relationship, they both said they were just friends. Now, they make a living as merchants, so it is possible they will end up coming north at some point. Maybe then you can talk to him. For now, the last thing he told me is that they were heading east, to Essos, and his plan was to travel further, perhaps to Yeti. It seems he wants to somehow recreate the journey that Lord Corlys Velaryon made when he returned and made his house the richest in Westeros after his last great voyages. If so, it seems the Starks will become one of the richest houses on the continent. But well, I digress for a moment. I just wanted to inform you about this, but not only that, I fear that Jon has caught the attention of the Princess of Dawn, Arianne Martell. I can't tell you much, but it is possible that you will receive a parchment from her. Be careful with what she writes to you. I fear that is all I can tell you for now. If you receive the princess's parchment, please send me a response about what she has sent you. I fear she wants to use it for political purposes. I bid you farewell, hoping for a response soon." After reading those last words, Ned remained motionless, something that did not go unnoticed by his wife and Maester Lewyn, who asked him what was happening, seeing his strange behavior. Ned, instead of responding, handed them the letter, for although it was private correspondence from the Danes, he trusted them both enough to ask for their advice on what actions to take. He had no qualms about letting them read it. Caitlyn and Lewyn took the letter and read it carefully, surprised by the revelations from the Lord of Starfall. However, it was the final request that left them confused and, above all, thoughtful, as they did not expect Jon to be used as a political pawn, especially due to his origin as a bastard. "Ned, what have you decided to do?" asked Caitlyn, looking at her husband with some concern. The Lady of Winterfell hoped that he could block any attempt to use his bastard in southern politics, as that could open the doors to a future rebellion or succession problems in generations to come. Caitlyn's heart was pounding. She feared that her concerns about Jon would come true and that there would be some way in which her children's inheritance could be challenged. Just thinking about it brought up old feelings, those she thought she had buried after Jon's death, feelings of jealousy towards Jon's mother, for she did not hate the boy, but she could not help but see him as the living proof that she had only been an obligation to her husband at first. "I don't know. First, I need to know what the Princess of Dawn wants, and then I will decide. But before acting, I will talk to you both. Does that sound good?" "Yes, my lord," replied Lewyn, bowing before beginning to walk towards his tower, immersed in the thoughts provoked by Ulrich's letter, pondering everything he had learned from it. "All right," Ned replied Caitlin in a tense voice. She did not want to talk about this topic, but it seemed there was no other choice. Hearing their confirmation, Ned nodded and turned his gaze to his son, who was no longer training but talking with Theon and Bran, who had approached him. As he watched his sons and his ward chat, Ned began to ponder what Ulrich's letter said, preparing for whatever might come. The Wall 297 C. The cold air of the wall filled the quarters of the Brothers of the Night's Watch, making them icy. In one of the rooms was Kenneth, who was about to put on his Black Brother's attire again. So far, he was only wearing pants and boots, being naked from the waist up. Kenneth's semi-naked state allowed his body to be visible, showing a muscular and lean figure, with no visible scars. However, that did not mean his skin was completely intact. On the right side of his torso, from the hip to the middle of his chest, his skin had a black and unpleasant coloration. It doesn't seem to be spreading very quickly, but I don't think I have much time," Kenneth thought as he saw his body, lightly touching that area. Despite the contact, he felt no pain in that area, showing that the skin was dying. After touching that part, he sighed and walked to a cabinet where he took out some linen bandages. With the bandages in hand, he took another object, a bottle with a green liquid that he poured over the bandages, soaking them completely. With the wet bandages, he quickly wrapped them around his chest, covering the entire area affected by the dead skin. Then, he took a black tunic and put it on. After that, he put on a doublet and left the room, as he had to go to the armory to pick up a chainmail from the blacksmith. In a few hours, he would go on an expedition with Benjen Stark beyond the wall to investigate why the wildlings were abandoning their villages. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And we officially end the Dawn arc. As we see, Jon and company have arrived in Volantis, and we have seen that Jon can't control himself much when it comes to the descendants of the 40 families of Valyria. Regarding Daenerys, it seems he holds her in some esteem, but it can't be called romance. I'm still not sure about the romance, I'll see how it develops along the storyline. Now, if you're wondering about the object Jon was about to retrieve, let's say it's something seen in the game Elder Scrolls Online and used to gain skill points. I'll just mention that it's a very powerful object and that Jon only has 3 of them, he doesn't have more, and it's impossible to get more. So, start getting an idea of the power those things have, and that's all XD. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 28. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 28. Volantis 297 AC. The sky was covered with clouds, preventing the citizens of Volantis from seeing the stars. However, despite the darkness, the city was completely illuminated thanks to the hundreds of lanterns that adorned its streets. The light from the lanterns illuminated the many paths of the city, along which several people walked at that time of day. The number of people at that hour of the night was due to many heading to the temples of the Lord of Light, Arla. Volantis was governed by the Triarchs, descendants of the Old Blood, that is, the Valyrians, who still kept the religion of the ancient Valyrians, something that did not occur with the common folk living outside the Black Walls. The Temple of the Lord of Light in Volantis was considered one of the most important of the faith of Arla, and thus the high priest of this religion, a man named Ben-Aero, lived there. This priest was a tall and thin man, with a gaunt face and skin as white as milk. He had flames tattooed on his cheeks, chin, and shaved head, forming a bright red mask that seemed to crackle in his eyes and swirl in tendrils around his lipless mouth. Inside the main temple, Ben-Aero was there, although he would not be the one to lead the ceremony that night. He would leave that task to another of the priests. The reason for his decision had to do with what had happened a few hours earlier. For some reason, all the flames of the candles and torches in the hall had increased in intensity while some acolytes and believers prayed, causing great commotion and surprise among those present. This was interpreted as a sign that Arla was listening to their prayers, so they at once went to inform Ben-Aero. Upon arriving in the hall, he was surprised to see that the flames of the lamps and torches were so large that they easily reached the size of a small child, something that deeply astonished the high priest. He saw how several of the priests, acolytes, and believers fell to their knees, exclaiming with emotion as they saw Arla manifesting his power in the temple. The amount of heat and light at that moment was incredible, but it was not the only thing I felt, thought Ben-Aero as he saw a candle, slightly burned at the top. That candle was not like the others, made of wax. This one was special, as it belonged to the famous glass candles, which could not be lit in a normal way. For the flame to still be lit, there had to be magic in the air, something that had been scarce since the fall of Valyria, centuries ago. The high priest had felt something else when he saw the glow of the flames of the candles and torches. Being a priest capable of performing miracles according to the will of Arla, Ben-Aero perceived something strange in the environment, so without wasting time, he ran to his office. There, he took a glass candle he had as decoration and, bringing a normal candle close to it, watched in amazement as it lit up. It was incredible, never in my life did I expect to see one of these candles light up, thought Ben-Aero as he got up from his chair and approached the balcony of his room. When he went out, he saw the temple courtyard, where the other priests were hurrying to prepare everything for the evening prayer. It was something incredible, but at the same time very fleeting. It didn't last long, just a few seconds until the fire went out. After that thought, Ben-Aero's mind focused on the possible cause of that phenomenon. He did not know what was happening, but he remembered something from one of the many books that the Old Blood occasionally sent to be destroyed for being considered useless. In one of those books, titled The Origin of the Flames of the Freehold, strange things were mentioned. Unfortunately, this book was one of the few remaining copies from the glory days of the Freehold, and its condition was fragile, as it had not received good maintenance. Many pages were stained with mold, causing the ink to run, destroying much of the information. However, fortunately, Ben-Aero found a fragment that gave him a clue about what was happening. The colors of the flames show the source of their origin, and they are seen more clearly in glass candles. When there is magic nearby, the color of the flames varies depending on the type of magic present. The most common are red and orange flames, which show mundane magic. But the rarest are white flames, which show the presence of an object emitting powerful magic. This flame is the rarest of all, thought Ben-Aero, recalling what he had read in that book. Those fragments are not very explicit, but at least that means that whatever caused the appearance of magic, even for a moment, was an extremely powerful object, an object that is surely now in the hands of the Old Blood. That is not good. They cannot have something so powerful. Unfortunately, I can't do anything, at least for now. If only Azur Ahai would appear soon, his arrival could unite all the followers of Arla to face the Old Blood. The figure the high priest was thinking of was legendary, Azur Ahai, the champion of Arla, according to the legends. A champion destined to destroy the Great Other, protecting the world from his influence and terror. Unfortunately, this hero, who was said to have lived during the era of the Long Night, forged a sword called Lightbringer, with which he defeated the others and returned them to their place of origin, thus saving humanity. It is said that to forge the magical sword, Azur Ahai had to kill his beloved wife, as only in this way would the weapon be complete. However, to the misfortune of all believers of Arla, no signs of the return of this hero had appeared, who, according to prophecy, would return to face the Great Other again when the time came. If magic has returned, even for just a moment, which means it is possible that the great enemy is about to awaken. I must prepare my flock for what is to come. The best thing will be to send a message to all the priests who are proselytizing throughout the known world, trying to convert the foreign population to the true faith, the faith of Arla, thought Ben-Aero, nodding mentally, as it seemed to be the most accurate path. Thus, he turned on his heels and returned to his studies, as he had many coded letters to write. He did not want anyone, except those involved, to know about his suspicions. The laughter of several people filled the hall of one of the many inns in the city of Volantis. In it, many customers drank beer and ate, while others tried to flirt with some of the waitresses. However, the person we were interested in was not taking part in any of that. She was sitting at one of the tables furthest from the tavern. The person occupying that table was dressed in a hooded cloak, which concealed her face, though not completely. Part of her face was visible, the lower area, revealing a pair of blue lips. "The trace of magic is faint, it has almost completely faded," whispered the man with blue lips in Carthene, whose name was Arutho. He was a warlock of the House of the Undying. Arutho had been near the banks of the river Rhone when he heard the call of Piet-Pri, which prevented him from being present when the warlock gave the orders of the Undying to all his kin. However, thanks to the gradual return of magic, the Undying were able to send him some information so he would know what to do. After receiving the orders, Arutho began to search for some source of magical power in the area, as the river Rhone was considered sacred by many. Its blessing supposedly turned its children into masters capable of controlling water. However, it seemed that at that moment there was no one with such abilities. Realizing that he could not find anyone suitable to feed his masters, Arutho began to plan his next destination. His first choice was to travel to Pentos, take a ship to White Harbor, and from there, head north, beyond the wall. He also considered the possibility of embarking with slavers who would take him directly there, and thus capture several skin changers to take them to Qarth. However, when he was about to leave, something happened. He felt an enormous source of magical power. The density of that power was such that he almost choked on the air, as it was so intense that he could feel it vibrating on his skin. Unfortunately, the source of power disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, but luckily for him, it left a trail he could follow to this city. The trace of residual magic led me to the gates of the Black Walls, indicating that the power comes from those who live behind those walls, thought Arutho, frowning slightly under his hood. If magic is returning to the world, it is clear that the old blood is slowly regaining their innate powers, which could mean that dragons will soon return. Dragons. Is it possible that the powerful magic I felt was an attempt to bring a dragon into the world? Of course, that makes perfect sense. Only mythical beings have such magical power. It is clear that power belonged to a dragon. This means they have tried to bring one into the world, but, since the magic faded, it is possible they did not succeed. However, that does not mean they will not try again, and they may succeed this time. The best thing will be to infiltrate the place of the ritual, and once they perform it, I can steal it and take it to the Undying. When Arutho finished these thoughts, he got up from his chair, left some coins on the table, and left the place, determined to approach the Black Walls to try to enter that area of the city of Volantis. As he walked, he was completely absorbed in his thoughts, as he had to find a way to get through the gate without attracting the attention of those on the other side. Although he could resort to his abilities to achieve it, he did not want to risk the members of the Old Blood detecting him. Something that would undoubtedly end his life. So, as he walked, he went over various plans in his mind, each more complex than the last. He was so focused on his thoughts that he did not notice that, beside him, a white wolf pup was walking calmly, suddenly stopping to stare at him. John's vision focused on the strange person muttering some words in what he recognized as Carthene, a language of which he knew only a few words. Unlike other cities in Essos, High Valyrian was not much used in Qarth, so John had not been able to learn much of that language. Although Ghost's vision is better than a human's, it's not the same as using my own eyes, as I'm still not used to this. John thought, seeing the stranger through Ghost's eyes. This power was possible thanks to a kind of magic, something John did not remember learning to use. It's very strange to use this power. I don't remember learning it, and Edzard never told me about anything like this. The only thing he mentioned that might resemble this is the power of the so-called wardens, but even so, it's very different. They are supposed to summon animals, not enter their minds and share a body. No. This power is more like the powers of the skin changers that appeared in the tales old Nan told me when I was a child. The ability John was thinking of had appeared a few days after finding Ghost. At first, everything happened in his dreams, in moments when he felt he was walking on all fours like a wolf. Not only that, but he felt his senses amplified, but not in the usual way. It was different, something more natural and less magical. It took him a while to understand it, as everything was so vague that whenever he woke up, he thought it had been a dream, despite often waking up with the taste of blood and the entrails of the prey he hunted in those dreams. I didn't give it much importance, thinking they were just dreams, but that changed during the raid on the Stepstones. John thought, as his mind traveled to that campaign, especially the assault on one of the islands. Flashback. The night sea breeze brought to the camp the smell of decomposing pirate corpses, scattered across a plain near where the Bravo Sea troops were stationed. Meanwhile, in the tent of the leader of this assault group, a meeting was taking place between the Bravo Sea leader and the captains of the mercenary bands. The ungrouped mercenaries performed guard duties, and John was one of them. The eyes of Ned Stark's son were fixed on the darkness of the place, seeing attentively. This confused the other mercenaries, who did not understand why John always looked into the darkness, as if he could see something there. This had given rise to rumors about John's strangeness, leading many people to avoid him, limiting their conversations to assigning him his daily tasks. Kid called a voice from behind John, who stopped looking ahead and turned his head. John's eyes settled on the owner of the voice, a man with coppery skin, black hair, and dark almond-shaped eyes. He wore studded light armor and carried a large axe on his back. "Yes." John responded seriously. "Your shift is over. I'm here to relieve you." "All right." Hearing the man's words, John got up from where he was sitting, seeing the darkness. Then, he left the place and headed to his tent to rest. Although the camp was for mercenaries, the tents were individual, as each mercenary had to pay for their own gear. The only thing provided by Bravos was the ammunition, which, although supplied by their contractor, was not free, as it was sold to the archers at somewhat reduced prices. If a mercenary did not have their own tent, they could opt for a communal tent, but it was not ideal if they wanted to sleep decently. When he reached his tent, John removed the magical protection he had placed over it and entered. As he did, he saw the interior, which had only a simple fur-lined sleeping bag, with a linen cloth he used to cover himself if the weather became too warm. Next to his bed was a leather backpack he used as a decoy to carry some belongings during travels. Walking towards his sleeping bag, John began to remove his armor. When he was left in lighter clothing, he lay down and started thinking about how his friends were doing on the other islands. He thought about it until he finally succumbed to sleep. John blinked in confusion as he realized his eyes were seeing the terrain surrounding the camp, something that deeply puzzled him, as he was sure he had just fallen asleep. "This is strange. Why am I having this dream again?" John thought, perplexed, recalling that it was the 20th time it had happened, which puzzled him even more. This seemed strange to him because, in his experience, dreams were not usually repeat in this way. Perhaps in some cases they did, but not with the high frequency he had experienced with these dreams. However, as much as this caused him confusion, he could not continue thinking about it, as he heard nearby voices speaking in High Valyrian and the common tongue of Westeros. Feeling curious, he decided to move in that direction. After trotting a few meters, he reached the source of the voices. Approaching slowly, he saw several men gathered in a cave. "All right, boys, listen to me carefully. The camp of the rats brought by the Bravo Sea is well defended for now, but it won't be for long," spoke a gruff voice with a marked Westerosi accent. "Are you sure, Alistair?" said another voice, speaking in the common tongue but with a rough tone, showing it was not his native language. "Yes. The mercenaries are confident in their numbers, but that means nothing if they don't have good defenses. And as we all know, they haven't fortified the camp, they only have lookouts to alert them," responded the same man who had spoken before, leaving a dramatic pause for those nearby to process his words. "If we eliminate those lookouts, they will be easy prey for a surprise attack." The man's words were followed by a chuckle from another person, who, after finishing laughing, began to speak. "Oh, old man, I like the way you think. But how do you plan to get close without being detected to eliminate those damn lookouts?" The answer to the question was a loud laugh, followed by Alistair's voice. "That's easy, Burton. These coasts are treacherous, and the morning mists can cause unexpected accidents for those who don't know these places as well as we do," said Alistair, as he took a jug of what John could only deduce was beer. "This morning, a few poor idiots fell into the sea and drowned, leaving behind only their clothes." The pirate's words surprised John, as he had not noticed anything strange in the camp or the troops. But according to what this man said, they already had enemies infiltrated within their ranks. Although John was confused, thinking it was a dream, the way the man spoke and the chill that ran through his body upon realizing they had enemies within the camp made him realize this was not a dream. "Am I having a vision?" "No. This is not a vision, it seems more like a dream." Damn it, I don't understand what's happening, but if I'm really in the real world, I must pay attention to what's happening here, as it seems they are planning a night ambush. John thought, quickly refocusing on what the pirates were saying. I see, then, Captain. Where, how, and when do we attack? Today, in a few hours, when we see the signal. We will attack discreetly, divide into 4 groups, and attack from all possible directions. We will use the cover of night to stay hidden. The priority is to cause so much chaos that they won't know what's happening until most of them are already dead. All right, it seems like a good plan, but you forget that we are only a few, while they outnumber us 3-1, said another pirate. I know, that's why I've had to ask an old acquaintance for help, who will send some of his crew to even the odds as best we can. Until they arrive, which I estimate will be in a few hours, we will stay in this place to gather everyone and march when we see the signal. After these words, all the gathered pirates began to laugh, amused by what they thought would be an easy slaughter. When John saw that the conversation had ended, he quickly turned on his heels and left the place. As he walked, he tried to recognize the surroundings he was in. As he advanced, he also tried to find a way to return to his own body. It was then that, passing by a puddle and seeing the reflection, he realized that the body he saw was not his own, but Ghost's. It seems I really am in Ghost's body. How did I get here? Why am I here? What kind of magic is this? John thought, as he stood there, not understanding what was happening. End flashback. In the end, I don't even know how I returned, but fortunately, I did in time to be able to leave the place and quickly, secretly, head to the pirates' meeting point. After that, well, let's just say a water-filled cave is not the best place to be if someone capable of conjuring lightning with their hands attacks you. John thought, with some curiosity. When he arrived to confront them, he charged at them and, after killing the first 5 pirates, cast the spell of chain lightning, causing all the enemies to die, but not only that, all those who were unlucky enough to be caught in the storm also died, even if they were not directly hit by the lightning. Well, that doesn't matter now. What really matters is why on earth there is someone who smells like a person capable of using magic, but not like a Valyrian. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like I can understand everything he's babbling, but from what little I've heard, it seems he wants to infiltrate the Black Walls, John thought, mentally smiling as he walked stealthily near that person. John had taken control of Ghost's body after shrinking it, with the goal of entering that place and seeing how the descendants of the traitors to his master lived. With that plan in mind, he continued to follow the person, keeping his distance until they finally reached their goal, the infamous Black Wall. The Great Wall of fused stone, created with Valyrian magic, stood imposingly, illuminated by thousands of torches. Many of these torches were carried by slaves, who had the task of patrolling and protecting the wall to prevent the entry of unwanted people. The wall is high, and now that I focus on it, I can feel the remnants of the magic used to build it. A true masterpiece of engineering and construction, offering both physical and magical protection. But, like all mortal constructions, it has its deficiencies. In this case, I believe the scarcity of magic in the current world has left some points of the wall without magical protection, which could allow some mage, warlock, or whatever the few magic users in this world are called, to infiltrate, but I know that because I was trained by the same person who taught the Valyrians the art of magic. John thought as he observed the person he was following, who kept staring at the wall intently, with a finger in his mouth, biting his nail in clear sign of anxiety. I suppose he can't perceive what I feel about the magic. That's interesting. That shows that not all magic is the same, but well, now that I'm here and have observed the wall closely, I think there must be some point through which I can enter and see those scum. Ghost's paws began to move after that thought, stealthily approaching the wall, looking for a place to enter the old part of the city and, in that way, find his enemy. As John walked towards the wall, he passed by several merchants entering and leaving through the wall's gate. The number of caravans was so large that they formed an almost endless line that blocked almost the entire path to the entrance. It seems the merchants can enter. Can I follow them? John thought as he used the shadows cast by the wagons to go unnoticed in his attempt to infiltrate. When he finally reached the gate, he realized he was wrong, as he saw that the line was slow to move. Each time a wagon arrived, the merchant had to present himself and hand over a letter to the guard, who received it, checked it, and then returned it to the merchant. This guard had a dragon-shaped tattoo extending from his neck to his left cheek. That mark was proof that the guards were slaves, as in Volantis they had the custom of marking male and female slaves with tattoos to distinguish their type of servitude. It seems that, by the mark, they are soldier slaves, but I'm not entirely sure. Who has invited you to cross the black walls? The slave asked the merchant. The merchant did not deign to respond verbally but took out a letter with a broken black wax seal, showing it had already been opened. The merchant reluctantly handed it to the slave, who took it, read it, and then nodded. After that, the black steel bars blocking the passage were lifted, allowing the merchant to continue on his way. Seeing the merchant approaching, John wasted no time. Moving Ghost's body, he began to run towards the entrance, trying to stay as hidden as possible. Unfortunately, Ghost's fur, which was perfect for blending into the snow, was terrible for merging with a black structure like the wall, so the guards quickly saw him. As soon as they detected him, one of the guards took his spear and began to chase him away. Realizing he had been discovered, John quickly retreated, cursing in all the languages he knew. Damn it! I was so close. Stupid black wall and stupid guard who didn't let me pass, John thought in frustration as he walked around the wall, looking for another way to infiltrate. However, it seemed he would have no luck, as although the magical defenses had several gaps, the physical defenses did not, so there was no place he could enter. I think the best thing would be to try this with my human body, as with it I could use a potion to enter. Yes, I think that's the best option. After all, John's thoughts were interrupted when he sensed the presence of the blue-lipped man approaching him. The way the man walked set off alarms in John and Ghost's mind. Although John was the one controlling the body, the wolf's mind was still active, helping John move more instinctively. John's eyes fixed on the man's body, who began to walk towards the entrance, reciting some words in a language John did not recognize. However, what the apprentice of the last Dovahkiin could recognize was that, little by little, a magical glow began to surround the man, somehow distorting the space in front of him. Is that spatial displacement? Don't mess with me. That type of magic is classified as teleportation and is not easy to use without artifacts or prior preparation. John thought in panic as he saw the warlock begin to distort, as if his very existence was about to disappear from the world. Observing that, John quickly realized that the man had found one of the many cracks in the wall's defense, so he would use that magic to infiltrate. Knowing this was his opportunity, he ran towards him quickly, trying to catch him. Fortunately, he arrived before the warlock completely distorted, so he was also dragged to wherever the man was headed. During that teleportation, John felt he was in some kind of large room, where he perceived the presence of several people with great magical potential, although their actual power was very low and recovered extremely slowly. Unfortunately, he was not there long enough to discover who they were, but, unbeknownst to him, those beings had noticed him. When John came to, he realized he was in some kind of city, full of palaces illuminated by hundreds of torches and beacons. The air was filled with sweet scents from incense. The city, hidden within Volantis, had palaces that put to shame many of the houses and castles John had seen in Westeros. Each of those palaces was built differently, but there was something that distinguished them beyond their architecture and decoration, the color of the stone used. Many of the palaces were made with the same black stone as the wall, while others used white stone, giving the place a binary splendor. It seems that even here there is some kind of division between the families. It is more than obvious that they are all descendants of the same families that once ruled Valyria. The oldest palaces were built by the first nobles, while the white stone ones are newer residences, created by the children of those nobles to have their own homes. John thought as he saw the structures and their decorations. To him, it was clear that each castle must be worth a fortune, as the decorations included inlays of gold, silver, and precious stones. Unfortunately, he could not continue seeing much, as he was interrupted when one of the slaves recognized him as a street dog. Seeing how several of them began to approach him with the clear intention of killing him to prevent him from dirtying the city, John wasted no time and quickly moved away from the place, dodging obstacles in his path as best he could. While fleeing, he could hear the shouts and insults of the slaves chasing him, but he did not stop for anything and kept running. Finally, he reached an alley where he could rest for a moment, having managed to shake off his pursuers. It seems I've lost them, at least for now, John thought as he slowly appeared from the alley, trying to stay as hidden as possible in the shadows. If it was dangerous to walk in Ghost's body as a pup before, now, in his current form, the situation had become 10 times more dangerous, as he could neither use magic nor fight. Being aware of this weakness, he had to be more cautious. Well, I'll have to tread carefully and keep my senses always alert. With those words in mind, John wasted no time and began to explore the place, knowing that this visit would provide him with a lot of information. For several hours, he continued walking through the city within the black walls, seeing every person inside. With each castle he saw, the anger and desire to slit those bastards' throats only grew. On the contrary, he found more and more reasons to kill them. But, since he couldn't do it in his current form, nothing happened inside the city. When he finally saw how those pigs lived, John quickly headed towards the city's exit. Luckily, the exit was not so strictly guarded, so he could easily escape, hiding in the shadows cast by several merchant caravans. Once outside the city of the Black Walls, John quickly headed to his inn, looking at the sky while thinking, the old blood should start asking for forgiveness for their sins, because sooner or later, I will come to end them all. Finally, John reached his room, entered, and began to withdraw from Ghost's mind, something that had become easier with each interaction of this kind he had from time to time. Aratho's eyes were fixed on the night city of Volantis, seeing keenly, like a hawk, as he tried to find the source of power his masters had perceived when he entered the Black Walls. When he arrived at the walls, he realized, after a long period of analysis, that the Valyrian walls had cracks in their magical defenses, something he had not anticipated but found very favorable. Upon discovering those gaps in the barrier, he wasted no time and at once used one of the spells his masters had granted their servants to quickly bring them food, the power to move distances instantly, crossing any obstacle. Upon crossing, he realized that the Valyrians living there had lost much of their magical power and that their blood no longer shone with the same intensity as in the past. It was disappointing to see that those proud descendants of the Valyrians do not have enough power to be considered good food for the Undying. Something I don't understand, as the source of magic I felt was supposed to come from this place. However, it seems I was wrong, because there isn't much magic in this place. Aratho thought with annoyance, frustrated at having expected to find a source of power in the Valyrians. However, not all was lost for him. After leaving the city of the Old Blood, his masters communicated with him mentally. At first, he was surprised and confused by the sudden call, but soon he was even more astonished when they told him they had felt a powerful magical presence near him. It seems that presence was perceived when I entered the old part of Volantis. According to the masters, which being or object has such magical power that it could feed them and restore them to their prime by itself. So, they have ordered me to find it, and that I will do. I can already taste the rewards they will give me. So, where are you? Well, that doesn't matter. Sooner or later, I will find you in this city, and when I do, you will be the key to my rise in the hierarchy of the Warlocks of Qarth. With those mental declarations, Aratho flashed a sinister smile as he began to walk through the city. Volantis was huge, and there was no time to lose in finding that source of magic. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And here is chapter 28. Looking at the chapter itself, we see John roaming in Ghost's mind, showing us how he learned to use his skin-changing abilities. I want to mention that John will have one more skin in the future. Which one? Well, that's up to your imagination XD. We also see how the return of magic to the world is affecting things. I hope to include more references to this in the future, as it's an important part of the plot. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 29. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 29. Volantis 297 A.C. The crew of the Starwolf was sitting on a circular bench in the tavern where they had stayed for the night in the city of Volantis. The tavern was mid-range, neither too expensive nor too humble, so the food and drink were more than decent. The hall where they were was full of tables, and several people were sitting, eating, and drinking beer. On the east side, a fireplace crackled, showing it had been lit all night. "You didn't sleep well last night," John said Samuel, taking a piece of rye bread from the platter in the center of the table. The words of Randil Talis' son were directed at the fact that his friend and captain had a distant look, a sign that he was not fully focused on what he was doing. This was very unusual for John, as the young bastard was anything but distracted. "Huh? Did you say something, Sam?" John asked, coming out of the thoughts he was immersed in. "Yes, John. I said you looked like you didn't sleep well, and your reaction confirms it." "Sam is right, John. You're very distracted," commented Gren, who had a piece of goat cheese on his fork. "What happened?" Hearing his friend's question, John sighed and shook his head. "Don't worry, guys. Nothing bad happened, I just have some things on my mind." "Are you sure?" "Remember that, although we're not the best at dealing with feelings, we can give you some advice. Well, almost all of us. I don't think Ed's advice would be very useful," said PYP with a smile on his face as he looked at Edison, who had been drinking a bottle of Volanten wine when he heard what the former mime said. When the son of House Tolit heard that, he coughed brutally, having choked on the drink. Cough. 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 Edison's cough was so strong that it drew the attention of the other nearby diners. Fortunately, he managed to calm down before anyone thought he had been given the strangler's poison. When he finally stopped coughing, Edison spoke. "I almost died choking on a glass of wine, the 19th way I thought I might meet my end." Edison's pessimistic metaphors made John smile, then he turned his gaze to Daenerys, who hadn't spoken since she woke up. No, actually, she hadn't spoken since the incident at the Black Walls the day before. "Dany, is something wrong?" John asked, concerned about the way the young Valyrian was just picking at a green olive with her fork. That was unusual, as Daenerys didn't usually waste food. In fact, she often scolded the boys when they let food go to waste. John's question made Daenerys stop thinking, and when she looked at her friends, she saw the expressions of concern on their faces. "This is really strange. It's normal to sometimes see John so gloomy, but not you. Is something wrong, Dany?" Sam asked with concern, looking at the princess. "No." Daenerys initially said, only to feel uncomfortable seeing how everyone was staring at her. Unlike John, she wasn't very good at changing the subject. When she saw they wouldn't stop looking at her, the Mad King's daughter sighed, which caught her friend's attention. "Well, the truth is, yes, something is wrong." "What is it?" Gren asked, putting down his fork and focusing on the young woman. "I'm intrigued to know what the city inside the Black Walls is like." Daenerys quickly replied, revealing the reason for her concern and restless thoughts. The young Targaryen's mind was focused on imagining what the city behind the enormous walls of that Valyrian construction would look like, which gave her a warm and somewhat familiar feeling, but also discomfort and repulsion. She didn't fully understand what was happening in her mind, but she sensed it was a manifestation of the two themes that always hovered in her head when it came to her Valyrian heritage. Although her brother had always told her she should be proud to be a descendant of a family of dragon riders, she couldn't fully embrace that identity. Especially after what her family had done to Edzard and how her father had been a true monstrosity. All that caused in her a kind of rejection towards her lineage, seeing it as something cursed. Fortunately, the talks with Sam helped her not to completely reject her heritage, as she had come to see the good things some of her ancestors had done. "It's a strange mix of architectures," Dany said John, causing everyone to look at him, as the young bastard spoke with such confidence that it almost bordered on the arrogance of a know-it-all. "What do you mean, John? Why do you say it's a strange mix of architectures?" Samwell asked, more than intrigued by what his friend was saying. However, after thinking for a moment, Samwell realized something. He raised a finger, still wearing the ring John had given him, and pointed tremblingly at his friend. "Don't tell me that." Samwell's words made the entire crew of the Starwolf look at John, slowly beginning to understand what Sam meant. The reactions were immediate, as each of them had their own way of interpreting John's actions. "You're crazy. How could you think of warging in this city, John?" Edison asked, who was the first to understand what John had done. The mention of John's skin-changing ability was a result of the trust he had in his friends, something that allowed him to confide in them the secret that he could enter Ghost's mind. That revelation had initially left his friends petrified, but after a long time of explanations about what John intuited his power was, as he didn't fully understand how it worked, since he hadn't had a teacher, the boys understood that he wouldn't use it against them. "It's dangerous. You yourself said you felt magic in this city. What if they've discovered you?" Samuel asked, with palpable concern in his voice. "We don't know what will happen if they find out." "I do, they'll surely capture you and expose you as a strange being," said PYP, thinking of the stories one of his friends in the mime caravan had told him years ago while traveling through Westeros. "I don't think so. John is too strong to be defeated by something like that," said Gren, looking at him confidently. He knew what his friend was capable of, even with magic. "I don't want to face the entire garrison of this place. We are not John, we don't have his abilities, and that would leave us very vulnerable," said Ed, seriously, while looking John in the eyes. "I suppose your concern and distraction today are due to something you saw last night, right?" Hearing his friend's question, John smiled and replied. "Sometimes you're more perceptive than anyone, Ed." With that response, John began to tell his friends everything, emphasizing what he saw at the Black Wall. "So, let me see. You saw a guy capable of teleporting?" PYP asked in a whisper, aware that they couldn't talk about these topics lightly outside of safe places. John had given them enough stern lectures about not talking about magic without caution, as they could be taken for warlocks, which would complicate their commercial operations. In theory, yes, it was teleportation, but... "But what?" Gren asked, raising an eyebrow. Although he had seen John's magical powers, he was still somewhat skeptical, believing there always had to be a limit. "It didn't feel like the magic Edzard taught me," John replied, crossing his hands under his chin, causing everyone to look at him, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Daenerys asked, surprised. According to what John had told her, the magic that had strengthened the Dragon Lords of Valyria came from Edzard and his teachings. Knowing that there was some type of magic superior to that man's, filled her with terror. "The magic that guy used was different from what I can use, and therefore, from what the Valyrians used," John replied, causing his friend's eyes to widen in surprise. I can't believe that," Ed said, his eyes wide as saucers. "According to some Maestus, magic came from ancient Valyria." "That's not entirely true," Sam quickly commented, drawing his friend's attention. "What do you mean, Sam? Are the Maestus wrong?" PYP asked, cautiously and curiously, as, like many commoners in Westeros, he thought what the Maestus said was the truth. "It's not good to believe everything the Maestus say, PYP. Have you heard the saying that history is written by the victors?" PYP shook his head, as he had never heard that phrase. "It's a common phrase among some Maestus with bronze links. According to them, the history that has come down to us is not the true one but has been manipulated by the victors of each conflict. They write their own version of events to appear the best," Samwell said, pointing out something he had learned in his short time as an acolyte at the Citadel. "Something like that may have happened with the records of the magicians and their use of magic in the past. Remember that the Valyrian Freehold destroyed various cultures, which probably had their own forms of magic. However, being defeated and annexed to the Valyrian Empire, they lost the right to write about that magic." Sam's little lecture caused his friends to look at him in surprise. "That is incredible. Who would have thought that in such a short time at the Citadel you would become so eloquent and insightful, Sam," PYP said, still surprised but keeping a smile. "It's not his time at the Citadel that made him like this, guys," John commented, causing everyone to look at him. "It's the kind of life he had before. In case you don't remember, Sam is the son of one of the most martial lords of the Reach. It's more than obvious that his house's library is full of scrolls about wars, information he learned because of his love for reading. When he arrived at the Citadel, he discovered other tomes about the same conflicts, which allowed him to cross-reference the information and realize that there are more perspectives in a war than just that of the victors. But we can talk about that later. Right now, what I want is for you to be vigilant and on high alert. As you know, we are not magical beings, but being close to me makes a bit of my magical aura stick to you. Which would make us a kind of false magicians to any magic user we encounter, right? Gren asked, who, despite his stubbornness, had quickly understood the danger. Sometimes, during hunts on his farm, the same thing happened. When they hunted prey, the dogs sometimes got confused with the scent of other nearby prey. Exactly. John said with a smile, then took out a map of the city and spread it out on the table. The map John had placed was so large that they had to move the plates and beer mugs to avoid staining it with food or drink. Where did you get that map? PYP asked, astonished, as the crew had the habit of collecting maps in every settlement they visited to update the Starwolf's map room and move more easily through the cities and surrounding areas. I borrowed it from a merchant. John replied casually, shrugging. Hearing that, his friends, including Daenerys, put their hands to their faces and slapped their foreheads. They all understood what John had done. The expression borrowed was a phrase his master had unconsciously passed on to him, and it meant he had stolen something. Normally, that would have caused repulsion, but they knew John and knew that his master had prepared him for everything, even stealing. However, despite teaching him something illegal, he had also instilled a code of honor, which, according to John, was: do not steal from the poor. Do not steal from or kill a friend and / or someone in need. Do not kill the person you steal from. Preferred targets should be bad people. Thanks to the rules Edzard had given John to make his theft not so serious, at least from the perpetrator's perspective, they knew John hadn't stolen from a good person or someone who really needed that map to survive. However, that didn't change the fact that their friend had committed a crime to obtain it. So, why did you take out that map, John? Gren asked, looking at the map with curiosity and some strangeness, as he didn't understand much of it. The map not only showed the city's streets but also included the area's topography, which caused some lines that made it difficult to interpret for someone not used to reading maps. As I said, it's possible there's someone with knowledge of magic nearby, so it's imperative to stay on high alert to avoid being caught off guard. The best thing will be to go in groups to avoid being attacked by surprise. John's words were met with general agreement, as everyone understood he was right. If the person John had seen at the Black Wall turned out to be a magician, he was probably looking for traces of magic, which made them very attractive targets to be captured, as they were the only mortals in the place with real access to magic. Aware that they could be attacked, they decided to divide into groups of 3, Ed, Gren, and PYP would be the first group, while Sam, Daenerys, and Ghost would form the second. That left John alone. This caused some protests, but John quickly responded that he knew what the magician looked like, at least partially, and could find him if he was nearby. Although that response didn't fully calm the group, they eventually accepted, knowing John was right, he was more than capable of facing that magician alone if necessary. After that brief conversation, the group continued eating relatively normally until they finally finished breakfast. Then, each of the groups began to discuss their plans. Although the city was rich and a good place to buy goods that they could later sell elsewhere, they weren't there for that. Their goal was to rest and do some sightseeing before heading to their next destination, the lands beyond the Jade Gate. After deciding which places to visit, the crew separated. The steps of Daenerys and Sam were calm as they walked through one of the many plazas in the city of Volantis. Both saw the various structures around them, admiring the architecture, as everything was very different from anything they had seen before. However, despite the beautiful places, not everything their eyes captured was pleasant. As they walked through the streets, they could see the conditions in which the slaves lived and how they were treated in that city. Although some slaves seemed to be in good physical condition, thanks to having generous and kinder masters than others, most were in deplorable condition, as it was clear they barely received food. Others had their bodies marked with various scars, clear signs of torture or severe punishment. That sight deeply repulsed Daenerys, who, although she had lived much of her life in Essos, had never had slaves, as she spent most of her time in Braavos, a city where slavery was strictly prohibited. Although she had also lived in the houses of magisters in other free cities, those who took her in did not usually treat their slaves badly, at least not in front of her. Even though I've seen several free cities, I find it somewhat ironic that many of them call themselves that while keeping slaves," commented Samwell, looking at the city's slaves with sadness and compassion. "It's disgusting," Daenerys pointed out, unable to understand why some people had to suffer that fate. "Yes, it may be, but we can't do anything," said Samwell, noticing how Daenerys' fists clenched when he spoke earlier. "Even if all these slaves escaped, it wouldn't change much. The Volantens would fill the city with new slaves bought from the slavers of the slave cities or the Dothraki within months." The way Sam spoke surprised Daenerys, who smiled sadly before asking, "It seems you know a lot about these lands. How do you do it?" Hearing Daenerys' question, Sam smiled and looked at her. "I'm not a great warrior, in fact, I'm a coward. It may not seem like it, but I live in constant fear, and it's only thanks to the ring Jon gave me that fear can't take over me. So, being aware of my own weakness, I decided to contribute in another way to the group, and that's with my mind. My love for reading has led me to devour hundreds of books, absorbing every piece of information within my reach. This has made me more astute than several in the group. While it's true that Jon has more knowledge in other fields, he falters quite a bit when it comes to cities and their cultures, especially those outside of Westeros. That's why you'll always see me reading during breaks. Whenever I can, I buy books about the various cultures to be able to give an informed opinion about each city we arrive at on this long journey." The mention of the crew's final destination caused an abrupt change in Daenerys' features, who looked at the ground and let out a long sigh. "Yes. Jon's final goal is Valyria," Daenerys said with sadness in her voice. "Sam, tell me the truth, do you think they'll be able to get out of there alive?" Samwell remained silent for a moment, as he didn't know how to answer her. He didn't have a clear answer to that question. The uncertainty arose from the scant information they had about the Valyrian Peninsula, which unfortunately was very limited. "We have no maps, nor anything to help us navigate that territory. And not only that, we also don't know much about the creatures that inhabit there. The only thing we have are some vague references from what Edzard left, that the Valyrians played with blood and chaotic magic to create monstrosities using the bodies of their slaves. That's not encouraging at all. What we know is that this mission is more than difficult, maybe suicidal. But if we don't do it, the barrier will fall, and without anyone to reinforce it, those creatures will be free to attack the world." "Sam?" Daenerys asked, pulling him out of his thoughts. "Oh, sorry. I got distracted," Samwell responded, smiling shyly. "But to answer your question, I can't say for sure. Maybe yes, maybe no. In the end, it will depend on many factors, but don't doubt that we'll do everything possible to come back alive." Samwell's words brought some comfort to Daenerys, who could see the sincerity in them. She wished they would tell her yes, but she knew that would be a lie, as she understood the dangers they faced in that fateful place, a place that would evaluate all their skills, both physical and mental. Even so, she knew they wouldn't give up easily. After reflecting, she let out a long sigh and continued walking alongside Samwell and Ghost. The group of three continued walking through the streets of Volantis, meeting hundreds of slaves, some of whom received several gold coins from Daenerys subtly. It was an attempt to help them buy their freedom, with women with children receiving most of the money. Fortunately, those actions went unnoticed by passers-by, as all eyes were on Ghost. Seeing how Daenerys tried to help the slaves, the wolf made gestures that attracted everyone's attention, diverting the observer's gaze towards him. "What you've been doing is dangerous," Dany said Samwell as they walked down a street leading to a large temple, the largest in the entire city. "I know, but," Daenerys said, trying to excuse her actions. "I'm not saying it was wrong, but you need to be careful. I don't remember well the penalty for helping slaves, but it's not pleasant." Hearing this, Daenerys nodded, promising to be more careful not to be discovered, to which Samwell also nodded. Then they continued walking down the street until they finally reached the temple. "Wow," Daenerys exclaimed in amazement, a feeling Samwell immediately replicated. The structure before their eyes was a huge combination of pillars, steps, buttresses, bridges, domes, and towers, flowing into each other as if all had been chiseled from a colossal rock. 100 shades of red, yellow, gold, and orange mixed and merged on the temple walls, dissolving into each other like clouds at sunset. That fusion of colors gave the structure a form and beauty the two young people had never seen before. "It's beautiful," Daenerys commented, captivated by the colors and majesty of the temple. Samwell, for his part, observed the structure and remembered what Archmaester Gramium had said in his book, that temple was 3 times larger than the Great September of Baelor, something Samwell knew was true, as he had seen the September years ago, and indeed, this temple was 3 times larger. "Do you think they'll let us in if we approach?" Daenerys asked. "I don't know. Shall we try?" "Sure, I don't think they'll kill us just for trying to see a bit of the temple," Samwell replied with a smile, and then began to walk towards the temple along with Daenerys and Ghost. As they climbed the steps, the first thing they saw were some soldiers. They wore adorned armor over orange tunics and wielded spears with tips shaped like twisted flames. Although the soldiers had varied features, they all shared one common detail: flame tattoos on their cheeks. These tattoos showed that they were slaves, although they seemed to be better treated than the other slaves in the city. The soldiers stood firm at their posts, watching everyone who entered, but they did not seem distracted. Although Samwell carried his axe slung over his back, no one gave them any trouble, so they continued on their way without incident until they reached the back of the temple. As they walked, a strange sensation of being watched invaded them, as if someone was observing them. This sensation made their bodies visibly tense. "Sam?" Daenerys asked, feeling as if she were being stared at and undressed with the eyes. That sensation was, without a doubt, very unpleasant. "Why yes, I feel it too," Samwell responded with difficulty, as the sensation was hard to describe and even harder to endure. It was a penetrating gaze that seemed to go beyond clothes, skin, muscles, as if it could see the very soul of the individual it was directed at. "We should, Daenerys' reaction changed abruptly when, suddenly, she stopped feeling that presence watching them. Did it disappear?" "It seems so," Samwell replied, trying to understand what had just happened. In fact, he had a conjecture, but it seemed so absurd, so unlikely. However, now that he thought about it, the sensation had been so intense that he couldn't ignore it. "That must have been caused by a god, or at least that's what I think. Should we keep exploring the temple or leave?" Daenerys asked, somewhat confused. I think, for now, we should keep exploring, to find out what religion they practice here." "All right, let's go," Daenerys said, as she began to walk towards the interior of the temple, followed by Ghost and Samwell. Far from the Temple of Arla, in one of the many abandoned and ruined mansions in the city of Volantis, Aratho observed Daenerys through a special spyglass. A smile of satisfaction adorned the warlock's face, who felt excited to have discovered the source of magic that had undoubtedly caused the magical explosion he had felt recently. Hey, incredible, a true descendant of the dragon riders of Valyria, with almost completely pure blood. Ha. This is incredible. This is a genuine stroke of luck. And not only that, the girl is not only accompanied by a mercenary, but she also has a direwolf brimming with magical energy. Oh, I can't wait to see the rewards the Undying will give me when I bring them this perfect meal." Aratho shouted in euphoria, putting away the spyglass. This was not an ordinary object, it was a replica of one of the few artifacts of ancient Valyria that the House of the Undying owned, an object bought centuries ago. It not only allowed seeing long distances but also had the power to show the souls of people, or at least their manifestations. "It seems they will be in that temple for a while, so I have some time to plan what I will do. Obviously, the first thing will be to eliminate the mercenary. He is big and burly, but he doesn't have much muscle, which indicates he doesn't have much experience as a mercenary. If I use some tricks, I can eliminate him with a single blow. The next thing will be to incapacitate the wolf. I think I should do that first. The beast has much more mobility than the mercenary. Yes, first I'll incapacitate the wolf, a good poisoned dart will do the job. Then, a spell to kill the mercenary and, finally, another poisoned dart for the girl." The warlock thought aloud, as he began to stand up after having been kneeling, drawing his plan on the dust-covered floor with his finger. "Well, that's a good plan," commented a voice behind him. "Yes, it is," the warlock replied, quickly turning around, surprised. Aratho's eyes widened when he saw the young man standing behind him. He was no more than 15 years old, and he wore a simple dark blue sleeveless tunic, with black linen pants and leather boots of the same color. From one of his shoulders protruded the hilt of a sword, which was held by a leather strap that went from his shoulder to his hip. "Who are you?" Arutho growled, already knowing the answer, as it was clear the boy had heard everything he had said. "Just a traveler who decided to rest around here, Warlock," the boy replied, as he walked around the place. To Arutho's surprise, he did not do so directly but circled around him. "I don't believe you, kid," the Warlock replied, seeing the young man more closely. At that moment, he felt something extraordinary that caused his pupils to dilate and a great euphoria to run through his body. What he saw almost made him lose control. It was the magical power that lived in the young man. If seeing the girl in the Temple of Arla had made him believe she was the greatest source of power in the place, now he was completely sure that was not the case. The boy in front of him was a true source of magic. If the girl was like a bonfire the size of a multi-story house, the young man was like a forest fire in full action. Just seeing him made his body tense. He had never seen anything like it. Not even the Undying had so much magical power. However, it was also the best opportunity for him, as if he managed to bring the young man before the Undying, they would surely regain all their power with just him. A smile appeared on his face, as he was more than happy with the luck he had in encountering these first-class meals for his masters. Keeping his eyes fixed on the boy, Arutho began to think about how to defeat and capture him. Although the young man had overwhelming power, it was clear he didn't know how to control it. Therefore, the best thing would be to use 1 or 2 spells to subdue him. With that said, he began to move his hands and whisper in the arcane language of spells. As he did so, his hands quickly heated up, and with great speed, he conjured a fireball that he launched directly at the young man. John's eyes were fixed on the fireball heading towards him. He had arrived at this place following the Warlock's scent while walking through the uninhabited area of Volantis. He had come specifically to find him, as it was more than obvious that someone like him, a Warlock who was probably looking for him, would hide in a secluded and solitary place like this. "Just as you told me, Edzard," John thought, recalling some words from his master. The memory of Edzard came to mind when he had told him about that mags in Nirn often hid in caves or ruins. Remembering this, John knew it was likely the Warlock was there. Upon arrival, his sensitive ears caught the Warlock's laughter, so, using stealth, he slipped into the place where he was. Needless to say, John was deeply disappointed, as he expected to find much more formidable magical defenses in that place. However, he found nothing. That's why he managed to enter easily and found him muttering his plan. Knowing he could learn a lot from his words, he decided to listen in silence. That's how he discovered that the Warlock belonged to a group of Warlocks guided by some Undying. Those words reminded him of something Edzard had mentioned in the past, although it was so superficial that he couldn't remember it clearly. He decided he would ask Samuel about it later. For now, I know everything I can get from this guy. It's clear he's not a big shot, probably just a low-ranking dog. I'm not going to waste a valuable mind-reading scroll on him. No, the best thing is to eliminate him to get rid of him. Although, since I don't know how his magic works, the most prudent thing is to use a magical weapon. Luckily, I have Gandravar with me. John thought, as his gaze returned to the fireball, which didn't seem to be a serious threat, but he wasn't willing to take any chances. He decided to jump to the side, quickly dodging the attack. When he was back on his feet, he realized his movement had surprised the Warlock, who didn't seem to believe what he was seeing. Taking advantage of his confusion, John quickly drew a dagger and threw it at him. The weapon flew swiftly, hitting the Warlock and cutting his leg. The wound caused the Warlock to let out a scream of pain and take several steps back. When he stopped, he looked up and faced him, pure rage reflected in his eyes. "Damn you! How dare you!" the Warlock shouted, raising his hand to launch more than one fireball at John. The fireballs were slightly more powerful than the earlier ones, but they still didn't pose a great threat to John. Seeing this display of power, he got an idea of the Warlock's magical potential. Quickly, he jumped back and, extending his hand, conjured a ward with his left hand. Before the Warlock's astonished eyes, a transparent light barrier appeared in John's hand. The barrier was so large that it covered his entire body, almost like a large shield. The fireballs, the size of 3 helmets together, hit the ward but couldn't penetrate it. The barrier had them effortless. What? The warlock murmured, completely surprised, as it was the first time in his life he had seen something like that. It seems you only know cheap tricks like those fireballs, warlock. So, I'll do you a favor and show you what a real spell looks like. John exclaimed, lowering his left hand, causing the ward to disperse. Then, he moved his other hand and, gathering a good amount of magicka, cast a powerful destruction spell called Lightning Bolt. This spell unleashed a bolt of electricity, not the most powerful John could create, but stronger than the sparks or lightning spells. The warlock's eyes widened when he saw the bolt of lightning appear from John's hand and head towards him. The surprise left him in shock, so he couldn't react in time to dodge it or cast a protective spell. Anyway, that would have been in vain, as the speed of John's attack exceeded his reaction ability. Ag! The warlock screamed in pain when the lightning bolt hit him, causing him excruciating but brief pain, as his fragile constitution led to his death within seconds of receiving the attack. The warlock's body was thrown through the air like a feather and ended up crashing against a wall with a thud. Well, that was anticlimactic. John wondered, looking at how his enemy, a supposed warlock and practitioner of magic, had fallen dead so easily to a relatively simple spell. It seems normal mags aren't a great danger, but that doesn't mean I should underestimate them. There may be some who are really a headache, so I'd better treat them as if they were beings of great destructive power and attack them with the best of my power. With those words, John approached the corpse, crouched down, turned his body, and pulled down the hood. Observing the warlock's features, he realized the only notable thing was his lips, which had a strange blue color. It seems to be a side effect of drinking some kind of potion. John murmured, as he put 2 fingers in the corpse's mouth, trying to perceive some kind of smell that would allow him to identify the potion or at least some ingredient in its composition. However, what happened next was not what he expected. As he ran his fingers down the tongue, John quickly withdrew them and jumped back. Upon landing, he saw a huge number of flies emerging from the corpse. Not knowing what they were, John didn't want to risk it being a plague, so without thinking twice, he raised his hands and launched a torrent of flames from both hands, incinerating the flies instantly. The flies burned quickly, turning to ashes. When John finished, he approached the corpse again and saw with surprise how it had shriveled up like a raisin. What the hell? John asked in a low voice, perplexed by what he had just witnessed. That generated many questions, but he had no answers, at least not for the moment. He decided he wouldn't waste more time there and began to leave the place. However, before leaving, he noticed a bag in a corner. It looked new, showing it belonged to the warlock. Without thinking much, John took it and carried it with him, hoping to find clues that would lead him to that group of warlocks. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And here is Chapter 29. We see that John has been trained to be a thief, which surely surprises no one, as the Dovahkiin Inn prepared him to face any problem. We have seen that Daenerys is beginning to develop a strong disdain for slavery, something that will be crucial for a decision she will have to make in the future. We also discover from Sam himself that he is aware that he is only brave because of the Ring of Valor given to him by John. Finally, we see a fight between mags, although the most sensible thing to say is that it was a massacre between a true mage and a minor sorcerer. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 30. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 30. Volantis 297a.c. The morning wind blew gently, carrying the salty aroma of the sea into the city. The breeze was cold, something common at that hour, as dawn was just breaking on the horizon. While many rested, the merchants began to prepare their displays to showcase their goods. At the dock, the workers started their tasks with the same routine as every day. Move on, "We have to get going today," ordered a male voice. The man speaking had blue hair and called himself Griff. However, that was not his real name. His true identity was Jon Connington, former friend of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Connington appeared to be around 40 years old. His hair, dyed blue, showed reddish roots, his eyebrows were the same color. He was clean-shaven, and his attire was simple, a chainmail covered by a red doublet and a wolf fur cloak of the same color rested on his shoulders. "Griff, don't delay," he insisted in a stern tone. The old knight was in Volantis for a simple reason: exile. Despite his family's loyalty to Storm's End, he had fought for the Targaryens during Robert's rebellion. His mission to capture Robert Baratheon, entrusted by the Mad King, had failed, and as punishment, Connington was stripped of his titles and exiled. In his flight, he crossed the Narrow Sea and joined the Golden Company, the most prestigious mercenary company in the world. After years in Essos, he was contacted by the Master of Spies of the Iron Throne, who revealed a secret that changed everything: Prince Rhaegar's son was alive. Since then, Jon had left the Golden Company to raise the young man as if he were his own son, preparing him for the day he would return to Westeros to claim what was rightfully his with fire and blood. "All right, father," responded a young man walking beside him. He was a boy of no more than 15 years, with blue hair and violet eyes. His appearance evoked Valyrian features, except for the artificial tone of his hair. He also called himself Griff, but to differentiate them, he was known as Young Griff. "We must get to Pentos. Magister Illyrio is waiting for us to assign another task," Connington indicated while glancing back, evaluating their travel companions. The group going with the supposed father and son was diverse. There was Lemore, a Septa who appeared to be over 40 years old but retained a certain beauty. Her brown hair and merchant attire disguised her true identity, as she wished to avoid problems with the local religious authorities. They were also accompanied by Haldon, known as Half-Maester Haldon. He was a man with dark, tied-back hair, with an analytical gaze that seemed to scrutinize everything around him. Although he had studied at the Citadel, he had not completed forging his chain, hence his nickname. The group moved through the port in search of a ship to take them to Pentos. Connington evaluated each vessel, looking for a reliable choice in case of unforeseen events. Among the large ships, none stood out, until his eyes fell on a small boat, anchored in a place where it seemed it shouldn't be. That boat exuded an inexplicable sense of confidence, as if it could withstand the worst of storms. Jon was about to point it out when a shout from his son pulled him out of his thoughts. "Griff! What's wrong?" he asked, alarmed, turning towards the young man. What he saw left him frozen. The boy was trembling, and his skin had turned paler than usual. The young man's body began to sweat profusely. His heart was pounding, and a tightness in his chest seemed to suffocate him. An unknown panic invaded him, he had never experienced anything like it. "Are you all right, son?" Connington knelt beside him, his voice laden with concern as he saw the boy's color fade with each passing second. No. I feel like my heart is heavy," Griff stammered, terrified. His breathing became erratic, and it seemed his body was about to collapse. "Haldon, come quickly!" Jon shouted as he helped the young man sit on the ground. The Half-Maester hurried over and began to examine the boy quickly. "Is he all right?" asked Lemore, whose concern was clear. Haldon did not respond at once. His expression was one of astonishment. According to his knowledge, the young man should not be in that state. After several seconds, he finally murmured, "I don't know." "What?" Connington roared, standing up in fury. He grabbed Haldon by the collar of his tunic and lifted him. "What do you mean you don't know what's wrong with him?" The old knight expected an answer, but Haldon could barely breathe, let alone speak. "Sir!" Lemore shouted as she stood up and took Connington's arm. "Please, let him go, you're going to kill him." The Septa's words had no effect. The old knight was not being driven by blind rage, but by a fury born of desperation and fear, a deep fear of losing the only thing he had left of his beloved Silver Prince. However, before he could squeeze Haldon's neck any tighter, young Griff took a deep breath, catching Connington's attention. Hearing his son, Connington at once released at Half-Maester and hurried over to the boy. Seeing him, he let out a sigh of relief. Griff had regained his color and seemed to be returning to normal. That reaction from the young man sparked an idea in Halden's mind. Still massaging his sore neck, he approached cautiously, aware that he did not want to provoke the knight's anger again. "Sir," Halden said with difficulty, his voice somewhat hoarse from the recent attack. Connington turned his head towards him upon hearing him. For a moment, an expression of regret crossed his face, but he quickly dismissed it, convinced he would do anything to save his prince's son. "Tell me." Connington responded firmly. "I think I know what's happening," Halden said. Connington raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but gestured for him to continue. "It seems young Griff has suffered what we would call a panic attack." The knight and the Septa at once looked at him, bewildered. "What do you mean a panic attack?" Lemore asked with clear concern, as if fearing that whatever had scared the young man was still nearby. The boy's reaction is common in these types of episodes. However, Halden frowned. "There's something that doesn't fit." "What do you mean?" Connington asked urgently. "Normally, these attacks are triggered by traumatic events from the past, but it doesn't make sense for Griff to have reacted this way. There's no record of him experiencing anything related to ships." "Then how do you explain this?" Connington insisted, clenching his jaw. "I can't say for sure, and that's why I didn't respond earlier. I'm afraid it could be something more mental." "Shut up!" Connington shouted, interrupting him instantly. His eyes filled with fury, understanding what Halden was insinuating. "He's not crazy, he's not like his grandfather." The old knight spoke bitterly, referring to the feared Mad King, Aerys II, young Griff's grandfather. "Because yes, this boy was the supposed son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell, officially killed during the sack of King's Landing. This boy was Aegon Targaryen, the lost heir." Hearing Connington's reaction, both Lemore and Halden understood it was best not to insist on the matter. They knew how sensitive the knight was to any mention of Targaryen madness, so they decided to still be silent. The uncomfortable silence was broken by a loud voice that reached their ears. "Sir. Septa. Maester. I found a ship that can take us to Pentos today," shouted a burly man running towards them. It was Rolly, called Duck, a muscular knight with a bushy beard and an orange mane. He was responsible for training Aegon in the use of weapons. When he arrived, Rolly stopped panting after having run from another section of the port. "The ship is captained by a Pentoshi," he said between breaths. "He says we can set sail after lunch." "That's good," Halden interjected, pointing to Griff. "Because, as you can see, the young man is somewhat indisposed for now." Rolly frowned as he looked at the boy. "What happened to him?" he asked, visibly concerned. "It seems he had a panic attack." Halden replied calmly. Rolly's expression changed to a mix of unease and pity. But before he could say anything else, Connington interrupted. "Stop talking and help me get him to the ship. He can rest there." "Wouldn't it be better to leave him at the inn?" Rolly suggested, hesitating. "We could set sail tomorrow." "No," Connington replied firmly. "The attack could have been triggered by this city. It's best to get him out of here as soon as possible." Without further discussion, Connington carried Griff, and Rolly hurried to help him. With the young man secured between the two men, the group began to walk towards the ship. As they advanced, Connington suddenly stopped, his eyes wide. Before him walked a boy with brown hair and a long face, accompanied by a large white wolf. What is Stark doing here?" Connington thought, stunned by the sight of the boy. For a moment, anger invaded him, but years of exile and prudence reminded him it was impossible. This young man couldn't be Eddard Stark, he was too young. Clenching his teeth, he looked away and continued on his way. Both groups passed each other without exchanging words, unaware that fate would reunite them again in the future. "Jon?" Daenerys asked as she saw him freeze after passing by a group of people. Among them was an unconscious boy. "Is something wrong?" "No. Nothing. I just thought I felt something." "Familiar," Jon replied, diverting his gaze from the group. "Familiar?" Gren asked curiously. "I felt as if the boy was a descendant of the 40 families." Hearing those words, everyone in the group tensed. They knew well the deep hatred John felt for the 40 families of Valyria, and they feared he might draw his sword and attack the group without hesitation. "John," Ed said cautiously, watching him out of the corner of his eye while slowly moving a hand to the hilt of his sword. Although he was aware that facing John would almost certainly result in defeat, he couldn't allow him to commit an impulsive murder. John noticed his friend's gesture and, after a moment of silence, smiled, amused. Letting out a soft laugh, he walked over to Ed and put a hand on his shoulder. "Relax, Ed. I'm not going to do anything," he said calmly. The surprise on his friend's face was clear. John, seeing his expression, just smiled a little more. "I don't have time for them." Those words resonated with the group, and everyone understood the reason behind his attitude. The previous night, during a meeting, they had shared their recent experiences. Sam and Daenerys were the first to speak, describing the events at the Temple of Varla. The way they narrated it made everyone think of the Red God himself, but John dismissed that idea at once. When his friends asked him why, he explained that although gods could perform great feats, the rules of the mortal plane prevented them from interacting directly. Instead, they used avatars or chosen ones. Thus, he concluded that what happened in the temple could not have been the direct work of a god. Then, John spoke of his encounter with the warlock, capturing everyone's attention. According to what Sam said, that man was a warlock from Qarth. The city considered one of the most powerful in Essos, the gateway to trade with the easternmost kingdoms. What do those warlocks want with Daenerys? Have they discovered who she really is? Is it a joint plan between the warlocks and the leaders of Qarth to gain some benefit? So many questions and so few answers. The worst part is that Qarth will be a mandatory stop on our journey. Should I leave Daenerys in a safe place to avoid exposing her? No. Leaving her alone would also be dangerous. We'll have to take her with us. I must warn the rest to stay on high alert while we're there. John thought, as his mind explored possible scenarios. After evaluating all the options, he decided that the best strategy was to keep Daenerys closed. Only then could they protect her while finding out what the warlocks wanted from her and how to keep her off their radar. With these reflections in mind, John quickened his pace to rejoin the group. Upon reaching the dock, he spoke with determination. "Guys, go ahead. I'll handle the paperwork at customs. Get ready, we'll be leaving today." The crew of the Starwolf nodded at his words. John returned the gesture and headed towards the customs station. As he walked away, the others approached the ship. At the dock, they called one of the stevedores. "Can you bring the plank to connect the bow to the dock?" they asked. The man nodded and, after a few minutes, returned with some companions. With effort, they placed the bridge that connected the ship to the dock. The Starwolf, smaller than other ships, made the task easier. Daenerys approached with some silver coins, called honors, the currency of Volantis, and offered them to the stevedores as a tip. They, grateful, left with smiles on their faces. "Always so kind, eh, Dany?" Ed commented as he headed to the ship's only mast with a smile. Daenerys responded with a slight smile and then went down to the hold to perform the routine check before setting sail. "She seems to be in a better mood than usual. Why is that?" PYP asked as he carried a toolbox he planned to take up to the crow's nest. "I don't know. But it's always good for a woman to be in a good mood. Otherwise, this trip would be a torment." Gren replied, walking towards the anchor to prepare the ship. His words proved prophetic, for at that moment, John returned to the dock, walking up the ship's ramp. "It's time to leave. Hurry up, we'll have a meeting once we're at sea," he ordered. With that instruction, the crew began to work with renewed energy. In a matter of minutes, they raised the anchor, and the Starwolf left the port of Volantis behind, sailing towards an uncertain destination. Summer Sea 297 John's ship sailed through the summer sea. The waters were so calm that the vessel glided smoothly, almost effortless. Inside, in the navigation room, the crew was gathered around the central table, on which rested cups of watered-down wine. "So, we're heading to Yeti, right?" PYP asked curiously. "Yes. According to what we know, the third stone should be somewhere in Yeti," John replied, as he moved his hand over the device that projected a holographic map. It changed to show a region where the goal might be found. We don't know the exact location, but with the information we have, Sam has deduced some possible places. After these words, Sam intervened. According to the description Edzard left John about the seal stones, we know they are usually found in places with oily black stones. Unfortunately, such sites are scarce in the world. Only 4 are known, one in West Eos, one in Essos, another in the Basilisk Isles, and the last in Sotorios. There was one in West Eos. Why didn't we go there first? Gren asked, intrigued. In West Eos, there is a structure built with that stone, the sea stone chair, in the castle of Pike. Samwell replied. Ah. Ironborn. Gren growled, spitting on the floor in disgust. His face twisted with a mix of anger and repulsion. Gren's reaction puzzled Daenerys, who couldn't help but ask. Ah. Gren. Why do you seem to hate the Ironborn so much? It's easy, princess. Gren replied, trying to soften his expression. The Ironborn are scum. They only know how to raid and attack villages, taking resources and women. That's cruel, Daenerys commented, with a hint of sadness. Although she was aware that the world was far from peaceful, she had hoped that things would be different in West Eos. But apparently, they were not. Yes, it is. Sam intervened, capturing everyone's attention. However, their way of life is not entirely cultural. According to a Maester, the Iron Islands are mostly barren. That lack of resources pushed them to adopt raiding as a means of survival. Sam's explanation provided some context, but it did not improve the opinion the others had of the Ironborn. After a brief pause, the group decided to return to the original topic. So, you quickly ruled out Pike? Ed asked, taking a sip from his cup. Yes. We concluded it was unlikely there was a seal stone there. If there were, the land would have a more notable magical presence, and that doesn't seem to be the case. I see. What are the other places? PYP asked, biting into an oatmeal cookie. The place in Essos is the city of Ashai. Sam said with clear concern. Hearing the name, everyone's faces paled. Are you sure? Gren stammered, unable to hide his fear. He had heard too many rumors about that city. Yes. But that's not all. Another place is the Isle of Toads, in the Basilisk Isles. However, we don't need to go there, as the stone we found in the Summer Isles came from a pirate ship from that region, which takes that burden off us. Lastly, the place where another stone is most likely to be is Yun. The name left the group confused. No one seemed to have heard of that place. Yun. Where in the name of the gods is that? PYP asked, with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. It's a ruined city in Sotorios, Sam explained, his tone laden with gravity. The impact was immediate. The wine cups fell to the floor, and everyone's eyes widened. Their faces paled as if the blood had left their bodies. Small shivers ran down their spines as fear took hold of them. SSS Sam. Tell me it's a damn joke, Gren pleaded, his voice filled with panic. Despite being a commoner, he had heard enough about Sotorios to know it was practically hell on earth. No. It's not, Sam replied with regret, aware of the terror he had just sown. Oh, shit, PYP murmured, putting his hands to his face. One thing is Valyria. But Sotorios. Damn, this is fatal. I always knew I would die in a horrible way, but I never thought it would be in Sotorios. Ed commented, looking at the ceiling with a resigned smile. Even Daenerys, who usually didn't participate in these missions, felt a shiver upon hearing the name Sotorios. She had heard the rumors surrounding that cursed continent. A deep fear invaded her, she had found a kind of family in the ship's crew, and the mere idea of losing them was unbearable. The reactions did not take long to intensify. Panic began to take hold of everyone present, and a collective breakdown seemed inevitable. However, before emotions could overflow, John raised his voice. Do not panic. The authoritative calm in his tone pulled them out of their growing anxiety. Even so, the looks they gave him were filled with complaints and concern. Why shouldn't we worry, John? We're talking about going to damn Sotorios. That place is hell. No one survives there. PYP exclaimed, his heart racing. Yes, I know, but remember, we are not ordinary travelers. We have something that others don't, we have magic. The mention of magic began to dissipate the fear. A sense of relief washed over everyone, and some slumped into their chairs as if they had regained their strength. Hey, that's true. I almost forgot, Gren said, with a smile that seemed to bring color back to his face. Yes, thank goodness we have magic on our side. But, how will we use it there? I mean, John can use it actively, and the princess passively, but we don't know how to handle it. PYP commented, casting an inquisitive look at John. PYP's look made his concern clear, and John didn't take long to respond. It's true that you can't use magic directly, but you can use enchanted weapons and equipment. I plan to enchant everything necessary for our comfortable stay in Sotorios. However, that will take time, so we'll leave Yun for last. For now, the goal is Yi. We will head to the 5 forts in northeastern Yi. Although the place is not built with oily black stone, there is something strange about those structures over 300 meters high. It's obvious there is magic in that area. The others watched him attentively as he pointed to the location on the map and continued explaining the plan. First, as you know, we had a little problem with some warlocks from Karth. It caught my attention that they seemed interested in Daenerys. After investigating a bit, I discovered that those warlocks live in a somewhat dilapidated tower. For a moment, I considered leaving Daenerys in a safe place, far from Karth. Everyone, especially Daenerys, looked at him upon hearing those words. The young woman felt a pang of pain inside at the thought that John had considered separating her from them. However, she also felt a certain warmth, she understood he had done it to protect her. However, John continued. I realized that leaving her alone would only make her an easier target for the warlocks. That's why I decided we will take her with us. It's easier to protect her if she's with the group. That said, Gren, PYP, Sam, Ed, while we're in Karth, your main task will be to protect Daenerys. We will need to stop in that city to gather information about Yi, its current situation, its culture, and any details that will allow us to avoid problems with the locals. I'll try to ensure we don't spend more than a day in Karth, but I can't promise that. I trust you can keep her safe. The boys exchanged looks and, almost in unison, straightened up in their seats. Then, they nodded with determination. Don't worry, John. We can take care of the princess without any problems. PYP assured with a smile and his chest puffed out with pride. Yes, leave it to us. Gren added, smiling confidently. Sure, don't worry about her, just about us. Ed said in his characteristic pessimistic tone. Good, I trust you. John replied with an approving nod. Now, let me finish explaining the travel route. With those words, John continued detailing the plan to reach the 5 forts of Yi, making it clear that although the journey would be complicated, the priority was the safety of the group and, especially, Daenerys. King's Landing 297 The sun shone high in the sky, illuminating and warming every corner of the capital of Westeros. The city bustled with activity, merchants offered their goods to anyone who crossed their doors, the docks teemed with movement as ships came and went from the port. However, not all activity was positive, as wrongdoers were also lurking. In short, every inhabitant was busy with their daily affairs, whether good or bad, and the same was true for those living in the Red Keep. In the Hand's Tower, found in an inner courtyard of the castle, a figure climbed heavily up one of the spiral staircases winding within the structure. It was none other than the current Hand of the King, Lord Jon Arryn. The elderly and venerable Lord of the Vale ascended to his private solar after concluding a meeting with the small council. As in many of these sessions, the king had been absent, and Jon, as the second most powerful man in the kingdom, had presided in his place. Ha, the long, heavy sigh of the old man echoed in the staircase. He was exhausted, not only from the years accumulated on his shoulders but also from the responsibilities he bore. Duties that, in his opinion, should fall on his former ward, King Robert. However, despite being a formidable warrior and a charismatic leader, Robert had no interest in administration. To him, the duties of governance were little more than a tedious task of counting coppers. Although, to Jon's surprise, his ward had shown a slight change in attitude lately. If he rarely attended council meetings before, now he made an appearance from time to time. It's progress, although he doesn't do it out of responsibility. John thought, shaking his head. He does it because he wants to know if there is news about Ned's son. That thought did not displease him. In fact, he felt a certain affection for the bastard of his old friend. He reflected on the recent news related to the boy, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The young man seemed to have a special talent for getting into trouble. The most recent incident had occurred in Dawn, where the boy unexpectedly appeared at a tournament organized by Doran Martell, defeating all the contenders and crowning himself the undisputed champion. Robert even wondered if the boy had been hiding in Dawn. John thought with a touch of amusement. But that doesn't make sense. If he had been there, Varys' little birds would have discovered him. No, wherever he came from, it must have been a very remote place. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, John finally reached his private solar. As he crossed the door, he found Coleman, his faithful maester. Coleman was a young and thin man, with short hair and an elongated neck that gave him a distinctive air. He wore the usual grey robes of the maesters, and his chain of links of various metals rested on his neck as a symbol of his office. Hearing the sound of the door, Coleman looked up. He bowed to the old lord and approached with measured steps. Lord John, he greeted respectfully as he watched the old man settle into his seat. John, already seated, fixed his tired but inquisitive gaze on his maester. He set aside the documents he had brought with him and asked the inevitable question that had brought Coleman there. "What news do you bring?" Coleman hesitated for a moment, uncomfortable with what he was about to say. Finally, with a hint of concern in his voice, he spoke. "My lord, I'm afraid I bring bad news about your son." The young maester watched John cautiously, fearing how the news might affect the elderly lord. Upon hearing that the news was about his son, John Arryn let out a deep sigh. It was the third time that week that Coleman had approached him to talk about his heir's health. His only son, born from his marriage to Lysa Tully, was a topic that always weighed on his mind. Lysa, sister of Ned's wife, had been his third wife, a political match rather than a sentimental one, motivated by the urgent need for an heir. Although his married life had been far from happy, John fulfilled his duty whenever necessary. Fortunately, he managed to father an heir, but age had taken its toll. His seed was not as strong as he would have liked, and that was reflected in his son's fragile health. "What has happened with Robert?" he asked, though he already feared the answer. "I'm afraid his tremors are increasing, my lord." Coleman responded with visible concern. "I see," John sighed once more. He had expected this bad news, but hearing it from the maester did not make it any less painful. His son, Robert Arryn, had been named in honor of the king, but the similarities ended there. While Robert Baratheon was robust, vibrant, and energetic, his young namesake was the complete opposite. Born weak and sickly, the boy suffered from the shaking sickness, which caused involuntary contractions, spasms, and violent attacks. Although at first the episodes were sporadic, their frequency had alarmingly increased. What used to happen once a month now seemed to become more recurrent. "Is there any chance my son can be cured of this illness?" John asked, with a thread of hope in his voice. Coleman remained silent for a moment, measuring his words before responding. "I cannot assure it, my lord. The shaking sickness is not like other ailments. In some cases, the attacks decrease or even cease over time, but not always." The possibility, however slight, brought a faint smile to John's tired face. Perhaps, after all, his son could overcome this affliction. "Very well. Make sure to seek all possible means to help my son overcome this illness." "Yes, my lord. I will get to work at once," Coleman said, bowing in obedience. However, before leaving, he remembered another important matter. "My lord, may I begin the treatment for young Robert to at least mitigate the effects of the illness?" John frowned upon hearing this. He was not angry, but the idea of subjecting his son to some treatment filled him with concern. He wanted to know exactly what the boy would be exposed to. "What does that treatment involve?" he asked seriously. "The standard treatment for this illness, my lord. He will be bled with leeches periodically and given dream wine to keep the tremors under control." The old lord felt some relief upon hearing the details, especially upon learning that dream wine would be used instead of milk of the poppy. Although both remedies came from the same plant, dream wine was considerably milder and less dangerous. Very well, Maester. Begin the treatment at once. And if my wife has any complaints, tell her it is my order. John commanded with a firm and authoritative tone, ensuring his stance was clear. Coleman nodded respectfully before leaving the room, leaving John alone with his thoughts. Letting out another long sigh, the old man turned his attention back to the documents waiting for him on the table. Most consisted of the usual requests from the lords of the Crown lands, petitions for tax reductions or loan extensions. All within the norm. However, among those papers was something that worried him more. A recent letter demanded the payment of the debts accumulated by the Iron Throne. John frowned slightly as he read, feeling frustration begin to build. Another letter demanding payment of the debts. John set the parchment on the table with a tired gesture. I will have to talk to Robert about this. He cannot keep squandering so much gold. I hope this time he listens to me. With that final reflection, the Lord of the Eyrie continued reviewing the documents, devising a plan for his former ward to finally start taking the kingdom's affairs seriously. Summer C 297 As the sun shone brightly in the sky, the ship known as Silence cut swiftly through the waters of the summer sea. This imposing vessel, captained by Euron Greyjoy, sailed with a clear purpose. On the deck, Euron himself gazed at the horizon with an expression that mixed ambition and disdain. The ship, a single-masted warship, bore black sails that fluttered with the wind. Its blood-red hull stood out among the waters, adorned with a sinister figurehead, an iron maiden with long legs, a slender waist, proud breasts, and mother-of-pearl eyes, but no mouth. The wind played with Euron's dark hair as he kept his gaze fixed ahead. According to the nautical charts he had consulted, he was close to reaching the mysterious and dangerous Smoking Sea. A smile spread across his crow-like face, his hold was filled with treasures looted from merchant ships he had raided during his voyage. Since his brother had exiled him, Euron had sailed countless seas, amassing a small fortune and leaving a trail of death and chaos in his wake. But for him, those riches were just a prelude to his true purpose, to become the first man to enter Valyria and appear with the treasures many considered lost forever. There was another reason driving him, beyond the loot. For some time, Balon Greyjoy's younger brother had been tormented by dreams. In them, an insistent voice called him to the land of the Freehold, promising him that there he would find his destiny. Old Valyria, home of endless wealth and power, my great prize, the prize that awaits me, my destiny, Euron thought, his smile widening with a mix of mockery and expectation. His eyes drifted to his ship, seeing the crew in complete silence. The ship's name was no coincidence. Silence was staffed by mute men, either by birth or thanks to the efficient precision of a knife. The crew was as diverse as the known world, composed of men from different corners, all united under the shadow of their captain. The sound of a bell pulled him from his thoughts. It was the lookout in the crow's nest, calling the captain's attention. Euron looked up and saw the man pointing ahead. Following the direction of his finger, he spotted a silhouette on the horizon. A smile spread across his face, and raising his hand, he asked for a spyglass. Through the instrument, Euron confirmed what he already suspected. It was a small ship, single-masted and without oars, sailing with clear nonchalance. That made him smile even more. He knew that type of vessel would be no match for Silence, especially if he managed to force it to sail against the wind. Putting away the spyglass, Euron turned his attention back to the crew. We have a little appetizer before reaching our destination. Let's show them how to pay the iron price, he shouted loudly, his voice resonating on the deck. Without wasting time, Euron walked to the helm, turning it to Silence for pursuit. Although Valyria was his final goal, a small detour to enjoy some added loot would only feed his hunger for chaos and destruction. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And finally, Chapter 30 is here. We see an encounter between Jon and Griff's group, which did not end well for the young man. The reason, well, let's say that blood has memory. We also see that a fight against Euron is approaching. I'm afraid we will have to say goodbye to him, as he doesn't know who he's about to face XD. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 31. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 31. Summer C 297 AC. Ah, what nice weather today. Was the sigh that came from PYP's mouth, who was sitting in the crow's nest of the Starwolf. The young man's eyes were looking through his spyglass, seeing the surroundings, searching for any possible pirate ships. The area the ship was currently traversing was open sea. As to reach the city of Karth by sea, it was necessary to pass near the Smoking Sea, a sea found where the Valerian Peninsula once stood. This route was taken because, of the two known routes to reach the easternmost lands of the continent of Essos, this was the fastest. Neither routes were exactly easy or pleasant to travel, as each faced its own dangers. The land route had two paths. One was to leave Qohor and take the Dothraki sea route, reaching Ves Dothrak, the city of the Dothraki. The other was the most dangerous and consisted of taking the Demon Road, a path that went from Volantis to Meereen, passing through the city of Mantries and the ruins of Porosh, places that were in Valyria itself or, rather, its surroundings, making them dangerous. This, combined with the typical dangers, such as thieves, Dothraki, among others. Being on land would have made us easier targets for bandits and maybe for wizards, thought PYP, who turned his head, changing the area he could see with the spyglass. When his eyes saw the new area, they saw a silhouette. Believing he had seen wrong, he moved his face away from the spyglass to blink several times. After blinking, he looked again and now, thanks to the silhouette having gotten closer, he could see what it was. Shit, a ship. The ship approaching them had black sails and a red hull, combinations that could only mean one thing in open sea: pirates. Realizing this, PYP wasted no time and quickly sounded the alarm, which consisted of him shouting, "Pirates!" PYP's shout, who had good lungs and vocal cords, resonated throughout the small ship, catching the attention of his friends, who were in various parts of the vessel. The sounds of footsteps approaching the deck were heard, these being the steps of Daenerys and Jon, who were inside the ship. On the other hand, Sam had been at the helm, so he easily reached the deck after locking the helm to keep the ship going straight. Meanwhile, Gren and Ed had been on the deck, so they only took a few steps. PYP. "Where are they?" shouted Jon, looking at his friend. "To the east, it's just one ship." Upon hearing PYP's shout, the rest of the crew looked in that direction. "I can't see them well, Jon, can you see them?" asked Gren, who frowned as he could only see the silhouette of the ship. Hearing his friend's question, Jon squinted his eyes and focused his sight only on the silhouette of the ship. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he managed to see the ship, not entirely, as he couldn't see that far, but he could see the pirates better. "It seems to be just one ship, but still, we must be careful. The ship is significantly larger than ours, and it surely has more crew members. We need to think carefully about our defense strategy." "Luckily we have some time," said Jon, then looked at PYP and nodded. Seeing Jon nod, PYP knew what he had to do. "All right, I'll do my part," responded PYP, smiling, and at once crouched down to open a couple of hatches, which would give the crow's nest the shape of a small machicolation, with which PYP could attack his enemies. "All right, it's time for us to prepare," said Jon, beginning to narrate his plan. "Row," shouted Euron with a smile as his lackeys rowed hard, propelling the Silence with more speed, gaining ground on the merchant cog ahead of them. "It seems that ship is worse defended than I expected. So far, it hasn't changed its course, which indicates they haven't seen us, or maybe, they have seen us, but they are pretending not to lead us into a trap." The thoughts of the brother of the current Lord of Pike began to fill with doubts about that ship, but only for a few moments. Shaking his head, Euron looked ahead and began to devise the best way to attack the ship in front of them. However, any plan vanished when he looked through his spyglass at the deck. What his eye saw was something he never expected to see. That damned ship only had 4 brats and a girl, nothing more. There was no sign of another crew member, and when he looked at the crow's nest, he realized there was no one there. Slowly lowering his spyglass, Euron's blue eye began to shine, not unnaturally, but in the way someone's eyes look when they've just found a gold dragon with no one in sight. Slowly, his smile grew larger until he finally began to let out several loud laughs. Ha, ha, ha. By the gods, these fools are just green brats, shouted Euron with amusement. Then he turned and looked at his men. That ship has no defenders other than 4 brats and a woman. Kill them, take whatever gold they have, and bring me the girl. After using her, I'll give her to you for your amusement. After that shout, Euron's lackeys seemed excited, as they began to row harder, increasing the speed at which the ship moved, shortening the distance between the 2 ships in the shortest time possible. When the Silence reached the side of the ship, some of the crew, those who were not rowing, quickly moved and took several ropes with cast iron grappling hooks. Moving the ropes, they threw the grappling hooks. When the hooks fell on the enemy ship's deck, they pulled the ropes, causing the hooks to catch on the ship's railing, causing both ships to be joined. Drop the anchor, shouted Euron, then looked at the ship they had just captured. Prepare the planks and board. Move. Following Euron's order, the crew of the Silence stood up and followed the order. Some headed to the anchor and dropped it, causing the ship to stop abruptly. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of the ropes creaking from the tension of stopping a ship was heard, but fortunately for the crew of the Silence, they succeeded. As soon as the ships stopped, the pirates wasted no time and, lifting 3 planks, quickly ran across the deck of the Silence, then dropped the planks, thus creating several bridges. When the bridges were ready, the pirates roared and began to run towards the ship they were boarding. The footsteps of several adults began to press the planks, forcing them to bend a little due to the combined weight of their bodies and their armor. Yes, these pirates wore armor. They all wore chainmail, axes, and some carried shields. As he watched his lackeys begin that simple boarding, Euron smiled and turned to head to his cabin to rest. However, he hadn't taken a step when he heard the shout of one of his lackeys, which was followed by several more. Taken by surprise, he turned and saw a shadow from the boarded ship heading towards his ship. Euron's single eye saw one of those shadows fall using a curved sword, typical of Dawn. As soon as that boy, who didn't seem to be more than 14 years old, touched the ground, he began to fight against each of his lackeys. To his total surprise, the brat began to fight, no, the correct word would be massacre, any one of his lackeys who approached him to kill him. Seeing this, Euron shouted at the top of his lungs as he approached the brat, drawing his sword. What are you waiting for to kill him? He's just a brat. Then he approached the brat, hoping to kill him by surprise while his lackeys distracted him. Jon's eyes moved from left to right as he moved across the deck of the enemy ship, eliminating every adversary he met. With an upward diagonal movement of his sword, he wounded one of the pirates under the armpit. Since that area was unprotected, Jon managed to make a cut so deep that the pirate let out a grunt of intense pain. But he didn't stop there. Without wasting time, he reached for his belt and, pulling out a dagger, quickly raised his arm, stabbing the pirate in the lower jaw. The impact of the weapon, combined with Jon's superhuman strength, caused the blade to bury so deeply in the pirate's body that Jon was forced to leave it there and jump slightly to the side to dodge another pirate. These guys don't scream like normal people when wounded, no, they don't make any sound, just grunts. It's almost as if they were mute. Jon thought as he ducked and dodged the attack of 3 of his enemies. The Dovahkian's apprentice was feeling that maybe it wasn't the best idea to launch himself against the enemy ship alone, as he was being surrounded by several pirates. Damn, if it weren't for the sword my uncles gave me, this wouldn't be so complicated. Jon thought as he blocked a pirate's attack with his sword, then proceeded to kick him in the solar plexus, sending him flying several meters, causing him to fall overboard to what would be his death, as his armor would drag him to the bottom of the sea. The reason the battle was becoming complicated for Jon was his weapon, which, unlike Gandravar, couldn't cut through his enemy's armor, forcing Ned Stark's son to look for weak spots in his enemy's armor or send them flying so they would fall into the sea and drown. Moving his sword, Jon blocked the attack of a pirate whose weapon was an axe. To block the attack, Jon moved his sword, hooking it on the curved part of the axe head, then pulling the pirate towards him, thus getting him within range for an attack. Not wasting this opportunity, John moved his free hand and, grabbing the pirate's head, threw him against his allies, causing him and 4 others to fall into the sea. After that, John heard a buzzing sound and, looking to the left, saw some pirates shooting arrows at him. Knowing how dangerous those arrows were for him, as he wasn't wearing armor, he quickly moved his free hand and, grabbing another pirate by the arm, used him as a human shield. The pirate let out several grunts as his allies' arrows hit his cuirass. Although the arrows didn't penetrate his armor, he wasn't safe. As soon as they stopped shooting, John quickly moved his hand to the pirate's neck and, with an agile movement, broke it. The disgusting sound of bones breaking was heard, paralyzing the pirates for a second, allowing John to look at them for a moment, but he couldn't do it well, as his sensitive ears picked up the sound of footsteps quickly approaching him. So, moving his weapon a little, he spun on his heels when he heard the steps closer. As he turned, John saw the person who tried to attack him by surprise. This man was bearded and had an eye patch. He wore simple plate armor, and his gaze was that of a lunatic. This guy is fast, he seems trained. John thought as he saw him approach. However, he couldn't dwell on that thought for long, as he realized they were trying to attack him from behind. Before he could turn, he heard a grunt from the pirate, a characteristic sound of someone hit by an arrow. Hearing it, John smiled and cast a fleeting glance at his ship. There was PYP, smiling while holding his bow. Seeing him, John nodded and decided to focus on the individual approaching him, who, judging by his attire, seemed to be the captain. The enemy captain proved to be skilled in combat, something John could respect. He moved his sword with precision and speed, impressive by common mortal standards, but for someone like John, it was slow. Clank. 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 The sound of metal clashing filled the air as John and the pirate captain engaged in a deadly dance. Ha! Ha! The heavy breaths of the enemy captain became audible. He was sweating a bit due to the physical effort of fighting John. As he caught his breath, the captain spoke. "You're good, boy, much better than many knights of the Greenlands." Hearing the name Greenlands, John knew this ship belonged to the Ironborn, as only they referred to the continent's inhabitants that way. Even so, John wanted to know who he was fighting and knew he could get that answer if he pressed this man a bit. So, without thinking too much, he replied. "Thanks, I guess that's due to my youth, old man." To John's surprise, the captain didn't get angry at being called old but smiled amusingly before letting out a laugh. "Ha, ha, ha, nice try, boy, but if you want to make me angry, you'll have to try harder, of course, that's if you stay alive." Upon hearing the captain's words, John merely smiled and adopted a new stance, holding his sword with both hands above his head, preparing to strike from above. The pirate captain responded by keeping his guard in a classic stance, that is, with the sword in front of him, held with one hand. With their stances set up, both launched into the attack. The pirate captain was the first to reach John and, moving his sword in an upward strike, tried to decapitate the bastard of Winterfell. However, John moved his sword in a quick downward motion, blocking the pirate's attack. After that, they quickly exchanged another attack, which ended the same way. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as John and the captain fought for a good while. The battle was intense, as the captain tried to kill John by various methods but couldn't break through the Dothraki apprentice's defenses. This began to anger the captain, making his attacks more erratic, but nothing John couldn't handle. "Die already," shouted the pirate captain as he swung his sword diagonally, an attack that missed when John rolled on the ground. The pirate's sword blade passed close to John's body as he rolled on the ground. When he stopped, John quickly got up and, taking advantage of his movement leaving him behind the pirate captain, swung his sword, striking him across the back. That move should have been the end for the pirate, but to John's surprise, his blow was weaker upon impact. This event caused Ned Stark's son to feel confused, as it was the first time something like this had happened. "Ha, ha, ha. That's your best shot, kid." "It was as strong as a gentle breeze," shouted the pirate captain as he turned and looked at John. "What the hell," thought John, looking at the pirate in surprise. He didn't understand why the pirate hadn't been sent flying a few meters. After all, he had used considerable force in the attack. However, despite his curiosity, his enemies gave him no respite. Several took advantage of his distraction to attack him quickly and unexpectedly. Seeing them approach, John at once began to dodge their attacks. His enemies' attacks were precise, as much as possible, but for John, it was easy to dodge them. He moved just enough to avoid being in a bad position. When he finished dodging the attacks of the three pirates, John quickly counterattacked. John's first move was to grab the first pirate, the last one who had attacked him, by the face and throw him like a rag doll towards his companion. When they collided, they fell to the ground, leaving the other pirate, who tried to attack John from behind. But John heard him and, spinning on his own axis, easily dodged the attack. When the attack missed, John wasted no time and, moving his sword, stabbed the pirate in the back of the neck, killing him. Then, he quickly took the weapon from this pirate, a spear, and threw it at the other two pirates who were trying to get up. The spear traveled at great speed, managing to pierce the two pirates and pin them to the ship's deck. A second later, John abruptly turned upon hearing the pirate captain's footsteps approaching. When John saw him, he was just inches away, swinging his sword horizontally. Seeing the attack coming, John realized he would have to stop it with his bare hands, as he had no physical weapon at that moment. So, stepping forward, he approached the pirate and then moved his right hand, stopping the attack by grabbing the arm with which the pirate was swinging his sword. "What?" said the pirate, his eyes wide at how John had stopped his attack. Seeing his enemy surprised, John quickly delivered a direct punch to the pirate's stomach. John's punch hit the armor's cuirass without breaking it, but it managed to make the pirate double over. Seeing this, John took the opportunity to use his hand to disarm the pirate. Fortunately, he did it quickly, and then John grabbed him by the face and threw him to the right. The pirate's body flew about 2 meters, landing abruptly on the ground. "Uff!" was the grunt he let out when his body hit the ground, leaving him breathless. Even so, he managed to stand up shakily. Looking at John, he placed his arms in front, challenging John to fight barehanded. Seeing his enemy challenge him that way, John wasted no time and launched himself at him. The young man's speed was such that it took the pirate by surprise, who could do nothing when John delivered a direct hook to the right side of his face, destabilizing him and forcing him to take a few steps back. When the pirate stopped, he spat on the ground and, to his surprise, one of his teeth was on the floor. Seeing this, the pirate, far from getting angry, started laughing. "Hey, that was a good punch, kid," said the captain as he launched himself at John. Seeing him approach, John decided to adopt the classic unarmed combat stance of the Imperial Legions. When Euron reached John, he began to punch him. However, John dodged or deflected the blows. The young bastard's mind was more than focused on the fight, so it wasn't difficult for him to find openings to counterattack. Using his speed, he managed to land several blows on Euron's face. After landing those blows, John wasted no time and, taking advantage of the fact that these blows had disoriented Euron for a second, quickly slipped behind him and caught the pirate captain by the neck. Euron's eyes widened in surprise and terror as he realized he was completely at the mercy of his enemy. His first attempt at action was to move his arms to strike the young man on his back, but he couldn't. His arms were restrained in such a way that he couldn't do anything. In fact, the brother of the Lord of Pike began to feel increasingly panicked when he realized he couldn't breathe properly. This heightened the fear within him, as he didn't want to die. That fear, combined with the lack of oxygen to his brain, made Euron recall all the things he had done. He remembered how he was the architect of the deaths of 2 of his brothers, how he had seduced and raped his brother Victorion's salt wife. It also made him realize that he had not yet conducted what that voice had told him he must do. Slowly, the air began to run out in his lungs with more intensity, causing him to move his limbs erratically in panic, trying to find a way to free himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't free himself, so his vision slowly began to darken until he finally died. He died at sea, as was the tradition of his people, but without having achieved what in another world was his destiny. While John fought with the pirate captain, the rest of the Starwolf crew battled against the other pirates. The number of pirates wasn't too large, as there were just over 90 sailors. "Take this," shouted Sam as he swung his hammer, striking several of his enemies with a single blow. The young man fought bravely, supported by his friends who fought alongside him. On his flanks were Ed and Gren, who were armed with shields, allowing them to keep their enemies at bay. The reason they hadn't been overwhelmed by the pirates was simple: they were fighting precisely where the pirates' planks joined with the Starwolf. This had been Jon's strategy to fight the pirates. Ned Stark's son knew they didn't have the numbers for a traditional defense, so he had devised this crazy plan. The plan was for the physically strongest members of the group, except Jon, to hold off the pirates on the planks, while Jon would launch himself onto the enemy deck to kill as many pirates as he could, thus preventing them from continuing to attack the ship. Ag, grunted Ed as he struggled, keeping the few remaining pirates on the plank he was blocking at bay. The son of House Tolit was so engrossed in his task that he didn't notice when one of his enemies moved among his companions, managing to get very close to him. When that pirate was in front of Ed, he moved his weapon, which wasn't a sword but an axe, to hook Ed's shield. As soon as the axe hooked, Ed felt the pull downward, causing him to look forward. When his eyes looked ahead, he realized he was unprotected, as his shield was down, making him an easy target. However, before the pirate in front of him could do anything, an arrow struck his neck, while another hit the shoulder of the pirate holding the axe. The pirate who ended up with his neck pierced grabbed it with one hand, then fell over the railing, followed by the other, who, due to the arrow's impact, lost his balance and tripped. Both pirates fell into the sea, where the weight of their armor dragged them to the bottom. After seeing that, Ed wasted no time and quickly raised his shield again to block the pirates' advance. While holding the position, Ed looked to one side, seeing both Daenerys and PYP, who were acting as archers. They were in two different places, PYP in the crow's nest and Daenerys on the deck, precisely where the helm was. Nodding, Ed was about to say something, but his voice died when he heard Jon's voice. "Take several steps back." Jon's shout made his friends look towards him, and when they did, they saw him bringing his hands together, causing small lightning bolts to form there. Noticing, or rather guessing, what Jon planned to do, the Starwolf crew quickly jumped back, taking several steps away from where the pirates were. "Get down," shouted Gren, who, after finishing, threw himself to the ground, dropping his weapons. The rest of the crew did the same, confusing the remaining pirates. However, they didn't have a single second to say or think anything else, as Jon extended his hands forward, causing several lightning bolts to shoot from his hands. The lightning bolts moved at great speed, striking two pirates, then jumping among all the pirates, who, being very close due to their position, were hit by Jon's spell. This spell was called Chain Lightning and was one of the best spells for fighting multiple enemies together, as it generated a lightning bolt that attacked several enemies, jumping from one to another in such a way that it affected several at once. All the pirates hit by the lightning bolts died instantly, falling into the sea, sinking into an unexpected watery grave. When Jon's friends felt that the Dothraki apprentice's spell had ended, they slowly got up and saw that there were no more enemies present. "Damn," said Gren as he stood up and walked to see the enemy ship's deck. The rest of the crew, along with Ghost, who had been with Daenerys to serve as a surprise element in case any pirate set foot on the Starwolf deck, followed. When they all reached the planks, they saw the enemy deck. The number of enemies killed was terrifying, but not as much as seeing that the planks connecting the ships were somewhat scorched. "Now I see why Jon didn't want to use magic to eliminate them quickly," commented PYP, who had just come down from the crow's nest. "Yes, those lightning bolts could have set the ship on fire," pointed out Sam, who stopped looking at the aftermath of Jon's spell to look at Daenerys. The princess was looking at Jon with a bit of fear, as it was the first time she had seen her friend fight, or rather, seen the aftermath of his battles. She knew Jon was strong, but she hadn't expected something like this. "Daenerys, are you okay?" asked Sam with concern, seeing that Daenerys was turning a bit pale. Hearing Sam's question, Daenerys blinked for a few seconds, then nodded. "Good," said Sam, then looked at Jon, who was approaching a pirate wearing good armor. "I suppose that's the enemy captain," pointed out Ed, starting to take a few steps towards the planks to cross to the other ship. "Yes." "Are you going to cross?" asked Sam. "Yes, I want to see what's on the other ship," replied Ed as he advanced cautiously, as the plank seemed to have been made somewhat fragile by the lightning. Hearing Ed's response, everyone looked at each other and, nodding, began to walk towards the other ship. John was looking at the corpse of the pirate captain, who wasn't dead, at least not yet, as he had knocked him out, but not because he wanted to save him. He wanted to kill him by leaving him tied to the ship so it would sink. John's eyes didn't leave the pirate even when he heard his friends arrive at his side. "Is that the captain?" asked Gren, who didn't take long to approach and see him, followed by the rest of his friends. "Yes. This is the captain," John replied. The rest of the crew approached the ship, and they all looked at the corpse. None of them recognized him for a few moments until Sam gasped, as he remembered something upon seeing the pirate. Sam's reaction caught the attention of the Starwolf crew, who looked at him. "What's wrong, Sam? Do you know him?" asked PYP, curious about his friend's reaction. "I haven't met him in person, but a mercenary who became a guard at Horn Hill was a veteran of the Greyjoy Rebellion and mentioned that he had been in the throne room of Pike." He recounted with a smile how he had seen Balon kneel and swear loyalty to King Robert firsthand. Sam's response surprised everyone, as it was something they didn't expect. The answer didn't calm the curiosity of those present, instead, it did the opposite, as they now wanted to know who this person was. "Sam, is he the Lord of Pike?" asked John, hoping not to have a lord as a hostage who could cause problems for his family by being captured. "No, he doesn't match the description given by the guard. His features are more like those of the current lord's brother, a man named Euron, whose nickname is Crow's Eye." Upon hearing Sam's new response, John sighed and then looked at his friends. "It seems these bastards are raiding ships outside the regions of Westeros," John commented, stating the obvious to everyone. All the crew members had been upset by the assault. Now they were even more upset, as they didn't expect them to be Ironborn. "What do we do now?" asked Daenerys, who had her hands clasped in front of her. "First, we need to see what these guys have in their holds, there might even be slaves," John replied, looking ahead to the entrance of the ship's hold. The mention of slaves made everyone look at John, waiting for some response from him about what to do in that case. John's response was to give the pirates' ship to the slaves and take them back to Westeros, as if they left them in Essos, especially in these areas, it was more than likely they would become slaves again due to the nearby traffickers. "All right, let's split into groups and search for the ship. Be careful, there might be pirates hiding in some parts," John said, starting to walk around the place. "Okay /all right got it," were everyone's responses to John's words. After that, they all separated and began to search the place, trying to find treasures on the ship. The search was quick, as the ship wasn't very large. At the end of the search, everyone had found few valuable items, showing that this ship hadn't been raiding for long. Fortunately for them, they didn't find any slaves or captives in the holds, indicating there were no prisoners. "Not much, is it?" asked PYP, somewhat annoyed, as they hadn't found many treasures in this place. "No, it seems there wasn't anything of much value here," replied Gren, who looked at the sky. "So much fighting for nothing. Well, you don't always find great treasures. Let's hope John has better luck." "I didn't," said John, who had just arrived on deck. The young bastard walked calmly and with empty hands. "You didn't find anything in the captain's quarters?" asked Ed in surprise. "Well, I did find things, but no treasures, just old books about magic." Hearing John's response, everyone felt a bit disappointed, as they had hoped for more treasures. However, it seemed they wouldn't be lucky this time. "Now, what do we do?" asked Daenerys, who wanted to return to the Starwolf as soon as possible. "Nothing else, just leave, but I don't plan to leave this ship here," John replied quickly. "What do you mean?" asked Sam, looking at his friend with some caution. "I'm going to set it on fire and let it become a pile of ashes that will sink into the sea." John's response sent chills down his crew's spines. Even so, they all looked at each other and nodded to start collecting the few treasures on the ship. When they finished, they left the ship, leaving John completely alone. When John was alone on the ship, he moved across the deck and then into the hold, placing some explosive runes in the place. After leaving more than 80 explosive runes, John didn't think twice and left the place, but before leaving, he noticed a slight magical presence in the hold, so, feeling curious, he moved around the place and quickly searched for what it could be. When John found the source of the magic, which was easy to find thanks to his enhanced senses, he realized it was a soul gem. What the hell? John asked in astonishment upon seeing such a rare object there. John's surprise was due to the fact that this type of object was rare in Nirn, so in this world, they were almost impossible to find. No one is supposed to be able to find this type of gem just like that. The only ones who used to use these gems were the Valyrians and my master. Why was one of these gems here? The question he asked himself confused John even more, as he didn't know why this gem was there. Despite his curiosity, he realized that he couldn't find any answers here, so without thinking twice, he began to leave the ship's hold. When he was on deck, John began to walk until he reached the edge of the pirate ship. Slightly bending his legs, he made a great leap and returned to the Starwolf. When John landed on his ship, he looked ahead at the ship and, looking at his friends, spoke. "Pick up the hook ropes and throw the boarding planks back onto the pirate ship." John's voice was an order, which his friends followed to the letter. When this order was fulfilled, everyone watched the ship in front of them, which, thanks to the tide, began to move away from them. "How long will you wait, John?" asked Daenerys, who was staring at that red ship. "It has to be farther away, otherwise, we'll be caught in the explosion." After John's response, everyone remained silent, and when the pirate ship was almost the size of a wine bottle due to the distance, John raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A silence fell for a second, confusing John's friends, who didn't know what was happening. However, that confusion gave way to surprise and shouts of panic when the ship suddenly exploded. "What the hell?" shouted Ed, who was completely astonished and somewhat terrified by what he saw at that moment. "What was that?" "The result of several runes created with the Fire Runes spell," was John's response, who, thanks to his enhanced senses, could see a bit better how that ship, which in another world would be a ship whose mere presence instilled fear and terror, burned slowly, taking its captain with it, turning his remains into ashes, thus denying him the typical burial of all Ironborn. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And here is chapter 31. With 3. Now, talking about it, we see that John encountered Euron and, well, what many of us thought would happen if that madman met someone with John's powers, he ended up dead. This battle also showed that John knows how to fight hand to hand, which makes sense since his master, the Dovahkiin, knew something about the martial arts from the Elder Scrolls lore, specifically the Dance of the Claws. These are the Khajiit martial arts. In later chapters, we will see John use these martial arts more explicitly, but let me say this now, he is not a martial arts master, he knows just enough to defend himself. However, if he faces someone with his same strength and who is an expert in these arts, John would be easily defeated. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 32. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 32. King's Landing 297 AC. The light softly illuminated one of the corridors of the Red Keep. The passage was adorned with vases, paintings, tapestries, and the occasional statue. This was one of the most frequented corridors of the castle, so no one would suspect those who walked through it, regardless of the speed of their steps. Among the few servants wandering around, who stopped every time they saw him to give the obligatory bow, walked the hand of the king. Jon Arryn advanced with somewhat hurried steps, his destination being the king's personal solar. The old man moved quickly because he carried news that was more than horrifying for the realm. So, given the gravity of the matter, he needed to speak with His Majesty quickly. The Lord of the Vale walked for a good while, leaving that passage to enter another, and thus reaching a staircase, which he ascended until he finally arrived at the wing where the king's personal solar was found. After walking a few stretches, he saw that the one in charge of guarding the king's door was none other than Sir Jaime Lannister, who was standing outside the door with a stony and ill-tempered face. Seeing the queen's brother, John Arryn sighed while mentally cursing his former ward, as he knew what was happening behind those doors. I know Robert is tired of seeing so many Lannisters at court, but doing this every time he has Sir Jaime as a guard is not only shameful but also an insult to House Lannister. And they are a house he cannot afford to have as enemies, not now. Jon thought as he approached the room. Sir Jaime, called Jon Arryn, causing the king's guard to look at him. Is the king indisposed? No, Lord Hand. Jaime replied, gritting his teeth slightly. I see. I'm going in. After those words, Jon sighed and, moving his hands, took hold of the door handles. Then, he gave a strong pull, noisily and loudly opening the door, which startled those inside. Damn it, Kingslayer! How dare you enter like this when I ordered you to? Robert shouted in a powerful voice, making the room rumble, but he fell silent when Jon Arryn spoke. It wasn't Sir Jaime, Robert. Jon Arryn's voice was calm, but his eyes showed complete disappointment at what he saw. Before the old man's eyes loomed a sight that was not at all pleasant to see. In the bed of this personal solar of Robert was the aforementioned, but he was not alone, because beneath him, supporting his great weight, was a young woman with light reddish hair and freckles on her face and chest. The moment they both saw the old man, they were startled, the quickest being the king, who in a single leap moved away from the woman, staying completely naked in front of the hand. Horror! I'll wait for you outside, Robert. Jon said as he put a hand to his forehead and walked out of the solar, leaving the king inside. Once he was outside, Jon stood beside Jaime, who didn't look at the old man, but his eyes widened in amusement as he watched a few moments later as the girl who had been inside the room ran off to God's nowhere. Jon, come in. Robert shouted from inside the room in a loud voice. It seems the king is ready now. Jon whispered as he began to walk away. When he re-entered the room, he was able to see it properly without the embarrassing sight of having found his ex-pupil copulating with a whore from some brothel. It was thanks to this that he saw the place. The room was richly decorated with Moorish tapestries, silver ornaments and some white marble statues, which were on small pedestals. On one side of the room near the window of the room was a circular table, on which there was a glass jug, which was filled with wine, which could only be Alba Gold. Jon, shouted Robert, catching the old man's attention. The king of all Westeros was dressed in a black robe with golden vine details. Robert was sitting in one of the chairs at the circular table, and his face showed that he was annoyed at being interrupted. Robert, said Jon calmly as he walked towards his former ward. Why have you come to interrupt me, Jon? Robert asked rudely, as he had been enjoying a pleasant moment with a pretty girl from Shattay's brothel. Ha! I really don't like interrupting your royal duties, but there is troubling news. Jon replied as he sat down in a chair. Upon hearing the words troubling news, Robert clicked his tongue in annoyance, as his mind was imagining some reasons, and all of them were boring. Fine, tell me what the hell it is, and I hope it's not counting coppers. It's about the loans you're taking from the Iron Bank, Robert. We can't pay them, we don't have the capacity to do so. Jon said with concern, as the kingdom's finances were not in the best shape currently. Bah, don't worry about the payments. If we can't pay the Iron Bank, we'll ask Tywin Lannister for gold to pay them. The old lion shits gold, I don't think he'll mind lending us a bit more. Robert said as he took the wine jug and poured himself some. Robert, you can't keep borrowing, the crown will be ruined. Bah, I don't think so, Jon. There's left plenty of gold, if he could do that, so can we. Robert said, bringing his wine cup to his lips to take a large sip of the liquid. Now, better tell me about more interesting topics like, what the hell is Ned's bastard son doing? The Lord of the Ury's hand quickly went to his forehead, giving himself a loud and quick slap, catching Robert's attention. After the slap, the old lord let out another sigh, as he realized that his ward would avoid talking about the kingdom's finances for any reason. Knowing this, he decided to take on the burden of trying to fix this problem, but deep down, he knew he couldn't do it. Ha, you're incorrigible, Robert. Jon said in a very low voice, so fortunately, Robert didn't hear him. After those words, he looked at Robert and began to talk to him about Ned's bastard son. We haven't had any new news about the boy, except that he was at the tournament in Dorne. When Robert's royal ears heard the word tournament, The mind of the demon of the trident went back to the day when the news of the tournament was brought to his ears by the spider. He had laughed at what had happened, as he found it amusing that Jon Snow taken part in that tournament as a mystery knight. No more news about the boy since then. No, there isn't. Jon replied, shaking his head as he stood up. Are you leaving already? Robert asked, watching his hand stand up. Yes, I have some things to do. Jon replied as he looked at the door to the room. It would be good if you changed and got ready, there are quite a few petitioners for the afternoon. The king's face soared upon hearing that, then he grimaced as he looked away. You can't skip this, Robert. Jon said, seeing his ward's face. Hearing Jon's new words, Robert got angry and stood up abruptly, then took heavy steps as he headed towards the room's exit. Seeing his former ward throw a tantrum, Jon just sighed as he followed him. Another normal day in King's Landing. White Harbor 297 AC. The cold northern wind blew strongly, carrying the smell of the sea to the only city in the north of Westeros. The beautiful city was clean and well ordered, a stark contrast to the capital of Westeros, which was known for its tangled streets and lack of cleanliness, plagued by a stench that permeated all of King's Landing. This enclave was governed by the Marndaeli family, whose seat was the palace on a hill within the city. This place was called Newcastle, as it was the second castle where the Marndaelis resided since their exile from the Reach, the first being the Wolf's Den, which now, since the construction of Newcastle, functioned as a prison. The city of White Harbor was large, but not as large as the other major cities of Westeros. The houses of the city's inhabitants were made of whitewashed stone with steep grey roofs. It was protected by thick walls, which had several gates, one of them being the Seal Gate, which led to the city's port. The city's port was large, allowing several ships to dock there easily. Among all the present ships, one stood out among them all. This ship had purple sails, a color attributed to only one city in the known world, Braavos. The enormous Bravo sea ship had arrived as usual to do business with the Northerners, but on this trip, it had brought one more person. This person was Tycho Nestris, who was here to fulfill a direct request from the high officials of the Iron Bank. The banker's mission was simple, to reach Winterfell to speak with Lord Stark about some confidential matters, as requested by his client, one of the bank's biggest depositors in the past year. This city is as clean as ever, something the inhabitants of King's Landing could learn from. Tycho thought as he looked at the city with a small smile. I didn't expect you to arrive undercover, banker, said a somewhat haughty voice behind the banker. Hearing that voice, Tycho turned towards it and saw a man with graying hair, a black beard with grey parts, and grey eyes. This man wore silver armor with nickel-plated greaves and gauntlets, with scrolls being the waving fronds of some seaweed. In his right hand, there was a helmet shaped like the head of the Triton King, with a mother-of-pearl crown and a beard of jet and jade. The name of this man was Marlon Marndaeli, and he was a knight, as well as the commander of the city's garrison. Sir Marlon, it's been a while, said Tycho, speaking the common tongue very well, almost without showing that he was a foreigner. Yes, banker. We didn't expect an envoy from the Iron Bank to come to our city in this manner without announcing himself. I know, we don't usually move this way except for specific matters. Tycho commented with a smile, then looked towards Newcastle. Although, it seems the gods are kind to me. Initially, I had thought of sending a letter to your cousin, Lord Wyman Marndaeli, to have a chat with him, but your arrival seems to expedite things for me. Can you take me to him to discuss certain matters? The banker's request caused the knight to frown slightly, but after thinking for a few seconds, he nodded, realizing it was better to be on the good side of one of the Iron Bank's bankers, as you never know when you might need a loan. Of course, follow me. My guards and I will escort you to speak with my cousin at once, said Sir Marlon as he turned and began to walk towards the Marndaeli castle. Seeing his not-so-unexpected bodyguard and guide, Tycho smiled simply, finding this development somewhat amusing. Even so, he walked behind the knight, hoping to speak with the Lord of White Harbor today. The Great Hall of Newcastle, known by many as Merman Court, was a large room with floors, walls, and ceilings made of cleverly joined wooden planks, decorated with paintings of all kinds of sea creatures. Specifically, crabs, clams, and starfish were painted on the floor. On the walls, pale sharks prowled blue-green depths, while eels and octopuses slithered among rocks and sunken ships. There were also schools of herring and large cod swimming between the high, arched windows of the hall. Higher up, near where old fishing nets hung from the beams, the surface of the sea was depicted. To the right, a war galley rested serenely against the rising sun. To the left, a battered old cog sailed before a storm, its sails in tatters. From the entrance, following a straight line, one could see a cushioned throne, which was the seat where the head of House Marndale sat to conduct petitioners' sessions and banquets. The hall was not very full at the moment, as it was not the time to receive petitioners, so inside were only the son and heir of Lord Marndale, a man named Willis Marndale. The heir of House Marndale was, like his father and younger brother, a broad and very fat man. He was bald and had an immense, bushy walrus moustache. "Sir Willis," said Sir Marlon upon entering the hall, looking at his nephew. "Uncle." Willis greeted as he watched his uncle enter the hall followed by a man. "I see you've brought someone with you. Who is he?" "He is an old acquaintance whom I've had the pleasure of meeting on several occasions when making stops here in the city. He is a worker of the Iron Bank." The response from the commander of the city garrison caused the knight to drop the piece of eel pie he had been eating. The reaction of the heir of House Marndale was more than justified, as it was not common for bankers to travel outside the bank, and when they did, it was only for one thing: to negotiate the payment of debts that had not been paid for a long time. Knowing this made the knight start thinking about the reason why that banker was there, but he couldn't find a plausible reason for it. This was because his house didn't usually take loans from the Iron Bank, as it hadn't been necessary so far. "Catch your breath, boy," said Marlon, seeing how his nephew was agitated. "He hasn't come to collect anything, he just wants to talk about something with your father." Hearing the explanation of why the banker was in White Harbor, the soul returned to the fat knight's body, and he let out a sigh. After that, he looked at his uncle before speaking. "I see, my father is in his solar, reviewing this week's customs accounts." "I understand. Then I'll take the banker there. I don't think it's good to keep him waiting," said Marlon, earning a nod from his nephew, as it was more than obvious they didn't want to inconvenience the banker. This was because some of the Iron Bank's workers were extravagant people, so you never know how they might act. Some tend to be proud individuals who take any inconvenience as an insult, leading to problems with the bank when those who have been offended return and speak to their superiors. After those words, the knight left the hall, leaving Willis alone, who looked at his food again but no longer had the appetite to eat it. Lord Wyman Marndale's solar was in the easternmost part of the castle, with only one entrance, allowing the lord the necessary privacy to avoid being spied on during personal conversations with people who could help the interests of House Marndale. "Ha," was the long sigh that Lord Marndale let out as he set aside the sheet with the latest customs information from the past week. "There has been a slight increase in trade with Bravos, but not much. At this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to gather enough money as a reserve in case we need to import food from Essos during the winter." After saying those words, the old lord sank into his cushioned chair, resting his obese body while moving his right hand to one end of his desk where there was a tray with several sweet snacks. When he took one of these snacks, he slowly brought his hand to his mouth, hoping to taste a good sweet, but before he could take a bite, there was a knock on the door of his solar. A grimace appeared on Wyman's face when he heard the knock on his door, but it quickly disappeared. The origin of this grimace was the annoyance of being interrupted while taking a snack, but he knew that was no reason to be angry with a servant. So, setting his snack aside, he spoke. "Who is it?" "It's me, my lord," shouted his cousin's voice from the other side of the door. Realizing it was his cousin who had come, the Lord of White Harbor sighed, then gave his permission for his cousin to enter. He didn't have to wait long for the door to open, as his cousin opened it quickly. A second after the door opened, Wyman Marndale saw two people enter. The first was his cousin, and the other was someone he also knew. "Hello, cousin." Wyman greeted jovially with a smile on his face. "My lord." Marlon greeted with a small bow. "It seems someone has pulled you away from your daily duties. I hope I don't sound rude, but may I know what business brings a banker from the Iron Bank to my city, Lord Tycho?" Hearing the question from the city's lord, the banker stepped forward and, giving a bow, replied, "Good day, Lord Wyman. The reason I visit your picturesque city is a somewhat sensitive matter of the Iron Bank." Ticho's response made Wiman's eyes widen as his mind tried to figure out what was happening. The old lord felt his heart race a bit, but he didn't let it control him. Taking a quick breath, the old lord composed himself and looked at his cousin. "Marlon, leave us, please." Hearing his cousin and lord's words, Marlon nodded and left the room, but he didn't stray far from the door, as he feared leaving his cousin alone and unprotected. So, to be close in case of need, he stayed a few feet away, always keeping his senses focused on the door, as if something happened, he would need to enter quickly. When the head of House Mandaeli was alone with the banker, he moved his hand and poured a glass of wine for him. "So now that we are alone, what brings a banker to my city?" Wiman asked as he poured himself a glass of wine. "It's not normal for you to appear so unexpectedly in cities, especially if they don't have outstanding loans with the Iron Bank." The Lord's question made the banker smile, then take the wine and drink a sip. The banker was completely confident in drinking it, as no one was foolish enough to poison an envoy of the Iron Bank, unless they were stupid enough to think there would be no consequences for that act. I'm afraid I can't give you a direct answer," Ticho replied as he set the wine glass on the table. After that, he looked at the Lord and wasn't surprised to see him frowning slightly, as he was sure he hadn't expected this response. "Why can't you give me a direct answer? Haven't you come to my city to talk about something with me?" Wiman asked, which, despite the words, was said in a completely calm and courteous tone. "Well, it's true that I wanted to talk to you about something, but it's not what I suppose you think, Lord Mandaeli," Ticho replied in a calm and tranquil voice. "Really? Then, what is it?" he asked. "If you can tell me something about it." I could tell you something, not what I came to do specifically, but a reference so you understand," the banker replied with a smile. Hearing the banker's response, the Lord of White Harbor smiled, as for now, the amount of information didn't matter, but the quality of it and his mind's ability to interpret it and connect all the dots to understand why a banker from the world's most infamous bank was there. "You see, I am here, in your city, as a stopover on my way to my true destination in the north." The old lord's eyes widened for a second, as he was surprised to hear that. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure, avoiding showing his surprise. However, his mind was still trying to guess why the banker had said what he said. A stopover. Why would he say something like that? Unless, is he planning to go to another castle in the north? But which one? The north is not particularly known for its wealth or settlements. The only really relevant ones are those occupied by the most powerful houses in the north, were the thoughts flooding Wiman's mind as he tried to decipher what the banker said. He did this for a few seconds until he finally realized something. Wait, if they are stopping over and there are few settlements that could attract the attention of Bravo Sea bankers, it narrows down to a few places, and of all those places, the one that would attract the most attention is the one in the heart of the north. After those thoughts, Wiman looked at Ticho before speaking. "What business do you have with my liege lord?" was the clear and concise question Wiman asked, hoping he had guessed correctly that the banker's final destination was Winterfell. "Well, I suppose it was to be expected that someone like you could deduce where I am headed," Ticho commented with a smile as he looked at the Lord of White Harbor. "However, I'm afraid my business with him is being conducted under the utmost secrecy." The banker's response confused the Lord, as he couldn't understand what was so important that a banker from the infamous Iron Bank of Bravos was under orders to handle everything with such secrecy. Even so, now that he knew this, he realized the reason the banker had come to see him. "Now I understand the reason for your visit to my castle," Wiman noted as he crossed his fat hands in front of his chin. "You want me to provide you with an escort or at least security during your journey to Winterfell, don't you? Is my intention that obvious?" "Initially, no, but after what you told me, the only reason you would be here is that." "I see, then, can I expect at least an escort for my journey?" "Of course, this won't be free, these soldiers will be paid, and so will you." "A tempting offer, but there's something I want to know before giving you my answer." "That depends on." "What is it?" "I don't want to be too intrusive, but I want to know what will be transported to understand how much security will be needed." After those words, Wiman saw Ticho frown slightly and bring a hand to his chin. He's probably thinking about whether it's wise to tell me something. The truth is, I'm taking a gamble with this move. If he wanted, he could hire mercenaries for this, but if he trusted them, he wouldn't have come here to find me. This only shows that he is carrying something of great value. Normally this would be forbidden, but I have been told that your house is one of the most loyal to House Stark, so I will trust you with a bit more information. The reason I need an escort is because of this. Tycho said as he reached into one of his hidden pouches in his clothing, pulling out an object. I suppose someone like you knows what this is, right? The banker's action and question made Wyman's eyes widen in complete shock, as what the banker now held in his hand was a scroll, not very large, neatly wrapped with a purple silk ribbon in the center, rolled in such a way that it kept the paper rolled up. The way that ribbon wrapped around the paper could only be compared to the embrace of two lovers, as it was clear that the ribbon did not squeeze the scroll, only held it in place. A letter of credit. Why is the Iron Bank delivering a letter of credit to Winterfell? Not only that, the only reason a banker and not a messenger carries that letter of credit is because the amount of money represented by that piece of paper is not small, thought the Lord of White Harbor with some panic, feeling a bit worried about what the banker was carrying. Now that he knew, he felt a great responsibility to ensure that document reached Lord Stark's hands safely. I was supposed to travel to Winterfell in a week to respond to Lord Stark's call, but with this development, I can't just send the banker with a large escort. If there are bandits, they will suspect him. It's clear he's not from Westeros, and that will draw their attention. No, there's no other option. I'll have to advance my trip. I hope Ned forgives me for this. After those thoughts, the old lord stood up and looked at the banker. Lord Tycho, I offer you the hospitality of White Harbor while the journey to Winterfell is prepared. Wyman said, catching the banker's attention. I was originally supposed to travel to Winterfell in a week, but now, I will advance my trip. We will leave together for Winterfell in 2 days. Qarth 297 AC. The sun's rays fully illuminated the city's large, horseshoe-shaped port. The port was so large that some considered it a city within the city of Qarth. The houses around this port belonged to poor people, built with bricks and without windows facing the street. At one of the many docks in the port, the Starwolf could be seen slowly approaching, docking in the area where smaller ships usually moored. When the ship reached the perfect point for dropping anchor, Gren, who was in charge of this, ran across the deck with a large mallet. When the young man reached the mechanism holding the anchor, he quickly gave a strong blow to the mechanism's lock, causing the anchor to drop unexpectedly. With the anchor sinking to the bottom of the sea, the ship stopped a few seconds later, perfectly docked at the pier. This is the most stressful part of every docking at ports. Gren remarked with some annoyance, sweating from the effort of running at full speed with a mallet weighing several kilos. Yes, but we have to do it right. Or do you want to damage something in the port and have to pay for repairs? Commented PYP with a sardonic smile on his face as he placed his arms behind his head. Hearing that, Gren shook his head, not wanting to give up part of his travel earnings to repair a dock. They'll only charge us money if we're lucky, but knowing us, they might make us pay and also work on the repairs. Ed said with a sigh, earning a look from his friends. Ed, please, we need to do something about your pessimism, my friend. Gren said, rolling his eyes at his friend's words. Yes, Ed. Don't say things like that, you'll attract bad luck. PYP said as he watched Jon and Sam emerge from the ship's interior. The other two crew members looked where the former mime was looking and saw their two friends arrive. Is she in her room? Gren asked with some concern. Yes. Jon replied quickly, turning his head to look inside the ship. She knows it's better not to leave the ship, at least until we leave this city. How did she take it? Ed asked, worried that Daenerys might feel like a prisoner on the ship. Well, but I think she's not at all happy about being locked up while we're here, although, I suppose she understands why she can't go out at the moment. Samwell's words were accompanied by a very palpable tone of sadness, as he understood what it was like to be locked up without going out, having once been confined by his father, the Lord of Hornhill, so he could sympathize with Daenerys quite a bit. Well, if she's depressed, it's up to us to cheer her up. PYP shouted jubilantly as he reached into his pocket and pulled out some wooden pieces. I think a game of Sivas against Sam will cheer her up a bit. PYP's words were met with nods from Ed, Gren, and Sam, who agreed that the best and quickest way to cheer someone up was with laughter and games. Seeing how his friends planned to cheer up Daenerys, Jon just smiled before looking towards the city of Qarth. The city seemed very wealthy, as Eddard Stark's bastard son saw many shops. So, he realized it would be easy to slip into the city and go unnoticed. Wanting to finish this matter, he looked at his friends and whistled, calling Ghost. The direwolf quickly arrived at his master's side, who smiled upon seeing him. The wolf had grown and was now the size of a newborn foal, showing he would be easily recognized as a wolf. Not knowing how the people of Qarth would react to this, he decided to leave him on the ship, as using magic to revert him to a pup would attract the attention of the warlocks of Qarth, something he wanted to avoid. Although they were no match for him, as the magic he learned from the Dothraki in far surpassed the magic of this place, he didn't want extra trouble. So, looking at the wolf, he knelt and took him by the snout. "Listen to me, boy. I'm going out, but you can't come with me. I need you to stay here and take care of Daenerys, okay?" Anyone who didn't know Ghost was a direwolf would think Jon was crazy, but they would have been even more surprised to see the wolf nod and get up, walking towards the ship's interior. As Jon watched his faithful companion walk towards Daenerys' room, he looked at his friends and nodded. That gesture was all they needed to understand what was happening, so without wasting time, they nodded. After that, Jon turned and walked, disembarking from the ship to go and seek information about the lands beyond the Jade Gate. "Come, come. The best spices this side of the Jade Gate. Spices brought from Yeti itself. The finest wines from the west." The shouts of hundreds of market merchants could be heard loudly as they tried to capture the attention of potential customers. Amid the stalls, on the paved street of one of the area's markets, there was a sea of people, and among them was Jon. The young bastard was walking calmly, keeping his senses alert, as he was in the city from which the warlock he had faced in Volantis came. This meant he had to be very careful, as if he exposed himself too much, magic-sensitive beings could detect him. Even so, the young man marveled at the place and felt somewhat bad for leaving his friends behind, as the city was beautiful, and he was sure they wanted to see it. If it weren't for the warlocks, they could be here, seeing the city, but since it seems they seek magic, it's best to keep Daenerys out of their reach. Jon thought as he walked calmly through the city, looking for a book merchant. The young bastard searched for almost an hour until he finally found a merchant who had several rolled maps and some books he had never seen before on his stall. Feeling that this place might have what he was looking for, Jon approached the merchant, and as he did, he saw the man stop reading a book and look at him. "Good day, young man. Are you interested in any of my merchandise?" asked the vendor, a man of about 40 years old, with black hair streaked with grey, black eyes, and a thick black beard with some grey parts. The way the merchant spoke made Jon roll his eyes, as this merchant spoke in a tired and disinterested voice, almost as if he didn't want to sell anything to Jon. "Yes, I would like to know something. Do you have maps of the lands beyond the Jade Gate, as well as books on the customs of those lands?" Jon asked with a smile, trying to sound friendly and convincing. The man looked at Jon with narrowed eyes for a moment, then brought a hand to his chin and thought for a few moments. After a few seconds, the man sighed and responded to the bastard of Winterfell. "Yes, I have maps and books of what lies further east, boy." Hearing the vendor's disinterested response, Jon sighed, as he hadn't expected to be that lucky. However, before he could speak, the vendor continued. "But it will cost you a lot. That kind of material is not very common these days, not since the cities of Yeti stopped selling these maps and books." The vendor's response prompted Jon to ask if something had happened in the lands beyond the Jade Gate, and the answer the bastard of Winterfell heard was not very encouraging. "And here I thought that after what Edzard told me about the power struggles he had seen in Westeros, that was the craziest place, but I was wrong. It seems that in Yeti they take things to another level, 3 contenders for total control of a nation. It seems this part of the journey might be more tumultuous than others. And this would be the last volume I have of what you're looking for, boy," said the vendor, placing the last book he had on the cultures beyond the Jade Gate in front of Jon. Hearing the vendor's voice, Jon looked at the stall and saw there were about 4 books, all very thick and wide. Their covers were made of brown leather, already somewhat worn, indicating they were not new books, something that gave credibility to the vendor's words that these books were not being published very frequently. Discovering his eyes, John also saw some maps and nautical charts. The magical projection of the navigation system on the Starwolf allows me to see everything within several meters around the ship when we sail, but it's not a complete map, only those places and routes I've visited before appear explored, which would make the journey quite difficult. Except for one thing, the maps in the navigation room can be updated by placing maps and nautical charts in a sort of hole, which absorbs the document and inserts it into a lexicon cube, which has all the map information. The artifact John was talking about was an object from Nirn known as a lexicon. It was a small black cube, no larger than a fist, with Dwemer pictograms engraved all over its surface. At first glance, this object seemed nothing more than a simple piece of golden-colored scrap metal when it had no information in it. But in reality, it was an object of incalculable value. This was because it could store information inside, and according to an expert, it could store entire libraries, making it the most coveted object by scholars. And as if it were a joke of fate, John didn't have just one. Besides using it in the navigation mechanism of the Starwolf, Eddard Stark's bastard son had more than 15 blank lexicons, allowing him to store information almost unlimitedly. "How much do I owe you?" John asked as he touched the nautical charts. It would be about 15,000 honors, boy, the merchant replied. Hearing the amount, John knew he couldn't pay with that currency, as he had none of those coins. So, sighing, he asked the merchant how much that would be in West AOC coins. After those words, John saw the merchant give a quick response, telling him it would cost 20,000 gold dragons. The amount of money the merchant asked for made John sigh, as he hadn't expected that price. However, not wanting to stay there too long, he decided to pay for it. So, without thinking twice, he paid the merchant. After that payment, John took all the material he had bought and headed towards an alley. When he was out of sight of passers-by, he stored all the books, maps, and nautical charts in his magical bag. Well, with this, I can go back to the... John's words were interrupted when his nostrils caught the scent of a midge, but it was very different from the scent that Warlock Involantis had emanated. Feeling a mix of curiosity and concern, as the owner of that scent could be dangerous, John prepared to leave. However, as he turned, he saw a person in front of him. The person in front of John was a woman whose face was impossible to see thanks to a dark red lacquered wooden mask. However, John could still see her eyes, which were moist and bright. This person wore a long hooded robe, so there were no other features John could identify. Who is this person? John thought in panic, as it was the first time someone had managed to bypass his supernatural instincts. How did she get behind me? Do not fear, young one, said the person, using an accent that allowed John to know she was a woman. Despite the woman's words, John did not lower his guard and, preparing to use a spell, opened his mouth and spoke. Who are you? How did you manage to appear behind me? My name is Quaithe, and I'm afraid I don't have much time, Quaithe said in a somewhat tired voice. Your ship emits a great aura of power, the Undying have sensed it and sent their best hunters. At this moment, your friends are being taken to the House of the Undying. Time is running out, young one, you must go to them if you want to save them. The words that came out of Quaithe's mouth left John frozen. The young bastard's mind was in shock for a few seconds. This was because it couldn't be true, there was no way those warlocks could detect the magic on his ship. However, this made him realize something, so when he came to his senses, he quickly moved his hand to the hilt of Gandravar. How do you know my ship has magic? John asked in a hard voice, deciding that if he didn't like the answer, he would cut this woman in two with a single move. Magic is becoming strong, and for people like me, finding it is easy. Quaithe responded calmly. But your anger is not with me, young one. You must seek your friends, or they will be consumed to bring power to the House of the Undying once again. How do I know you're not lying? John asked, not taking his eyes off the woman in front of him. I have no need to, but it's your decision, you can go back to your ship and make sure, but your friends might die if you do that, as they are about to start devouring them. John gritted his teeth at those words. Part of him didn't want to trust this woman, but, what if she was right? That doubt arose in John's mind, who for a moment didn't know what to do, but then a phrase from his master came to his mind. "You know, Jon. A warrior's instincts are the best guide for this. Of course, you need to hone them, but even if they are not very sharp, they can still help you understand what's happening. So, always trust them." His master's words resonated strongly in Jon's mind, causing him to look at the woman and then let out a sigh. Shaking his head, he looked at her again, but this time Eddard Stark's son had a cold look on his face. "I'll trust you, witch. Where is the House of the Undying?" "They are in the farthest part of the city, in a place with no buildings nearby," Quaithe said, pointing to the location with a hand. Seeing her, Jon wasted no time and, without thinking further, made a great leap and landed on the roof of a house. When one of his feet touched the roof, Jon propelled himself and shot off at great speed. Watching the Dovahkian's apprentice run through the city, jumping from roof to roof, Quaithe could only sigh before speaking. "Be careful, the Undying are not easy to defeat, but I believe you can. After all, you are the last apprentice of Balerion." Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And here is Chapter 32, XD. As always, we see Robert having fun, XD. Only this time he was interrupted by Jon Arryn. We see that the throne continues to increase its debt, but it hasn't reached the total debt from the beginning of Game of Thrones yet. We also see that the king has a peculiar interest in Jon, but they don't know anything about him, because although Varys' network is extensive, so is the distance between Jon's location and King's Landing. Then we see Wyman meeting with Tycho Nestris, for what purpose? Well, that will be revealed in upcoming chapters XD, let's just say the Starks will have a huge surprise. XD. Finally, we come to the best part of this chapter, Jon learning from Quaithe about the attack on his ship by the Undying Ones. Here we see some of Jon's distrust, but above all, we see a bit more of his abilities. Finally, we hear the Masked One call Jon the last apprentice of Balerion. Why is that? Well, you can make your theories, but this will be revealed in the future XD. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 33. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 33. Qarth 297 AC. Gren's eyelids began to open slowly, allowing the young man to see where he was. Unfortunately, he couldn't focus his vision well at first, but after a few seconds, it returned to normal. When he could see clearly, he realized he was no longer on the ship. The room before Gren's eyes was shrouded in complete darkness. All the young man could see was nothing but darkness, something that began to affect him mentally, as the human mind is not prepared to understand such situations. The lack of vision started to evoke the primordial fear of all living beings for the dark. However, that sudden fear caused his body to fill with adrenaline, as this was such a stressful moment that Gren's body believed he needed to flee. That adrenaline rush made the young man's mind recall what had happened before he woke up there. Flashback. The atmosphere in Daenerys' room was somewhat complex, as of the 5 humans in there, 2 were laughing uproariously, while 2 more looked with pity at one, who was glaring at one of them with annoyance. Ha, ha, ha. Gren and PYP laughed loudly, almost falling out of their chairs. The reason they were laughing to the point of not being able to take a sip was simple, the Sivas game that had just ended between Samwell and Daenerys. The Sivas game had been complex, or at least that's what Daenerys had expected, but the reality was that she hadn't lasted more than 7 moves before Sam defeated her in the game. It's not fair, Daenerys said, pouting in annoyance, as she didn't like losing so quickly. You have more experience than I do in these things, Sam. Sam's first response to this accusation from Daenerys was to smile awkwardly. However, after a few seconds, he began to speak to her. Well, you're right, unlike you, I've been playing this for several years. Sam commented while looking at the young Targaryen with slight amusement. Although, you didn't do badly for someone who doesn't know much about this game. Samwell's words were meant to be a balm for Daenerys's wounded pride, something that worked, as the pout on Daenerys's face disappeared. That made Samwell smile, but before he could say a word, Ghost, who had been at Daenerys's feet, stood up in one swift movement and began to bare his teeth. The direwolf's action took Jon's friends by surprise, who also stood up in one swift movement, as they knew the wolf and knew he wouldn't do that without a good reason. So, drawing their respective weapons, they formed a protective circle around Daenerys. Ghost, what's wrong, boy? What did you smell? Sam asked firmly, looking around the place. The wolf didn't respond in any way. As the moment Sam finished speaking, the room darkened, and several chains emerged from the floor, trapping everyone there. Ugh! Ed grunted as he fell face first to the floor, dropping his sword from the impact. Next to the son of House Tolit, all his friends, including Ghost, fell in the same manner. They all dropped their weapons, as the position in which they had been trapped forced them to let go, as it was extremely painful to hold on to them. The sound of swords falling was accompanied by the appearance of several feet, which began to make noise as they started walking. "Is this all of them?" asked a voice that sounded oily and very sweet. "Yes, this is all of them," responded another voice, this one sounding more tired, showing it was an older person than the first. "Who is the best prey for our masters?" "Who cares? Let's take them all and let the Undying decide," responded another voice rudely. "Yes, the boy is right," said the first voice, starting to approach Jon's friends. "It doesn't matter if they are useful as food, it took us a lot to get into this ship because of the magical barrier it has. Anything we get from here will be useful." The five in the room couldn't see the faces of these people, but they still managed to detect that they were warlocks, as they mentioned the Undying. However, they couldn't speak or shout for help, as their mouths were covered by the chains, which tasted like eating the belly of a rotting fish. One of them grabbed Daenerys by the waist and lifted her as if she were nothing, placing her on his shoulder. That action caused the girl to let out a grunt of pain while she began to move, trying to free herself from the man's grip. "Tch," the man grunted as he felt Daenerys move, trying to make him let go. "Calm down, you little brat." After that shout, the man dropped Daenerys, letting her fall awkwardly to the floor. Daenerys' small body fell hard, bouncing on the wooden floor, causing her to let out whimpers of pain, as she couldn't scream. That action made all her friends, including Ghost, start moving, trying to free themselves to help her and kill these warlocks, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free. "Damn it, shut those fools up," shouted another warlock with palpable annoyance in his voice. "All right," grunted another warlock as he approached PYP, then began to kick him several times. Gren heard how the rest of his friends were beaten for a long time, causing the room to fill with whimpers of pain. "I have to do something to help them," Gren thought in panic, as the sounds of the blows grew louder. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything, as those chains held him with great strength. Unfortunately, he was so focused on trying to escape that he didn't realize one of the warlocks had approached him. He only noticed his presence when he began to hit him with what must have been a wooden club. Gren started to feel a lot of pain in his body, causing whimpers of pain to come from his mouth. These whimpers continued until finally one of those blows struck his head, making darkness claim him. End flashback. Remembering what had happened, Gren began to try to speak but realized he couldn't. Realizing this, he tried to move to see if his friends were beside him. However, he couldn't touch anyone, indicating that either he was alone, or his friends were farther away. Gren's movements became more erratic, as he began to fear that his friends had been killed and he was the last one left. However, just as he was about to give up, the sound of heavy doors opening echoed, filling the place with a powerful light. Jon's steps were quick, easily reaching the place he assumed could only be the House of the Undying. The gloomy place made Jon look at it cautiously, as the moment he set foot nearby, he felt a potent amount of magical energy. It wasn't much in quantity, but it was powerful. "This place is dangerous. It not only has magic but also smells of something similar to conjuration magic. This means only one thing, necromancers or something similar," Jon said as he began to walk towards what he saw as the door. The door of the House of the Undying was oval-shaped, but it was set in a wall that gave it the appearance of a human face. Seeing the entrance, Jon slowly moved a hand towards Gandharva. When his hand was on the soft leather of the hilt, Jon began to quicken his steps steadily. He slowly started to advance, first walking, then trotting, and finally running. Jon moved so fast that few could see him coming, moving almost like a black blur. Moving at that dizzying speed, he covered the distance to the door in no time. When he was close, he saw the face on the door looking at him with something akin to panic, something unthinkable because it was an inanimate object. Even so, that face began to close its mouth, trying to prevent Ashura's son from entering. However, before it could close, Jon increased his speed while moving his left hand, creating a fireball. Moving his hand quickly, Jon launched the fireball, which moved at such a speed that it got ahead of Jon, hitting the door. Boom! A huge explosion of fire occurred the moment the fireball hit the wood, creating a large crater and scattering hundreds of wood splinters everywhere. As Jon's attack hit, the door let out a kind of scream of pain, which was so sharp that it unbalanced Jon for a moment, but the bastard managed to avoid falling and, without wasting time, entered the room. The room that appeared before Jon's eyes was one of luxury, where only old and almost rotten furniture could be seen. Of the furniture that could be seen, the most striking were the shelves with hundreds of books whose leather covers were rotted and the pages inside were moldy. Additionally, there were cobwebs everywhere, and cracks in the walls and ceiling. This place is in decay, but were Jon's thoughts before being interrupted when 5 dwarfs appeared from a room, all carrying knives. Jon's eyes settled on them, seeing that they were no taller than his knee. These dwarfs wore blue and purple livery, with haggard faces and pointed noses. In their small, pink hands were small knives, but from the shine of the blades, they were very sharp. Seeing Jon, these dwarfs shouted something in Carthene, but Jon didn't understand them. After that shout, the dwarfs charged at him, trying to stab him, but before they could get close to Eddard Stark's bastard son, he moved his hand and easily created a wall of lightning. The dwarfs tried to stop when they saw the wall of lightning, but their short legs ended up tripping. The dwarfs rolled on the ground, passing over the wall. As they did, they all let out screams of pain before their bodies turned to dust due to the power of the lightning. That was disappointing, Jon thought as he saw the ashes, a sign of how easily he had eliminated those dwarfs. Jon's disappointment lay in expecting that this place, where his friends were kidnapped and led by warlocks, would have humans capable of using magic, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Even so, despite the disappointment he felt at how he had killed those dwarfs, Jon knew he didn't have time for these things, as his friends were in danger in this place. He didn't know how much time was left until the Undying decided to devour them or simply kill them. So, without wasting more time, Eddard Stark's bastard son moved his free hand and used the clairvoyance spell. The clairvoyance spell was a spell that allowed the user to see a purple line, which showed the way to their goal. Jon's plan was to use this spell to know where his friends were. Looking at the floor, Jon could see the purple line, so, smiling, he began to follow it. The sound of Jon's footsteps grew sharper as the young bastard continued running up the stairs. The young man ran at a good speed, surpassing many normal warriors, almost as fast as a Dornish sand steed. Although he could be faster, he wasn't going at full speed because he was inside a fortification, which limited his movements a bit. "I've already gone up about 2 floors and only encountered moldy furniture and cobwebs," thought a completely puzzled Jon, as the young bastard knew it was impossible for this place to be protected only by those dwarfs. This was because he had seen a warlock from this house himself. So, as he ran, he thought about what might be happening. His mind was racing until he finally reached a conclusion. Of course. They're all in one room to serve as total defense, or maybe they're in a very special ceremony. With that thought, Jon followed the path marked by the purple line. Daenerys's eyelids began to open slowly, allowing the dim light of the room to start filtering through her pupils. Gradually, Daenerys's unfocused vision began to sharpen, allowing her to see what was in front of her. The moment Daenerys saw where she was, a primordial fear took hold, causing her to freeze. Daenerys's fear arose upon seeing the Chamber of the Undying. This chamber was gloomy, sparsely furnished. However, the reason for Daenerys's fear was not just the atmosphere but what was in the middle of the room. In that place, on a long stone table, floated a swollen, blue heart, making a deep, throbbing sound while emitting an indigo light with each beat. Next to the heart, acting as servants, were some dwarfs dressed in purple. "Well, you finally woke up," Daenerys Targaryen said, a raspy, tired voice. The moment the daughter of House Targaryen heard that voice, her gaze focused on its owner. Daenerys' eyes widened in shock, for what she saw disgusted her immensely. Next to the table, seated on what appeared to be thrones, were